right, we're live. Right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Ashhadu la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to our Muslim siblings and peace and respect to our non-Muslim friends. First, let's welcome our dear brother and guest in humanity, Brother Adam. And I think Brother Wassam is here. Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Malik. How you doing, Nipsey?
Alhamdulillah. Oh, nice logo, Ali.
Hey, you
Yeah.
need to check out mine, man. Like, yeah, we'll
Nah.
here.
Wow.
Mine is better.
Bro,
Mine is
that's
better.
like
No, it's not. Mine's is better.
looks like a niche perfume.
That's actually I was making fun of Ali's logo. I was like, it reminds me of Oreo.
Bro, we had a whole fight about it last night. He's just mad that mine's is better. No worries.
All right. So
I like how
so welcome.
your name
Yeah,
is just
sorry.
spelled so uniquely, man. You can separate
Yeah,
them like you know how like the New Testament manuscripts come without spaces. Yours could be like a lie.
Oh, come on, man.
All right.
Anyway.
So welcome to our guest and brother in humanity, Brother Adam, and of course our panelists, dear Brother Wassam, who used to be one of us, but now it's so difficult to get a hold of him that I almost had to send Ali across the country to get hold of him.
Yeah,
But
not by design.
And of course our dear Brother Ali. So this will be part 3 of the Interfaith dialogue that we started with Brother Adam. Adam, you're familiar with myself and Brother Ali. Wassam, with Brother Wassam, it'll be your first interaction, inshallah. Just to catch up, Wassam. So before we begin, so we already discussed with Adam so far, and he's been having back and forth dialogues with Brother Yemeni as well. So he's covering a different aspect. So I decided, that on Dots Connect, or Ali and I, we decided on Dots Connect to Islam, we should approach it a little bit different, so it's not redundant, right? So in the first 2 parts, we discussed with him a coherent concept of God, what a true scripture of God should look like, and characteristics. We did not touch anything pertaining to Bible in specific in that part. Then in second part, we discussed, as per Adam's request, we dove deeper into specifics of crucifixion in light of the Quran and the first couple of centuries in Christianity, etc. And additionally, we discussed some scholarship pertaining to the reliability and authorship of the New Testament. Unfortunately, you ran into some crossroads on the latter topic, which we were hoping you would be part of, but you had an emergency to attend to, unfortunately. So as you have a lot more knowledgeable, you're a lot more knowledgeable in that regards as compared to myself and Ali. So I think we would have had a lot more progress if you were part of that conversation. So Brother Wassam, since you confirmed your availability for the first half only of the conversation, so what I would like, if Adam doesn't mind, is if we can have a back and forth between you and Adam regards to the authenticity of the Bible, right? As I think the remaining topics that we decided with Adam, Ali and I, we can take care of those inshallah after you're gone, right? So now I know, Adam, we decided on different topics and we will get to those inshallah. But the reason why I want the input of somebody like Brother Wassam is I think it'll be a very unique experience for you, because he has studied patristics. He has mashallah, he has had many interactions with several academics regarding this particular topic, right? So I think it'll be very beneficial for you, myself, Brother Ali, and the viewers as well, right? Both Muslims and Christians alike. So at the end of the day, it's like about about seeking the truth, inshallah, and not about winning arguments or debates, inshallah. So feel free to, inshallah, begin, Brother Wassam and Brother Adam.
Yeah, I'm not too good at like breaking the ice or introductory aspects. So if Adam, are you a Protestant?
No, I would just say I'm a Christian.
Christian? Why that matters is because like some people just are like sola scriptura, as I'm sure you know. Some people take really church tradition seriously. They have it like as a very like intrinsic segment of their lives, and how they interpret the Bible, the history of the Bible, et cetera, et cetera. All that comes from, you know, extra biblical sources. So like, how much value do you place on like the Bible? Is it completely inerrant, preserved? You know, what level of preservation? And then how do you incorporate church history into that image of what you have of the Bible?
I mean, I kind of view I view church history as important because it's you know, if we talk about, for example, like the apostolic fathers, they were so-called disciples of the disciples themselves. So their, you know, their teaching is effectively as close as you can get to the most organic form of teaching that was given, let's say, by Jesus. So for me, they're important, and I use them sort of as a lens to try and understand doctrinal issues. Because even today, you have obviously, you know, amongst different sects, kind of different doctrinal understandings of different issues. So I kind of use that as a way in which to understand the doctrine of the church, as well as let's say its early development from the 1st century, you know, up until maybe the 5th century, 6th century. I know there was obviously later developments come the Reformation, which were kind of a detour, I guess, from the orthodox position of those first couple of centuries. But yeah, I just view the whole kind of historical thing as a whole, and then I try and you know, base my understanding off that, as well as the documents that we have from the 1st and 2nd century. You know, that's why in the last stream, for example, and I'm still focused on the crucifixion because I think it's an important question. Because you know, we didn't sadly get to the question that I was asking last time. Like the main question I have is, it could be summed up like this. You know, give me effectively a source from the 1st or 2nd century written by a Muslim that confirms the Quranic position on the crucifixion. I can't seem to find any evidence for that, and you know, that for me is kind of problematic in and of itself from a historical standpoint. Which
written by a Muslim? What do you mean by written by a Muslim?
So a Muslim in the context of what it means to be a Muslim according to the Quran. So a believer of the God of the Quran, essentially.
A believer in one God?
No, because the Jews believe in one God, but according to both Christianity and Islam, they're not, you know, true worshippers. I mean, even Jesus called.
That's not true.
No, but I'm saying according to Jesus himself, he told them they worship that which they do not know.
That's presumptive. That's assuming that you know what Jesus said. When you say, well, according to Islam, that's not what we say. The Quran says, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ هَادُوا وَالنَّصَارَى إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَالَّذِينَ هَادُوا وَالنَّصَارَى وَالصَّابِئِينَ. Indeed, those who say we are Jews, and those who believe, and those who say we are Jews, and those who say we are Christians, and the Sabians, whoever believes in Allah and in the last day, no grief shall be upon them, nor shall they no fear will be upon them, nor shall they grieve. So we do believe that there were, you know, monotheistic Jews in the centuries, all you know, leading up to when they actually diverged and started becoming completely away from the true knowledge of God. But Jews typically, they worship one God. They fall into other things like rejecting the Messiah, rejecting Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But I think that's a misrepresentation of our point to say Jews don't actually worship the one true God. We don't believe that. So
no, but I mean, I was referring to the time of Jesus himself.
Even the time of Jesus. Jesus never he never accused them of being polytheists, did he?
I never said they were polytheists.
Right. So as a Muslim,
I understand you can worship one God, but the question is, which God are you worshiping? That was the point I was making.
Did they worship a different God than the God of Jesus?
Well, according to Jesus, they did.
Where does he say that?
For example, in John chapter 8, there's a number of...
John chapter 8 is just an accusation of them wanting to kill him. He's not literally meaning that they worship a different God. He's saying that they're following their father, the devil, because they're trying to kill him.
Yeah, but he also says you worship that which you do not know.
Yeah, because he's supposed to be the son that allows, but he says it, well, John chapter 1:18 says no one has seen God. No one, it's the Son who has made him knowledgeable. That's why a lot of 2nd century Christians thought that John was a Gnostic gospel. Yeah. That he came with an idea that God was completely unknown until the time of Jesus. Mm-hmm. But I mean, we can get to that because that's part of the text itself. Yeah. As far as because we're going to be quoting the text a lot. Mm-hmm. So and Do you want to get straight into the crucifixion? I like that topic. I have a 4-hour talk on it. It doesn't matter, but
Yeah, if you can provide a Muslim source from the 1st or 2nd century, that would be great.
You're still saying Muslim source. So as a Muslim, we don't believe that anyone who believed that, we believe that Muslims even believe that Jesus was crucified. Did you know that?
I know there's some Muslims that believe that.
No, not today. I'm saying classically, like let's say a year or two after Jesus. If there was a Muslim who thought that Jesus was hung on a cross, that doesn't invalidate his Islam. So you're looking for a source where it probably doesn't exist. The Quran comes in the 6th or 7th century to confirm previous doubts that people had about the crucifixion. But whether Muslim group A or group B who call themselves Jewish or Christian believed it or not, that's beyond the shadow of a doubt. We have dozens of communities from the 2nd century and possibly going back to the 1st century who believe that Jesus wasn't crucified. They believe in the same exact substitutional theory that we have today. But to ask for documents from the 1st century, I think, Adam, that's going beyond the pale of what's reasonable in this type of historical exercise, because we don't even have that for Christian sources. We have nothing from the 1st century.
No, that's not what the scholars unanimously say. So
I've interviewed many of them. I'm in regular contact.
Well, I have quotations here from Ehrman and a few others.
Yeah, show me Bart Ehrman saying that there's an actual extant Christian fragment from the 1st century.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is his conclusion based on all the data that he has, alongside James D.G. Dunn, alongside John Dominic Crossan,
I have James Dunn's book here. I have James. Are you reading from their books or are you quote mining?
No, I have the quotations here.
So you're quote mining. That's fine. But can you tell me what Bart Ehrman says?
Okay, so in his 2012 book, this is Did Jesus Exist? Pages 269 to 270. And this is in reference to the crucifixion as well as some other aspects.
Yeah.
He says nearly all critical scholars agree on these points about the historical Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And then in his 2008 book, Brief Introduction to the New Testament, page 130.
You didn't read the whole quote. So you're saying nearly all critical scholars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I've interviewed a few critical scholars.
No, this is what Ehrman says. This is not what I'm saying.
I know, but I'm saying. So, do you know what the appeal to authority is? Me and Fawad kind of had this conversation. You can get do you believe in human evolution?
No, that's
I'm guessing you don't. Imagine I did the same thing.
I wouldn't say that I don't, but that's a difficult discussion.
You would have if you use that standard about just quoting the majority opinion, you would have to believe in human evolution. There is more of a consensus in the biological field about us descending from little microbes just haphazardly by the collision of chemicals and certain proto-geographical elements than there is for the crucifixion. Okay, I interviewed one of the foremost scholars of early Christianity. His name is David M. Litwa. I have his book right here called The Late Revelations, basically saying that the Gospels are all 2nd century. But he said that anyone who claims to know anything for certain about the life of Jesus and the death of Jesus is a charlatan. He's a charlatan because the sources are all too late and they're filled with corruptions. So you have to ask these scholars. And I had a conversation with Bart Ehrman. Did you know that?
Okay.
I had a conversation with him on his blog where I quoted a lot of the evidence against the crucifixion, the redactional elements, the early groups, the manuscripts that we have. And I told him, is it, as a historian, naturalistically, don't you think that it would be an easier way to explain the quote-unquote post crucifixion appearances, that Jesus actually wasn't crucified? They got the wrong guy, maybe, as several early Christian groups thought of or believed. And his disciples saw him alive, and that story developed into seeing him resurrected from the dead. He said, no. He said, I believe it is more probable that they had mass hallucinations. This is on his blog. He says, I think it is more probable that all his disciples had mass hallucinations and started thinking that they saw the resurrected Jesus when they really didn't. It's more plausible than actually them seeing him alive, which would explain a lot of things, a day later or 3 days later, and then the story becoming embellished into seeing him resurrected. That's what he bases his criteria on, that it's more probable that they saw him, that they saw mass hallucinations. So you have to ask these scholars, what is the consensus based off of?
Yeah,
and
but you would agree, right? You would agree. I'm hoping at least you would be honest enough to agree that the majority position within scholarship is that he was crucified, right?
Of course.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. If you look, the majority of scholars think that the New Testament is, or the majority of textual critical scholars who work in the field think that the New Testament is corrupted beyond reconstruction.
They also believe that the Quran is correctly inaccurate, but anyway, that's besides the point.
Yeah, if you want to talk, well, you will have an amazing time talking about Quranic textual criticism. If you think that the New Testament is preserved, you'll have you will look at the Quran and think that it's a gem from heaven.
That was not my point. I wasn't talking about preservation. I'm saying that they're saying it's historically inaccurate. That's different. That's a different statement.
We'll talk about that. I mean, that's fine. So again, my whole reason for bringing those things up is because you're appealing to authorities. You're appealing to this is a well-known fallacy. If you familiarize yourself with the actual evidences that they use, you'll see that they're flimsy, that they don't amount to nothing. The evidence for the crucifixion basically boils down to the Gospels, which have their own history of canonization, their own history of development, and certain extra biblical historical records that are not from the first century. They're not eyewitnesses, and they're full of interpolations themselves. And so what do you do in that case when you have dubious records, and then on the other hand, you have records that say the opposite, that he wasn't crucified from the very beginning? That you mentioned the Apostolic Fathers. From the very beginning, when we have writings of the Apostolic Fathers, like Ignatius of Antioch in his letter to the Smyrnaeans and to the Magnesians, Polycarp in his epistle to the Philippians, 3rd Corinthians, which is accepted into the canon of many of the Christian world. You have, like, of course, the anti-heresiological or the heresiological works, like Against Heresies, the Refutation of All Heresies, the Stromata. They all document early Christian groups that believe that Jesus wasn't crucified. So you have two narratives. You have to have a coherent, like, objective way of saying, why do we accept this one and reject this one? And do you have that?
Well, look, for anyone who wants to, I have the sources there. They can read them and come to their own conclusions. I'm just going with what the majority have said, what the majority evidence is. And not only that, I do want to point out as well, I mean, there are some as well on top of that. You have, like, prominent, Muslim figures. Like Shabra Ali, for example, believes that Jesus was on the cross. I have the video. I have the link to it.
I know that. I mean, you want me to start quoting people you believe are heretics today?
No. I'm just pointing out. There are some Muslims that have agreed that he was on the cross. They don't believe he died on the cross, but they believe he was definitely on the cross.
He's a Muslim in the 21st century. Nobody cares about him.
All right, no, I'm just pointing out.
About history.
I'm only pointing out there are some that.
Yeah, but you're pointing out irrelevant things, Adam.
But I believe the reason he came to that conclusion is probably because of the weight of the historical data that he had in front of him.
Okay, and there are Christians who admit freely that the Gospels are full of contradictions. Does that mean that they're really full of contradictions?
That's fine. That's their own opinion.
I know, but like the metric you're using, if you apply it to yourself, you would crumble. So stop doing that.
No. Because a majority of those people, for example, don't believe in divinity. They don't believe in the supernatural.
How do you know? You don't even know who I mentioned.
No, but I'm saying that if we look at some of the people, some of the textual critics, they are atheists. Like Bart Ehrman's an atheist, right?
You think Raymond Brown is an atheist? You think Raymond Brown is an atheist?
I'm not saying they're all atheists, but I'm saying there are a number of them within that field.
And look, I can psychoanalyze Shabir Ali and tell you a million things about him too. Can you please not keep throwing irrelevant things out there, Adam? You have to be sincere. We're doing a historical inquiry here.
That's fine. All I asked was if you have a document from the 1st or 2nd century that's by a Muslim that affirms that view. If you don't, it's fine. That's fine.
You're just giving criteria that is impossible. 1st century, all you did, you looked at a piece of paper and you said, but you read a quote from Bart Ehrman that was a half quote, had nothing to do with having text from the 1st century. So I would rather you not levy things or expectations from my side that you would not hold yourself to. If you're asking yourself, can you give me a 1st century document of somebody who believed in the Trinity?
Yeah, of course.
Show me.
They're in the Gospels themselves. I mean, the
The
Gospels are regarded as first century.
Gospels are not first century, and the Gospels
They are
don't have
regarded
anything
as
about the
first
century.
century. They are regarded as first century. Like, have you not seen Ehrman's dating of the Gospels himself?
I've seen
He
Ehrman's dating of the Gospels.
Where does he take them?
Have you studied why he thinks that they're from the first century?
No, I know the different hypotheses behind how they come to that
Okay, so
conclusion.
why do scholars date him to the second century?
Why do some scholars date them to the second century?
I'll say many. I have a bunch of books here by Robert
Many
and Grant.
but there's many that date them to the first as well.
I know. Bro, there are differences of opinion on everything across the board. You cannot get two historians to agree on the same thing like all the time unanimously.
Mhm.
I'm asking you, in order for you to make up your mind on a subject, you have to study it intensively. You have to know why they said this. Otherwise, you're following blindly. They're going to lead you down a path that could lead you to hell. Say, do you know the basis behind either a first century dating or a second century dating of the Gospels?
Yeah, it has to do with what's it called? There's a thing, for example, within scholarship that's called the criterion of dissimilarity and the criterion of embarrassment.
No, that's for historical.
I understand. Yeah, I understand, but Jesus lived when, so it helps with tracing things back to a certain time period, as well as looking at the historical context.
Whether something was historical does not have any bearing on whether it was whether it was written in the second century or the first century. You can take a let's say a quotation from Eusebius about Irenaeus and say that little fragment meets the historical criteria to be from the second century. Whether it was written in the second, third, or fourth is completely subjective. But I'm asking you the actual how are documents dated? How are documents?
There's a number of ways in which they're dated.
Can you name a few?
A number of ways. Well, you have to analyze the document. You have to look at if it's naming historical events. You have to see if they line up with other historical information that we have of that time period, for example.
Great. Okay, so internal evidence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if they show evidence of anachronisms, etc.
Yeah, as well as external evidence as well.
What does external evidence consist of?
So external evidence would be, for example, other historical sources that go back to a certain time period that, let's say, they match up in terms of the event that they're talking about. So it's like a double witness.
No, that's not what external evidence is.
No, I'm just saying as in secondary sources and stuff.
It's not secondary. External evidence is primary. Okay, external evidences would be things like reception. How early is this document cited? Okay, manuscript attestation, right? Meaning how early are the manuscripts, and so reception would mean basically how it was received, whether it was canonical, whether it's not, and then citations and references. That's it. The first part of what you said, the internal data, that's what is primarily used for the dating of the Gospels. Also, it mentions the fall of Jerusalem. That must mean it was written post 70. Okay, or it doesn't mention, let's say, the Bar Kokhba revolts. Therefore, it must have been written before 130. So you have a terminus antiquum and a terminus postquem. Okay, that has been long recognized to be just very, very bad criteria. Anything that you could credit a first century author to, you can credit to a second century forger. So, for example, the Gospel of Peter. The Gospel of Peter doesn't have any historical anachronisms. It talks about first century figures, Pontius Pilate, Petronius, etc., etc. And yet people don't date it to the first century. Why don't they date it to the first century? Because it's absent in any citation until at least Melito of Sardis, and then explicitly in Serapion of Antioch. Okay, and he lived around the 180s. If there was a document in which there was a cross talking and giant angels, you would expect something to show up in the at least even the heresiological witnesses. Although Serapion says that the teachers of Marcion used that text, and Marcion was like in the 130s, so it must be pretty early. Okay, what concerns us in dating the Gospels is that second criteria. The second criteria would be the external, because that's the more scientific, more objective, less the stylistic or presumptive part of the two pieces of historical criteria, and that is manuscripts. First one is manuscripts. There's not a shred. There's not a shred, not a single fragment of any gospel text that we can identify with a gospel text until, if you want to talk about the majority of scholars, until the 3rd century, so 200 CE. Okay, things like P52, P90, P104 are being redated all the time to the 3rd centuries, even 4th century, with things like the Magdalene Papyri.
P52 is dated to when?
Circa 200, so 3rd century.
Sure about that?
Absolutely sure about that, yeah. You're gonna pull up an old source, but yeah.
I'm almost certain it was 140, but it doesn't change anything anyway.
Yeah.
So
So that was the original dating by a person named C.H. Roberts, who used one comparanda for it. Since then, it's been redated multiple times by people like Brent Nongbre, by Garcia, by Larry Hurtado, by Elijah Hickson, and others to the 3rd century.
yeah, there's a source from 2012. It's called Early New Testament Manuscripts and Their Dates, and they have a date range for 125 to 175 CE.
Yeah, that is a very. They're only taking C.H. Roberts and Philip Comfort, two Christian evangelical papyrologists.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just say 140. I'll just stick with 140
You'll
because
just stick with 140, even though like there's actual.
no, there's a number of sources that lean in that direction. Because it is look, at the end of the day, it's a range. It's a range of dates.
Yes. Okay. So if the top range can fall very comfortably in the 3rd century, therefore you cannot say it is a 2nd century manuscript. You cannot without. So there are manuscripts that are securely dated. They have colophons. They have dating. They're very extant to where you can actually assess the scribal hand, whether it's consistent throughout, the ductus, the strokes. Comparing it with other more extensive literary and documentary papyri. This is a scrap this big that consists of like 11 parts of 11 words that has textual variants in it. And you can't assess it for anything. You can't even tell if you actually can't even tell if it's a fragment of the Gospel of John. You can't. Because it only has a few. There are many Gospels that have similar wording that it can fall to, like Egerton, like the Hebrews has a lot of parallels with gospel text, the dialogue of the Savior. Thomas has a lot of, but anyway. So yeah, there's, according to Ian Mills, if you want, you can educate yourself a little bit. There's a video on YouTube called Textual Criticism by Ian Mills. He's a Christian scholar. He teaches at Duke. And he tells you for 2nd century papyri, there are anywhere from 0 to 7, depending on who you ask. 0 to 7. So for all intents and purposes, where you know for a fact that we have papyri from is the 3rd century. Because they don't, because the scholars, the papyrologists don't agree. I have, let me take them out for you. Well, can you see it? No, you can't see it.
I can't see it.
Yeah, it's too many books. I can't even cram them out. Give me 1 second. Let me try it, actually. There we go. See this? This is called the Oxford Handbook of Papyrology. It'll basically teach you a few of the basics of how papyrus is dated. And the contributor to the Christian aspect of it, the Christian portion of it, his name is Garcia, Dr. Garcia. And the editor is Roger Bagnall. These are the two biggest authorities in papyrology. On the section on P52 and Christian papyri, would you like me to read what they say?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me find the notation.
And then after that, then can you provide your evidence for Jesus not being crucified?
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm still waiting.
No problem. Oh, actually, I might have something better for you. Just to give you like this is God's Library by Brent Nongbre, another papyrologist. So let's go to page 19. He actually cites Roger Bagnall and others, and Cavallo. Okay. So the New Testament. Okay. Hold on. Where is it? Is it page 19? Let me see. Okay, so here it is. The New Testament in New Testament papyri is no less problematic. If some scholars are correct that a few Christian papyri were copied as early as the 2nd century, as we will see, none can actually be dated with any certainty to that time period. This is Brent Nongri. Then the designation of any such manuscript as New Testament would be highly ambiguous. And then he goes through some datings. Okay, so he says there's none. There's no papyri that can be dated with certainty to the 2nd century, but there can be to the 3rd century. So what we know for certain is that we have manuscripts from the 3rd century, not from the 2nd, because that is an area of disagreement within papyrological scholars.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was getting at. Is that there are a number of scholars who do regard them as 2nd century manuscripts. But anyway, that's besides the point.
Yeah, no, but again, you can't say for certain that they existed until the 3rd century.
I know, but I'm saying it's a divided opinion thing. People are if they want to have an opinion that they're 2nd century, if they want to go third, that's their choice.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying if you have a choice whether to base your studies on something ambiguous or something certain, I would go with what's certain. So with certainty, they start at the 3rd century, certainly. Ambiguously, we don't know. Okay. So secondly, is
that's a strange thing though, because there's a lot of well-known scholars, respectable scholars. When they look at those manuscripts, they still regard them as 2nd century.
There's not a single scholar who will tell you that they are certainly, given the range and given the problematic nature of New Testament dating New Testament papyri, that they will tell you that these date exactly to the sex. Only evangelicals who want to trick you, who want to fool you into thinking that it's an exact science. That's it. Even evangelicals like Larry Hurtado. I have his book right here. The late Larry Hurtado. It's called The Earliest Christian Artifacts. He dates P52 to 200, 3rd century. His students, they wrote a book called Myths and Mistakes in New Testament Textual Criticism. They're evangelicals. They have ministries. They learned in seminaries in Cambridge, etc. And they said that it is not a responsible position to say that P52 dates to 175 or 150. He said the most responsible thing is to say sometime around 200. Okay, they're telling evangelicals to stop saying this because it's a bad argument. Anybody who knows better. In fact, there's a book called the P52 Project by Andrew Gregory. It's like $10 on Amazon. It's amazing, where he gives you all of the different comparendas that they used. And P52 matches up with a lot of 3rd century papyri. You can literally see it. The same ductus, the same strokes of the pen, the same like space between margins of the top letter and the bottom letter. So somebody who knows better, they'll tell you, hey, if you think it's 2nd century, show me a distinction between the scribal hand of this one and this one. But we can let go the more technical aspects. So that's manuscript reception. We only have them from the 3rd century. And we're not even saying that they're 3rd century compositions. They're 2nd century compositions. Okay. So even if you say they're 2nd century, it's only 7 fragments that I inscribed already in my video, and none of them have anything to do with Christian doctrine. No crucifixion, no Trinity, nothing. It's all either the trial with Pontius Pilate, or parables, or a fragment of Paul from 1 Corinthians P 129, and that's it. Little scraps that require a lot of reconstruction. But then we have reception. Do you know who the first person to quote an actual gospel text is? Saying the Gospel of John says A, B, and C.
In that way?
Matthew, huh?
I mean, there's a ton of indirect quotations that are used.
I'm saying, I don't want to go with indirect. I don't want to go with allusions and echoes. I'm going with what's certain.
I'll give you an example, right? Like, okay, so Paul obviously quotes them in his own epistles, but if in terms of the early church fathers,
he quotes what in his own epistles?
I think he quotes.
You think the Gospels were there before Paul?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's 2 or 3 quotations.
Yeah, if you're saying that, but you do agree with everyone that Paul's letters were written before the Gospels.
Well, you see, this is a difficult argument in and of itself, because Paul was writing until when?
I'm guessing when he was martyred under Nero, if you believe that, in the 60s. In
the 60s, right?
Yeah.
Now, it's believed that there was a gospel in the 50s, right? Which goes back to
who's believed?
Again, this is based on a hypothesis. Like, this whole idea of...
What's your position? Is your position that there was a written text called the Gospel that Paul was using?
I believe there was a gospel in the 50s, yes. Because they believe that given the 2-source hypothesis, that there's an older gospel that goes back.
Oh, so you believe in Q?
Bart Ehrman acknowledges that there would have been a gospel in the 50s.
You believe in Q then?
I do believe there would have been a gospel in the 50s.
Okay, we can develop that a little bit further. Okay,
no, one moment. I asked a question earlier about the data for the crucifixion. I'm still waiting for an answer for that.
No, but this has directly to do with that, because you're asking for first century evidence, and I told you even the Gospels are in first century.
But but how does this prove that he wasn't crucified? In what way does this prove that?
So is the onus of proof upon me to prove that he wasn't crucified, or are you the one making the claim that he was crucified?
No, what I'm saying is that the scholars have unanimously, like you agreed earlier, right? That is the majority position among scholarship.
It's the majority, but I also agree that it means nothing. It means zilch.
So the majority of people, when they look at the data and they come to the conclusion based on their own methodology that they use to analyze that data that he was crucified, they're all wrong.
If their conclusions are based off of faulty presuppositions and forged texts, absolutely.
Okay,
but
so
you seem to be like not in any place to ascertain that, because you're just going off of what they say.
No, I just go with what the data says. It's a majority position, and
That's
it's what the majority
don't
data
say no and then repeat what I said. Like you're going based off of what they're telling you.
Look, if you don't have data, that's fine. We can move on to the next point. That was my question.
I'll give you Adam, don't gaslight. I'll give you plenty. You haven't been able to establish a single thing. You haven't been giving me any of like the valid criteria. You didn't know of any of like the ways in which papyri are dated. You don't know the actual reasoning for why the Gospels are dated 2nd century. Yet you're I can sit here and talk with you for days about the evidence for I just want to know how equipped you are to be able to even ascertain this information.
Because
all you're saying is that scholars believe A, B, and C, and you don't even know why they believe that.
Okay, I'll give you an example, right? Bart Ehrman's conclusion, one of the reasons why he believes the crucifixion happened is because of the criterion of embarrassment. He does not believe that the Christians would have made that up, right? Yes. And that's a criterion that a lot of scholars apply when they look at the crucifixion from a historical standpoint, okay?
Yeah, okay. The criterion of embarrassment does not work. Why? Because we have early Gospels who say that Jesus was, I can't even say it, that he had extramarital affairs with Mary Magdalene. Do you think early Christians would have believed that?
No, of course not.
Okay, that's a very early Christian text, the Gospel of Philip, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but there was plenty of Gnostic texts that were written. So
right, but was that embarrassing for them?
No, they had different views. They're like the Gnostic, like there were Gnostic groups that didn't believe.
People had different views, and therefore, what is embarrassing for you is not embarrassing for them.
But this is a product. That was a product of the 2nd century.
What if I said to Ehrman, this wasn't an embarrassment for whoever wrote the Gospels, because they didn't have any strong beliefs about the Messiah to begin with. They were not Jews. I don't think Jews wrote the New Testament. So if in order to have like this position be solid, you have to even assume that it's some kind of rabbinical Jew who's facing backlash from people. But we don't know who wrote these texts. We don't know what would qualify as embarrassing for him. That's why I wanted to stick with actual criteria. When I asked you, do you know who the first person is to make an actual citation? You mentioned the Apostolic Fathers. Again, I have the Apostolic Fathers right here. I have it right here.
I have it on my shelf as well.
Awesome. In Greek and in English. And they don't even include Justin Martyr. They don't even include Justin Martyr. And usually the Apostolic Fathers goes all the way up until Irenaeus. They don't mention Ptolemy. They don't mention Heraclian. They don't mention Valentinus. They don't mention Hegesippus. They don't mention Dionysius of Corinth. They don't mention Polycrates. They don't mention any of these people. And all of their fragments that we have of them. So this could be technically this thick. You know how many citations we have of the Gospel after that time?
Direct or indirect?
Direct, as in Matthew wrote, Mark wrote, John wrote, just like they do with the Old Testament. Isaiah said, Joshua said, Micah said, even Enoch. Justin quotes from the Acts of Pilate. He says the Acta Pilate says it. He quotes from the book of Revelation. John, the disciple, wrote it. But do you know how many sure quotations we have of the Gospels?
It wouldn't be that many.
0.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, but from which century?
0. Until 185.
Yeah. No, I'm aware, yeah.
Okay.
So up until that point, it was indirect. I mean, when you read their works, they make clear indirect quotations.
They make indirect quotations,
they're very clear.
Supposedly. Yeah. Supposedly. And they make direct allusions to non-canonical texts to non-canonical texts. They butcher sometimes the texts that are found in the New Testament, where they splice them. They use the wrong wordings. Most of the time, there's hardly any like word for word verbatim agreement at all. And they mention books that are not supposed to be mentioned, like the Ogdad by the Shepherd of Hermas. Okay, so if you have the manuscript starting for all intents and purposes in the 3rd century, you have no citation of them until 185, no direct citation of 185 until 185, and all the historical historical problems with regards to Marcion and when his gospel was written, and how that kind of catapulted the writing traditions of the early Christians. How can you justify them as 1st century documents?
Well, that's the position the scholars come to. There's many scholars which agree with that. That's my position.
That's your position. Okay. Now, I would implore you to
we just have to agree to disagree. Look, that's my position. Okay. All I'm asking is if you have what's it called? Clear evidence of that supports your view. Because remember, if you're talking to these scholars, because remember that you acknowledged earlier that's a majority position, right? And you don't agree with their criterion and you don't agree with their methodology, then how would you take that up with them? Because that's the conclusion they're coming to based on what they believe to be the best, methodology that they've applied to come to that conclusion.
And all of them, by the way, they say it's probabilistic. Again, there's no historian worth his salt who will tell you absolutely 100%. It's like we had a time machine. Jesus was crucified.
No, Aaron said that in a recent video.
No. He told me personally. He told me personally it was more probable than not. He'll say something on a video just to be all provocative, but then his actual views as a historian.
I know he's inconsistent. I know that because in his 2008 book he basically says the same thing. He's almost certain of it. So
and by the way, he said he's open to a 2nd century dating for the Gospels as well. He just said, "What do you do with the Gospel quotations in Ignatius of Antioch?"
Yeah, exactly. There are quotations there.
No, there are no quotations.
Ignatius, there are indirect quotations. There are strong indirect quotations across the epistles.
In how many epistles did Ignatius write?
I have the book up there if you want me to get it, and we can go through.
Yeah, get it. I'll show you something. You go ahead and get it. This is fun so far, Fahad.
I thought you'd enjoy it.
Honestly, Wissam, you look like an artist. You got the all black drip going on.
Okay.
Nice beatboxing, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Flawless.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Adam should get
Where
it.
have you been, man?
Huh?
Where have you been? You disappeared on us completely. You hang out with the big boys. You don't want to hang out with me, Ali, Ramzi anymore.
You stream so at just inconvenient times for me. Wallah. Work and family and studies. Well, I'm almost done.
Yeah, that's good. Alhamdulillah.
So Lightfoot has in his book 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, that's JB Lightfoot's opinion, is that 7 of them are authentic. Do you know why he chose 7 instead of 14 or 3?
Yeah, because there's inauthentic ones as well.
Yeah,
I'm aware of that. Yeah,
and many scholars say that 4 of those in their middle form are even inauthentic.
Yeah, I go with his view, but that's fine. We'll have
because you've never studied this issue.
Well, he has, But
I know he has, but his opponents like William Curitan also have studied it, and they come to the conclusion that only 3 of the epistles are genuine.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Adam, come on, man. You're going to trust your salvation with people and not.
No, he wrote down what he wrote down. He's an expert on it as well. I'm going with what he said. That's my opinion. Do you have evidence for the as you were saying, the non-crucifixion? Otherwise, we can get on to the next historical issue that I have.
Okay. So I'll get up, but just to be clear, I would definitely recommend that you look into these topics and make up your own mind.
I have looked into it.
No, you haven't. You just said you just said you rely on Lightfoot to do his own research.
No, I named 5 sources that go into the crucifixion.
No, I'm not talking about the crucifixion. I'm positive that your position on the crucifixion is just like your position for the dating of the Gospels, just like your position on the Ignatian recension, just like your position on everything. Scholars say it, so must be true. I mean, you're giving me like a very liberal perspective here, and I'm actually shocked. It's not fine, Adam. It's not fine. You have to do your own research. You have to ascertain whether what they're telling you is true or not.
Yeah, it's my choice. As I said, I'm going with what they said, and I'm entitled to do that.
Okay,
now, if you have data on?
Yeah. Okay. So here, this is what the Quran says. The Quran says, indeed, those who are differing concerning Jesus, whether he was crucified or not, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ اخْتَلَفُوا فِيهِ لَفِي شَكٍّ مِّنْهِ. They are in doubt concerning it. وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ يَقِينًا. For certainty, they did not kill him. That's the Islamic position. The Islamic position is not to say, oh, there was a Muslim in the 1st century who documented it right as it happened. And he said, oh, it wasn't Jesus, it was something. No. The Muslim position is that the concept is irrational. The concept makes absolutely no sense that an innocent man has to die for your sins. It has nothing to. Even Paul said it's a stumbling block for the Jews. That's one. Nobody can die for the sins of another. The Muslim concept is that there is no sure evidence of him having died at all. And so far, it's panning out. All we've been saying is that we have these gospels that nobody knows who wrote, that they are redacted and revised and have many contradictions in them and many recensions and many changes. Those are the ones that say that Jesus was crucified, and we don't know who chose them. We don't know who wrote them. And these various historical sources, which we haven't even gotten into, that are all forgeries, that don't show up until much later. Yep. So that's the Muslim position. So we win. Ta-da!
But if you win, why don't the scholars go with it?
Because they don't care about this stuff. They just care about. Bro, you think scholars are gonna say, "Oh yeah, he was raised up to heaven"?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that.
Do scholars agree that he was resurrected from the dead?
No, some of them don't.
That's exactly the point that I brought to Adam. My apologies. Look, Adam, what you're saying is this: scholars or historians agree that a Jewish man, 2,000 years ago, he was crucified or he died. Like really?
Oh, yeah. So what? Why would they invest time in it? Yeah, Josephus says it's more likely than not.
Yeah.
That's it.
Because thousands and millions of Jews died during that reign. I mean, so for them, it's like, who cares? They go with a more probabilistic explanation. If he didn't die through crucifixion, he may have died through stoning, as it says in Talmud, or he could have died due to natural causes. So they go with a more probabilistic explanation.
Yeah, I mean, like Bart Ehrman's conclusion, for example, is that what you have with the substitution theory is something that's taken from Basilides, right? Which was adopted,
it's not just Basilides, by the way.
I know, but that's part of his conclusion as to why that theory exists and why it's been adopted into Islam, for example. But that's just his position on it. I'm not saying that he's right.
He said that the Muslim position is taken from Basilides?
He said it in his video with Apostate Prophet, yeah. You can look it up.
He said it might have been taken from Basilides.
No, he said that the idea that Muslims hold to, its origin lies in Basilides, and that's what they adopted.
Okay, so, I mean, wow, that is just so ignorant. I find
that. Sorry, I was going to say I find that problematic because that's not the Muslim position. The whole substitutionary theory, we Muslims don't hold to that. So that's why I don't necessarily know why Bart says something like that.
I'm not saying that I understand why he said that either. I'm just saying that that's his position.
Yeah,
when I was looking at the stuff itself, I mean, the only kind of stuff that purports that view that's found in the Quran is found in Gnostic texts. But
there's no such thing as Gnostic, by the way.
I mean, we still use the term at large in academia.
We use the term, but it's helpless and it's anachronistic. The further you go back, the more you realize that everybody had Gnostic tendencies. Gnosis just means knowledge. Gnosis just means knowledge. Clement of Alexandria famously lauded the idea of Gnosis and criticized people who say that Gnosticism is bad.
No, I understand. I understand it's misapplied. I understand that. But the general form of Gnosticism they're referring to is dualism, right? Which is that, as the physicality is bad, spirituality is good. So there were a number of Gnostic texts that were written purely from the perspective that Jesus was so divine and holy that he couldn't have a physical body.
Wissam, doesn't that Paul say as well? I mean,
Paul and John, being children of light, not of the earth, not born of heavenly, of earthly parents.
But Paul doesn't deny that Jesus had a physical body.
No. I'm saying, no, the idea that that which is fleshly is corruptible and that which is spiritual is eternal, that's found all over the New Testament. But as far as what's called Doceticism, that is branched off into many different ways. There are people who thought, yes, Jesus did not have a physical body, or that he had a physical body, but that his spirit left him before the crucifixion, and so therefore when he was crucified, he didn't really suffer. And then there are people who thought he had a physical body, but he wasn't put on the cross, but he could have suffered, like Basilides, like the second treatise of the Great Seth. Okay, so the substitutionalists are not that. They thought Jesus Christ could get crucified. That's why they say he got switched with somebody else. So it's completely different. Okay, so it's not. We have. Let me give you a rundown of texts that either mention or that don't mention the crucifixion at all, where they should, or outright reject it. These are the only ones that we know of, by the way. Proto-Orthodox church fathers and after the convening of later councils, they basically burned and destroyed everything that doesn't agree with them. That's why we had to find the Nag Hammadi codices in trash heaps in Oxyrhynchus, and even some extra canonical New Testament books that were highly revealed, like the Shepherd of Hermas. Okay, so the fact that we don't have a lot surviving from that time period from things that don't agree with your particular worldview is not surprising. We don't even have proto-Orthodox works like Papias' 5 books of exegesis. We don't have that. It doesn't survive anymore. Dionysius of Corinth's 7 epistles, none of them exist anymore, except a few citations from Eusebius. Hegesippus' 5 books don't exist anymore. Basilides wrote 24 volumes. 24 volumes on exegeting Jesus' sayings. Not a single. We only have fragments of it from like Methodius and Agrippa Castor, and some by Clemens, because he lived in the same area. That's it. Marcion had the most important, most revered, most influential gospel ever. People were writing treatises against him in Africa, in Rome, in France, everywhere, because that's how far his gospel spread. Not a single manuscript of his gospel remains. That's how badly you guys destroyed history. Okay, Ignatius's epistles, we have them in 10 different forms. We have them in a 10-letter collection, a 14-letter collection, a 7-letter collection, a 1-letter collection, a 4-letter collection, and 3-letter collection in different forms in different languages. Okay, so again, for you to expect these things is very, very weird, considering you guys don't have any of that.
No, you have to look at the data that you have in front of you. Like you have to try and best analyze everything that you
Let's
have.
Let's look at the data. Basilides is writing around when? Let's start with Basilides.
I'm assuming around 140 AD or around there.
110.
Okay.
110. He's the earliest of the Gnostic. They date him from 110 to 130, but he can be dated.
Yeah, no, I know, because it's Irenaeus talks about him in one of his in his book against heresy.
Because he was before Hadrian. He had access.
Well, I know.
And Basilides had access to people before him. He had an interpreter of Peter, supposedly called Glaucius. That's who Irenaeus ascribes him with. And Clement of Alexandria and Hippolytus say that he was actually a student of Matthias, one of the disciples of Jesus. Matthew or Matthias, the one in the book of Acts. That's where his traditions come from. So he could plausibly be a Petrine apostolic link right there. So that's Basilides. 110 is earlier than the Gospels, in my opinion. 110 is earlier than the manuscripts that we have and we have manuscripts of against heresies that are earlier than Josephus's works. Josephus's works come from like the 9th and 10th centuries. Okay, that's Basilides. We have the second treatise of the Great Seth in a 3rd or 4th century manuscript from Nag Hammadi, which goes back to the 2nd century. It says Simon of Cyrene was crucified. We have the Gospel of Judas from Codex Tactus. Okay, I have it right here in the Nag Hammadi codices. Okay, that says Jesus wasn't crucified, that it was the person who bore his cross that was crucified. Completely separate from Basilides.
The guy who wrote the Gospel of Judas wasn't a Muslim. I mean,
how do you know that?
Have you read the Gospel of Judas? What he talks about, this idea of sackcloth and how Jesus is from this imperial divine realm, and he's like,
how do you know that the Gospel of Judas is in its complete form, or is it's in its?
Oh yeah, if it's not in its complete form, then how can you take that view to be true? I mean,
no, I'm saying the text. I'm saying the text and the tradition is early. Whether the entirety of its thought are Muslim or not, nobody knows. I'm just telling you that these are what remains from the 2nd century. 1 second. Okay, so we have that. We have the Coptic Apocalypse of Peter. which says that he wasn't crucified.
Mhm.
We have the dialogue of the Savior. Literally almost nothing against Muslim thought from the dialogue of the Savior, which says that God saved Jesus from many sufferings.
Mhm.
And that he was not, that there's nothing there about his passion or his crucifixion or nothing like that. Dialogue of the Savior. We have, what else? We have 3 Corinthians,
Mhm.
a first century text, according to people like Ron Cameron, and they have very good reasons for it. It was considered canonical by the Eastern Church and canonical by the Armenian Church today. It literally begins by Paul saying, don't believe those people who say Jesus only appeared to be crucified but wasn't.
Mhm.
We have a version of the Gospel of John from the Valentinians. Irenaeus brings the same Irenaeus who provides you with like 20% of church history, says that the Valentinians, some of the Valentinians, did not think Jesus died at all, and that he ascended after he had given his disciples knowledge of eternal life.
Mhm.
And when he gives them knowledge of eternal life is John chapter 17, verse 3.
Yes.
Okay. So in a version of the Valentinian gospel, you have John ending at 17. He says, this is life eternal, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ whom you have sent, and then rises up to heaven.
Mhm.
No crucifixion, nothing. Okay? We have texts that should mention the crucifixion but don't.
Mhm.
The Didache. Didache mentions all types of things about baptism, about, even though it's a late document, but baptism, church order, different things about the apostles, even mentions the term gospel.
Yeah, that's a manual for the rights of the church, though. It's a kind of different kind of book.
Yeah, but nothing about remember the cross of Jesus, remember the death of Jesus.
Yeah,
Nothing.
that's not the purpose of the Didache. I mean, the Didache is talking about rights within the church, like
No,
baptism.
but it mentions a lot of things. It mentions.
Oh, I know it does. Yeah, I know it does. Yeah.
It mentions ethics. It mentions morals. So for the fact that you mentioned Q, Q, you said Q existed, but Q mentions nothing about a passion narrative. Nothing. The Egerton Gospel. We have 2 fragments of it that date from the same time frame as P52, the same paleographic hand, either late 2nd century or early 3rd century. No passion narrative. We have manuscripts that deny it. We have manuscripts that deny it, like Dura Europos and the Fayum fragment. Are you familiar with those?
No, I haven't heard of those. No.
Dura Europos is like an anomaly because it was found in Byzantium. That's why it's called Dura, which means like parchment, and Europos is in Europe. And it's securely dated because it was found in a binding of a dated manuscript of Philo of Alexandria. So it is one of the only parchments that we know exactly when it was written. So it's written around like 230. And in its version of the Gospel according to Mark, where Mark says that they were watching Jesus get crucified, in Dura Europos, it says, and from a distance they were watching the one who was crucified, making it ambiguous that it's either Jesus or somebody else, the one who was crucified. The Fayum fragment, it has different readings for the crucifix. So in this same thing, the Gospel according to Mark, where I think it's Mark chapter 10, where he says that then tell my brothers that when I am raised up, I will meet them in Galilee. It has all the texts before and after, but omits that part of him being resurrected. We have the secret Gospel of Mark, which is considered by many, actually the consensus of Clementine scholars, that it comes from the hand of Clement of Alexandria, who was like in the most situational and opportune climate and time to actually ascertain what was Mark and what wasn't. The secret Gospel of Mark literally says that Jesus was training a young man of how to survive in a tomb for 6 days. He was training a young man, Neonikos. And then in the Gospel according to Mark, what do you see at the end? Who appears to the women in the Gospel according to Mark? Near the burial site of Jesus.
Who appears after Jesus is raised, is it?
Yeah.
Was Jesus himself?
No. And Mark?
Jesus does appear. I'm not sure if it's in Mark, but he does appear to them in one of them.
In Mark, it's a young man. It's not even an angel. It's a neonikos in Greek, a young man who tells them he's not here. That same young man, the only time neonikos is used in the entire Gospels, Gospel according to Mark, is the rich young ruler in the beginning, and then the young man who appears right before he's apprehended and runs off naked in Mark chapter 15.
Yeah.
That kid.
My problem is that like the majority of the sources that you've mentioned there, like the majority of them were written by Gnostics, right?
No.
Yeah, they were Gnostics. I mean, okay, look, do you believe that the writer of the Gospel of Judas was seriously a Muslim with the views?
I don't know who I don't know who wrote Judas as much as I know who wrote John.
But like, I'm just saying, like, if you read the Gospel of Judas and you read the stuff,
I have no reason to believe that the traditions found in Judas were not developed just like the traditions in the Gospel according to John. That it was based off of sayings, and then the theology was put in later. I have no reason to believe it. The bad part is you guys destroyed and discarded and burned everything. That I don't have any previous manuscripts to go. I luckily we have Irenaeus quoting it. That's why we can date it so early. Luckily, otherwise the manuscript is from the 3rd century.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying that, like, based on the evidence itself.
And you only quoted Judas, but like, is Q?
I know, but you could apply that. I have the Gnostic texts there. I mean, we can go through them. The views that they have, they have like weird views of who Jesus is. That doesn't mean they don't have a Muslim understanding of Jesus.
That doesn't mean that doesn't. First of all, you have no way of telling me what they mean. We don't know. How do we know what Basilides believed? Do we have him espousing?
No, we have a quotation from Irenaeus about him.
Irenaeus, Hippolytus, Clement of Alexandria. We have them speaking about him as his enemies, and we know for a fact that they lie. That they lie about their enemies sometimes. You look at what they say about the sect in the book of Revelation, the Nicolaitans.
Yeah. I understand. I'm just saying that when I look at those Gnostic texts, I'm like, we could do a whole separate thing, go through them all. That would take too much time. But I'm just using the Gospel of Judas as an example.
Okay.
That writer of that Gospel absolutely cannot be categorized.
Who is it? Who is the writer of the Gospel? And
we don't know. We don't know who
it was. We don't. Yeah. Do you know whether the Gospel is intact or not? Whether those theological aspects about like like just the cosmology and the pleroma, whether they were added later or not?
Why would they be added later? For what reason?
Why would just like the
I mean, in terms of that Gnostic tradition that developed in the 2nd century, why on earth would you be inserting that into a text?
In the same way that redactors or compilers of the Gospels took Jesus sayings and stuffed Homer in there.
Yeah.
And stuffed Epimenides in there, and stuffed what is it? The Petronius and the Satyricon in there. The same way, the gospel that you have today in your hands was nothing but sayings. If you accept Q, it was nothing but sayings. If you look at the Apostolic Fathers, the Gospels, the original God, they quote nothing of narrative, nothing.
Yeah, but do you think, for example, that
are you listening to me, by the way?
No, I'm hearing what you're saying.
Okay, so I'm telling you that the same phenomena happened with your New Testament. They took a skeletal foundation of the sayings of Jesus, the Sermon on the Mount, the different pericopes, the Beatitudes, and they formed narratives around them and theological treatises around them. John 1:1, according to many scholars, is not part of the original gospel according to John. That's Platonic philosophy. In the same way, somebody could have taken the backbone of whatever was used for the Gospel of Judas. I don't know why you're focusing just on the Gospel of Judas, and added Gnostic theology and cosmology. Yeah. What is so improbable about
that? But my question then would be is like, do you think the credible scholars, for example, unanimously agree that the Gospel of Judas is a heavily interpolated gospel? I mean,
okay, ask.
Bart Ehrman did a whole session on the Gospel of Judas. You know that, right?
He did a whole session. I have his book on the Gospel of Judas.
No, but he did a whole lecture on it. It's available online.
Did he mention in that gospel that it was somebody else who was crucified in that lecture?
Yeah, that was their view. Yeah, that was the view
not their view. In that lecture, that whole thing about the Gospel of Judas, did he mention one time that fragment in the Gospel according to Judas where it says that?
No.
Thank you. So he'll leave things out. Very important things. Okay.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, there's no data that we have today that suggests that there's those particular Gnostic Gospels are heavily interpolated.
There's no way to know. There's no way to know because we have one manuscript.
I know. I understand, but then that means we're basing.
You can't reject the possibility either because could be
possible. Absolutely.
Not just possible, but because it's happened to almost every other text, including historical texts, everything Christians have gotten their hands on, with all due respect, you've interpolated. Nothing has survived pristine. First Clement, dozens of textual variants. Ignatius, dozens of forms of Ignatius. Polycarp, dozens of Polycarp. There are some there are some manuscripts in Latin and Greek that change the Lord Jesus to God Jesus, the suffering of God to the suffering of Jesus. In Polycarp, the epistle of Barnabas didn't survive from Syriac fragments and Sinaiticus, many different versions. Okay, against heresies exists in Armenian and Latin and Slavonic with differences between them. Eusebius's church history also has been heavily interpolated. Or Origen's text was completely rewritten by Rufinus. Some of Jerome's treatises were interpolated. Okay, there were even false transcripts of the Council of Nicaea that were spread around in different churches in Africa, saying this happened or this happened. Okay, so I have absolutely no reason to trust any Christian scribe. What we're doing right now is just kind of, to be honest, I say throw the whole thing away. Throw the whole thing away, because you're trusting J.B. Lightfoot. You're trusting Bart Ehrman of all people. Maybe Mike Lacona here and there. I'm saying we shouldn't trust any of them. We should trust.
That's fine. That's your opinion. That's fine.
We have the Quran. We have the Quran that comes from God, that we can verify and ascertain that it is from God. So if the entirety of Christian history is in that state, the New Testament, bro, look. I mean, do you have a critical text of the New Testament?
A critical text? I don't know. What do you mean by critical text? I have an interlinear translation of it.
No. Like
a Greek. I'm assuming.
The Nestle Island 28 or the UBS 5 right here.
No. I have Greek critical commentaries of each book, but I don't have an entire volume of all of them together.
So this is what it looks like. Let me just open up to a random page. Okay? I'll open up to a random page just so you know I'm not lying. I'll open up to a random page. Okay.
Yeah.
This right here. That's the variant readings.
No, I'm aware of variant readings.
Main body of text. Okay.
Yeah.
Another page. Variant readings. Main body of text. Another page.
Yeah, how does this support the view of a non-crucifixion? That's what I don't understand.
Because I told you our view.
I understand everything that you said. I'm just saying that those texts which affirm a non-crucifixion, the unanimous position that's within scholarship is that they were written by some form of a Gnostic sect.
No one knows who wrote them.
I understand that. We don't know.
Who wrote the second treatise of the Great Seth? Who wrote the second treatise?
I understand. We don't know who wrote them. I get that.
So why are you appealing to unanimous consensus?
No, what I'm saying is that the reason they come to that conclusion is when they read those texts, they can clearly derive from what the theology behind the person that was writing it.
Whether you think that they're Gnostics or not has no bearing on whether what they're reporting is actually authentic or not. Okay.
No, of course it does. I'll give you an example, right? If I believe that Jesus is so holy that he can't have a physical body, of course I'm going to deny the crucifixion.
And if I believed that the Messiah should have actually died in order to save us all from our sins as a final, of course I'm going to write that he was crucified.
Yeah, of course.
If I was a Roman official and there's no way that the Romans could have gotten the wrong guy, of course I'm going to perpetuate the idea that they actually crucified.
I know. I'm just saying that. Look. That's what the evidence is. I don't see strong
evidence. There's not evidence. You're just calculating hypotheticals.
I have another historical issue I'd like to bring up.
Okay,
so this pertains to documents as well.
Just let me summarize the Islamic position real quick. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't even gotten to the Ebionites who are not Gnostic, who said absolutely nothing about the crucifixion in 24 chapters of their.
Bart Ehrman has a blog on them. He believes they believe in adoptionism, but anyway, that's besides the point.
Adoptionism was the earliest Christology, according to Thomas Gaston.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying they weren't Muslim, according to Bart Ehrman. But anyway.
Adoptionists can absolutely be Muslim. I don't know what
Bart Ehrman's position is that because he fulfilled the mission that was given to him, he became the true Son of God, and as a consequence, he elevated to the divine level. That's what he wrote on his blog.
No. Adoptionism has many different.
That's Bart Ehrman's view.
You're talking about apotheosis. You're talking about apotheosis. That's different from adoptionism. Apotheosis.
Well, that's what he wrote on his blog.
Okay, then he doesn't have a clue what he's talking about.
Bart
Ehrman is a textual critic, by the way. He dabbles, he puts his hand into too many things, and he ends up. I interviewed Jack Bull, who's a patristic scholar, who says that the worst apostolic fathers collection you can possibly get is Bart Ehrman's. Because he has absolutely no idea about.
I only bring him up because there's so many Muslims that use him as like
out of all these books.
I'm not saying that you do. I'm not saying that you do. I'm just saying there are a lot of Muslims who do.
There are layman Muslims. I don't blame him. He's a popularizer, so he's very.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
So, but forgot what this where I was going with that. But yeah, adoptionism adoptionism comes in many different flavors. There are some that say Jesus was adopted purely at his birth. There are some that say he was adopted at his baptism. Some say that he was adopted during the crucifixion, and some say he was adopted during the resurrection. Okay. As a Muslim, the Quran literally says this. لو أراد الله أن يتخذ ولدا لاصطفى مما يخلق ما يشاء. If Allah wanted to take a son, he would have just chosen somebody from who's he's already created. That's what adoptionism is. It's not his actual son, but if I want somebody to be, kind of like an inheritor or be like royal or like somebody that I designate for everybody to listen to, that's what he would do. The adoptionism is not. And by the way, there's no proof that Ebionites were adoptionists. There's no proof that.
I'm just saying that's Bart Ehrman's position. That's all I'm saying.
Again, Bart Ehrman's not like an authority in this field, but Ebionites, you can look at their writings. They're called the Clementine Homilies and Recognitions. You can look at the fragments that were left behind by Epiphanius. The only reason why he says that they were adoptionists is because Epiphanius in the 4th century, he transmits a fragment from the Gospel of the Ebionites, where at the baptism it's said to Jesus, "This day I have begotten you."
Mm-hmm.
But that's in Western manuscripts. That's in Marcion's text.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even. It's not a purely Ebionite thing.
Yep.
That's just a common reading of the New Testament that's found in many different manuscripts, including Codex Bezae. But so they're not adoptionists. But the Ebionites wrote about everything about Jesus. Nothing to do with his crucifixion. Shepherd of Hermas, no crucifixion. Didache, no crucifixion. Q Gospel, no crucifixion. Gospel of Thomas, no crucifixion. Dialogue of the Savior, no crucifixion. Mm-hmm. All of these very first, supposedly, traditions that go back to the 1st century. And now, by the way, I forgot to mention this. We were talking about New Testament papyri. Right now, as it stands, if the dating by, Daniel Wallace?
No, I haven't heard of him.
You've never heard of Daniel? You heard of Bart Ehrman, but not Daniel. Daniel Wallace is an evangelical textual critic. He teaches that. He debated Bart Ehrman like 3 times. You should watch those debates. Yeah. It's called Can We Trust the Text of the New Testament? And Is the Original New Testament Lost?
What did you say his name was? David Wallace?
No, Daniel Wallace.
Daniel Wallace. I think I mentioned him in the last stream with
versus Ehrman.
With Adam.
Okay, I have that taken down. I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, he did the dating. He's very erudite. Like, he's a good papyrologist. He's like an actual bona fide scholar as an evangelical. Him, Kirk Aubing, and Michael Holmes. Mm-hmm. They published a new fragment from the Oxyrhynchus collection.
Yeah.
It's called P5575. Mm-hmm. It is now possibly the earliest Christian papyri. Mm-hmm. The earliest Christian. And you know what it has? It has proto-Matthean sayings. So like things that you'll find in Matthew and things that you'll find in Luke in slightly different forms, with the Gospel of Thomas, with sayings that you find in the Gospel of Thomas. Mm-hmm. So they were Christians in very early, possibly our earliest fragment, who accepted the Gospel of Thomas as canonical. And the Gospel of Thomas has, and I've personally transcribed every single ancient papyri. So here, this comes with the UBS 5. Yep. This lists about, I think, 5 or 6 manuscripts that can go to the 2nd century, maybe, like where it's, you can make a case for them being 2nd century. Mm-hmm. And none of them have any crucifixion material. None of them. They all have to deal with just Jesus's sayings and his pericopes. And then there's one, like I said, one fragment of that's been now redated to the 3rd century anyway by Michael Holm, P129. Mm-hmm. But surprisingly, there's nothing from the early period about a crucifixion, like outside of theological treatises, but actual manuscripts, actual, extant witnesses. There's nothing. Mm-hmm. But so that's the Muslim claim. The Muslim claim is that whatever you believe is based on doubt. And we believe that God has given us a revelation that is certain. And so we always prefer the certain over the doubtful. And I haven't even touched on the redactions. Mm-hmm. In the Gospels themselves, you can tell that they are actually interacting with these traditions. Mm-hmm. The removing of the name Jesus from the criminal Barabbas, who has the same name as Jesus. Yeah. That's found for the first time it's cited by Origen. I have the book right here. Where is it? Yeah. Biblical and Patristic Studies. Yeah. Okay. There's a very good monograph by Bruce Metzger. Mm-hmm. And you know who Bruce Metzger is?
No, I've heard of Bruce, yeah.
Yeah. He's Bart Ehrman's teacher.
Yeah.
Bart Ehrman got all his knowledge from him. It's called The Explicit References in the Works of Origen to Variant Readings in the New Testament. He lists 22. You could have gone on for a whole book, but he lists 22, and one of them is Origen's mentioning of that variant about the Jesus being Barabbas.
Yes.
The first name of Barabbas being Jesus. Christians remove that for various reasons. One of those reasons could have been to remove the ambiguity, between who was actually released. Because if you want to talk about historical implausibility, absolutely historically implausible that Pontius Pilate, one of the most bloodthirsty, one of the most tyrannical, and very loyal, like Roman loyal governors, would have ever allowed a seditionist and a murderer to go back in the crowd and crucify a guy who thought he was innocent.
Yep.
So it's quite possible that he let go the actual Jesus and crucified the one who actually deserved it. Now you have a reason for why this person is on the cross saying, "God, oh God, why have thou forsaken me?" You know, or there's a textual variant there too, by the way. It's either "Why have you reviled me?" or "Why have you forsaken me?" But that's one redaction. The Gospel according to John, taking away the Garden of Gethsemane and replacing it with "My heart is grieved. What shall I say? Father, let this hour pass from me." No, it was for this hour that I came. So actually making fun of the fact that Jesus would ever pray in the garden. Christopher Tuckett says John turned the prayer in the Garden of Gethsemane into a sham.
Yeah, but this doesn't change their position on the crucifixion. That's what I don't understand.
They've never considered it.
But look, take it up with them then, because you know.
Trust me, God willing, I will find me one.
Take it up with them, and if you manage to overturn the whole field on that in regards to the majority position, so be it. But until that point,
accepted, Adam.
We'll just have to agree to disagree. I have one other historical claim I'd like, because this does tie in with the manuscripts a little bit, and it's in the Quran. So it's chapter 61, verse 6.
Yeah, when Jesus says, "I'm foretelling of a prophet to come after me."
Yeah. Where? Okay, let me just get it up. I'll get up the Quran 61.
61 verse 6.
Yes, I'm gonna get it up now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's that passage.
61 verse 6.
Here, I can. You want me to put it up on the
screen? Yeah, he says, and remember when Jesus, son of Mary, said, "O children of Israel, I am truly Allah's messenger to you, confirming the Torah which came before me, and giving good news of a messenger after me, whose name will be Ahmed." Yet when the prophet came to them with clear proofs, they said, "This is pure magic."
Yeah.
So according to this, he told them directly. Now you can correct me if it's not in the Arabic, because maybe it's not.
But no, it's there in the Arabic.
So the Ahmed is there in the Arabic. So he said that.
Yeah, Jesus did say that. Yeah.
So where would be the manuscript evidence for that then?
Does it say that it's in like the gospel?
That's not what I'm saying. No. What I'm saying is that it says that he said that to his followers, that there would come someone after him called Ahmed.
That's just God reminding humanity. Again, our claim is not that. I'm trying to be friendly here. I'm trying to be kind here. Nothing that you have that is like a purported saying of Jesus can be verified at all. Nothing.
I understand, but all I'm saying
nothing. Is the earliest that you go back is like First Clement, and that particular writing is disputed.
Yeah.
Okay? So whether Jesus said this or not, that's a matter of revelation. That's a matter of wahy. We believe God when he says it because we have reasons to believe that the Quran is from God.
Okay, so
it doesn't say that you're going. It doesn't say that you're going to find.
I understand. So you believe that this historically happened, right? That he said this.
Yeah,
right?
Of course.
Okay, so he said this in the 1st century, right?
Absolutely. Whenever he lived, yeah.
Okay.
He said that.
So no, my question is simply: I'm not saying that just because there's no evidence, it's not true. Because I think Ali said in one of the previous streams something like the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence, or something, right? Something to that.
No, I actually disagree. I think.
Can I just finish the point? I just want to finish the point.
Okay.
My question is do you have a source before the time or before the Quran where there's a document, a manuscript where Jesus says Ahmed? If there doesn't exist one, that's fine. That's my question.
Where he says Ahmed in Arabic?
No, where he says the name, that name. Does he say it anywhere?
No.
Adam, if that existed, Christians would be going to the mosque today. Like,
So no, but that's my point. Does it exist? Yes or no? That's my
No,
question.
no, it doesn't. Do you have
Okay.
manuscript?
that's
Do you have manuscript evidence? Do you have manuscript evidence of Jesus being crucified?
No, that's fine. I'm just taking that down, so it doesn't exist. Okay.
Yeah. This guy. I love this guy. But do you, let me write something down too. Do you have any manuscript evidence that says Jesus was crucified?
Well, look at the works that have been written on that. I gave you.
No. I just give me the manuscript, please. I want to write it down, because since you're writing stuff down, I want to write it down too.
There's a number of sources.
Yeah,
like,
can you
don't
give
need
me
to
that
go, like, you know the books. I've given
Can
you the
give me that
source.
source? I know the books. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I know.
I understand, but I don't have a record of every single source. They've recorded them in their.
Just to be clear, you don't have a source. There's
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that I don't have written down every
So
single.
you don't have it written down,
But
but
I said that there. I've given you the sources where they have.
I got it, Adam. I got it. Your source. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. I wrote that down for future reference. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay. So I don't have it. I told you it's from God. Revelation doesn't claim to have it. Yours is, trust me, bro. I got you.
I never said that.
So I think we're good there. We're good.
There's one by Airman 2008. He goes into the historical evidence.
Oh,
the one
so
by Jason Moore from 2006.
Airman,
Dominic
bro.
Crossan.
Trust
James
Airman,
D.G.
bro.
Dunn.
Trust
And
Airman, bro.
yeah, John Dominic Crossan, James D.G. Dunn,
Okay.
John Meyer. There's a number.
How many fallacious statements are you gonna make?
I'm just saying that they've written about it in their sources. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you all you're saying is I have no evidence. Go and take it up with these people.
That's not what I said. I said
So
they've
you have evidence. You have evidence.
recorded every single source that was written that deals with that.
Adam, with all due respect,
I'm just trolling you, by the way. It's just your reasoning is so
Yeah.
dumb, bro. To be
No,
honest. It's very
but
bad.
see, Adam, with all due respect, look what Brother Wassam is doing. He's not appealing to authorities. Okay, this was the purpose of this particular discussion. So we don't just appeal to authorities, because that's where we reached our crossroads, like on the previous stream, right?
Yes.
He actually gave you a criteria and reasoning as to why we don't believe in it. All you did is just appeal to authorities. And this is, remember what I told you in the last stream. This is like honest to God, like man to man, brother to brother, in humanity, right? That at the end of the day, it's just fallible human beings, whatever probabilistic explanation they could come up with, they would say that, right? So I understand you have to do that as a Christian, right? But trust me, I know this for a fact that even if it were 90% scholars going against it, still, if that were your dogma, you would justify it, by saying no.
And
that's
it's true. He does do that. I mean, 90% of scholars. I don't know a single. Forget majority. Consensus of critical scholars. I don't know a single one who says that the Gospels were written by who they claim to be written by. And you will scour your archives and your notes for days, and you will not find a single person who says that, yeah, Matthew did write Matthew. Even evangelicals who are a little bit on the Christian side, critical side, like N.T. Wright or Michael Bird, they don't even say this. Do you believe them when they say that?
But what does this have to do with proving Jesus wasn't crucified?
It has something to do with your criteria, Adam. It has something to do with your criteria.
An unreliable source, anonymous authors telling you something. How could you actually take that to?
No, that wasn't my point. That's a good point, Fawad. My point was to dissect your criteria. We've been sitting for I don't know how long, bro, almost an hour and a half.
Yeah.
You have not said anything that can actually evidence. Nothing. All you've been doing is asking me for evidence, and I've given you that evidence. All you've said is take it up with them, take it up with them, take it up with them, take it up with them.
Yeah.
That's not evidence.
Because they've written extensively on it.
But if you don't know, bro, if you don't know their reasonings or their sources or their evidences, you have no way of ascertaining whether what they've written is right or wrong. You're just appealing to majority.
I mentioned with Ehrman, one of the methodologies that he uses when coming to the conclusion that crucifixion would happen was the criteria comparison. Yeah, and that's used by others as well, not just him.
I told you that that's a bogus criteria, and you couldn't rebut that.
Take it up with them. I'm just saying that's their methodology.
Exactly.
But hang on. So the same guy that you actually throw out the window all of his other opinions, and you claim that Muslims, toss him around in every single discussion, right? Mm-hmm. Now, the only thing that he agrees with your dogma, you have to look at the criteria that you're bringing. You're not even consistent with the same person's opinion.
I'm not saying that. I'm only saying that I only use him and I only bring him forward because he's used by so many Muslims. I'm not saying every Muslim uses him.
Did we use it?
Though I have one book by Bart Ehrman, and it's co-authored by Zlatko Plesset. Everything else I take from his authorities, from D.C. Parker, from Eldon Epp, from William Lane Peterson, from Keith Elliott. I'm speaking Spanish to you right now because you don't know the authorities in textual criticism. You don't know the authorities in source criticism. All you know are these you didn't even know Daniel Wallace, for God's sake. So Adam, my advice, look into their evidence. The consensus can be wrong, especially if there's, is there a critical look? Is there like one book that you can name from the top of your head in which a critical scholar tries to prove the historicity of the crucifixion?
There's, as in, one book that just focuses on that one topic.
Yeah.
There isn't one that focuses on that one topic per se, but there is a book where it's dealt within it.
Because they don't care, Adam.
No, they do.
They're perfectly fine. They're perfectly fine. Just
they do care, because the sources that I gave were a critical analysis of the historical Jesus, so they incorporate aspects like that. But there's not one book where they just deal with it.
I know that. But for everything else, whether it's Christology, whether it's even there are books written on whether the nativity was correct or not, the birth of the Messiah, okay, by Raymond Brown. There are books written about the atonement. There are books written about the Sermon on the Mount. There are books written. There's not a single critical work that says, hey, let's assess these sources that tell us that Jesus was crucified. Because they already say that the Gospels are full of contradictions. There's already a dispute about Josephus's Testimonium Flavianum, whether it's authentic or not.
It's one by Tacitus as well.
Tacitus is also disputed, by the way. There are many scholars who dispute the authenticity of Tacitus' Annals. Okay.
No, they view that part of it is inauthentic, but there's a view that there's certain parts of it that are,
Tacitus' statements in the Annals?
No, his claim in regards to the crucifixion.
There's only one part of it that claims that.
No, I understand, but even with the Josephus one as well.
You're talking about Josephus. You're talking.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about both. No, because both of them allude to the crucifixion in some sense.
But
I'm saying that I understand what you're saying. There is a view that there was embellishments there. I understand that. But what I'm saying is they also recognize that part of it is probably from the 1st century. There's scholars that have come to that conclusion in regards to those. With
Tacitus, the only dispute that exists, so people like Price and Carrier and Nicoletti and Tuccinardi, all of these people, what they say is, because the Tacitus fragment is so small, they say either that the bulk, like the entirety of the Christian material, not some of it or a little bit. So the fact that Nero chose Christians as his like scapegoats for the burning in Rome, and the fact that that part about Jesus being crucified under the prefect Pontius Pilate, that's all a later forgery. And that there are some that say no, the whole thing is correct. It's not like some of it is and some of it is. With Josephus,
no. There is a middle ground with some of it. So there is a view, for example, that exists. You can look this up yourself. There is a view where they say that some of it is an embellishment.
I shudder to ask you for a source, because I've read so extensively into this.
We can check it now if you want. I have no problem looking it up. But I'm just saying that I did read that in one of my critical sources that I have there on the crucifixion. But that's a separate discussion. Look, we'll just have to agree to disagree. I'm going with what the evidence says. I'm going with what the majority.
You're not going with what the evidence says. You're going based
that's
on
the
what
majority
people are telling you
position.
the evidence is.
No, but that is the majority position, and much of those they are critical.
Then your common ancestor was Luca, not Adam. Okay?
No, that's fine. Look,
your name is Adam, but you don't even believe in Adam. You believe that he was like some kind of monkey man hybrid.
No, that's fine. You can strawman my position. That's okay.
No. Bro, that is your position. Your position is whatever the majority opinion is in any field, you'll take it.
I understand. I'm just saying that that's what I'm going with. We all have to agree to disagree on that, unless you want to in the future overturn the whole position.
Like that parody, bro. It's my story, and I'm sticking with it, Your Honor.
That's what the majority go with.
We have you at that exact same time with the gun in your hand. That's my story, sir. I'm sticking to it.
It's the majority position. It's what the majority of scholars say. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Excellent.
Okay, so when we move on to
even early church fathers, by the way, they don't mention Tacitus's work where they actually extensively quote him, But regardless, let's move on to the next topic.
No, they do. Tertullian mentions Tacitus and
that's what I'm saying. So some of the early ones. Are you sure that Tertullian, who he quoted Tacitus, but not regarding Jesus.
No,
I think.
that's what I'm saying. Not yeah, the first person to
Yeah.
mention Jesus as in connection with the burning in fire is a 4th or 5th century church father. His name is Sulpicius Severus. Sulpicius
There
Severus.
you go. Yeah,
And then
that's what I meant.
the actual quotation about that's actually about only the fire in Rome. Doesn't even say Jesus was crucified under the prefect. Okay, the first person to mention Tacitus being involved, saying Jesus was crucified, is in the 15th century.
Oh.
That is the first Christian author to mention Jesus being crucified as a part of the body of Tacitus's statement. Otherwise, everyone who quotes it up until that point either doesn't mention the connection with Christians, just mentions that Nero tried to find somebody to blame the burning of Rome on, and then Sulpicius Severus says that it was Christians.
Yeah.
So 15th century, that's when you have it. So
like Clement, Eusebius, none of them actually, and they actually quote from Tacitus, right?
Mm-hmm. Lactantius, Julius Africanus, Origen, they all make quotations of him and never even non-biblical texts or non-Christian historians. So you have the Gospels anonymous, filled with recensions, filled with corrections and interpolations that we can't trace back earlier than the 3rd century in any meaningful way. And then you have that are filled with redactions that are specific to the crucifixion. Simon of Cyrene is supposed to bear his cross.
Yeah.
John says, no, he bore his own cross all the way to Golgotha.
Yes.
Okay. What is it that subhanallah, what was it? That Jesus Barabbas was an insurrectionist in the Gospel according to Mark, actually like a murderer and a seditionist. In the Gospel of John, it turns him into a thief, a lestes. So that now it's more likely that Pontius Pilate will actually release him. There's so many things that you haven't really looked into. The fact that in the Gospel according to Mark, the women don't even know why they're going to the tomb. They're going there on the 3rd day to anoint his body.
Yeah.
But on the 3rd day. Whereas in Matthew, it redacts it to say that they went there to, as he promised them.
I know, but look, to summarize, just before we move on to the next point, because we might as well move on to now. There's no changing my mind. I'm going with what the scholarship says. That's end of. It's the majority position within scholarship.
So you just believe in
no, 1 second. Let me finish. You've acknowledged that is the majority position.
Yes.
I'm going with it.
Humbly.
And that's my viewpoint. Even Shabir Ali, goes with that. And I mean, he's a prominent figure.
We Wissam, we gotta start quoting some Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses from now on in these debates too.
Yeah, Jesus was an angel.
Yeah. All right, we'll move on to the next point. I just think that would be the best workaround. But anyway,
best workaround is blind faith, not actually.
No, I'm saying that coming to the view that he was at least on the cross but wasn't crucified in some sense is a better explanation than saying he wasn't on it at all. That's all I'm saying.
Evidence for that either.
One?
There's no evidence for any of that.
Well, that's what they go with anyway. Okay, let's go to because I think the main point that we wanted to look at was obviously the example of Jesus versus the example of Muhammad, right? So
that's fair.
No, but I'm just look. I just want to give you what my position is, right? My position is I'm not going to follow someone blindly unless you give enough of a reason to
unless
follow.
His name is Bruce Metzger or Bart Ehrman or
I'm talking
or JB Lightfoot.
Not even Bart Ehrman though.
No, let me finish. I'm talking about the moral and ethical example of someone. I'm talking about them as a moral and ethical
example. You'll blindly follow their academic viewpoint.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the moral and ethical example of them. That's what I'm talking about here. Okay, it's a different thing, and that's what I'm comparing. And that's one. I just want us to look at some of the hadith, and then I just want your explanation on it in terms of how you guys understand it.
Okay, but just to be clear, how long do you think Jesus was ministering for?
Not long, long at all.
Like one.
His ministry probably would have started in perhaps his late 20s.
In the Gospel according to Luke, it says he was 30 years of age when he started his ministry.
No, I know, but there are views that it's late 20s is pretty much 30. I mean, there's a view that it was his late 20s.
No, okay? The Gospels, how much material do they contain of Jesus' ministry?
Oh, not much.
Okay.
Not much. Only 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. So in the Gospels, like in the Synoptic Gospels, it's 1 year.
Yeah.
It's 1 year
Yeah.
from one Passover.
No, I understand. I understand.
In the
I understand.
Gospel of John, it's 3 years.
Yeah.
And that's based on manuscript variants. Whether you think John chapter 6 verse 4 is a later edition or not. And then you have the vast majority of the early theologians like Africanus, like Origen, like Irenaeus, like Cyril, Justin, who said that his ministry only lasted for 1 year. So therefore, so you have 1 year of Jesus with how many years of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
No, I understand. I understand. He lived. Yeah, no, I understand. There's a lot more on him.
It's already a very, very flawed comparison.
Well, not really. I mean, because one thing that I found interesting is that, like I would ask, and I don't mean this in an offensive sense, but what is the unanimous consensus about Muhammad, let's just say outside of Islam? Is it unanimously positive or negative?
By people who studied his life and are not evangelical.
Yeah, by people who've read his biography.
He was ranked #1 on the most influential people of all time by Michael Hart, and it was all positive, saying that he encouraged literacy, he encouraged cleanliness, he encouraged celibacy,
I understand
sobriety, all of that.
Yeah, no, I understand, but like when I was looking at stuff, for example, that like both Dawkins said and Sam Harris said about him.
Sam Harris, the one who said that we should nuke Mecca?
No, I'm just saying what he said about him.
No, stop it right there. Sam Harris is not. Stop. I will not allow that. Sam Harris. No, you are not allowed to quote Islamophobes. Adam, stop.
Let me finish my point.
I have been very cordial.
It'll only be 2 seconds.
No, 2 seconks. No 2 seconds. If you
Adam, you're being very unfair, very unreasonable.
If I told you, hey, this is what Hitler said about Finkelstein and Silverman, would you allow me to continue?
No.
Okay, thank you. This guy is an Islamophobe. He goes on every channel trying to demonize Muslims.
I understand. I'm not agreeing with that part of it. I'm not agreeing with that part of it.
Don't quote him.
I'm just saying there's something interesting in what he says, right?
No, there's nothing interesting in what he says.
I just want to point out what he says that's quite interesting to me is when he talks about Jesus, it's generally in a positive light. When he talks about Muhammad, it's not in a positive light.
Who cares about his opinion, Adam?
That's his shtick.
Who cares about an Islamophobic opinion?
Thing. That's what he does. Okay, he's
But
not.
Yeah,
Have you read like an actual biographer of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Karen Armstrong, Walter Wagner.
I have Karen Armstrong's biography there.
What does she say about him?
She has a positive view of him. Yes, I know that.
So the people who do work, the people who actually do biographical work. So don't please don't muddy the waters. Don't poison the well.
The point that I was making is that the universal concept.
Why does an Islamophobe, when he talks about Islam, talk about it negatively? That's your question. No one takes Sam Harris as an authority on anything related to Islam, and you brought him up for what?
Well, Dawkins says the same thing.
Atheist. What does Dawkins say about Christianity?
Dawkins has a positive view of Jesus.
He says he
had a positive view. He said on his podcast with Joe Rogan that Jesus was a good man. He said that. He doesn't have the same view of Muhammad.
I understand, but what he says about Christianity in general is that it is one of the forces of evil in the world. Okay.
Well, he considers himself. He said in a recent video, he's a
zoologist. This is where we've gotten to. Okay, first I'll take JB Lightfoot because that's what he says, and now you're appealing to zoologists about religion.
I'm just saying that that's their opinion. That's all
I'm just saying. You sound like Trump right now. Many people are saying, folks. Many people are saying.
Yeah, you don't need to be insulting. I'm just saying that's
please, but Adam, look, just
that insulted me.
At least try and be respectful.
That insulted me.
But there's no need to be making caricatures of people.
Everyone. With Adam. Yeah, if you can just calm down on all fronts. It seems like it's time, the tone's starting to pick up a little bit. But one thing I will say is that Adam bringing up non-Islamophobe, especially based knowing where he quote unquote gets his sources from, is definitely not a wise move that should even be taken seriously. But for the conversation to move on, to actually be fruitful, I suggest Adam, you don't even bring up Sam Harris at all, because that's a territory that is very, very disingenuous. Period. Regardless if it's his opinion, that's very, very disingenuous, because he definitely has not studied anything regarding Islam. So yeah, guys, if we can just keep the conversation going, if we can, in a more fruitful manner. with the
Yeah,
tone down and stop interrupting one another.
you're-
You guys can go ahead.
Thank you, Ani. You're asking about sources and evidence and stuff. So I would, greatly appreciate it if it stays in that domain. Okay.
Okay.
People
us go
who made a living off of demonizing my people and putting me in danger. That's what makes me a little bit agitated that you're bringing them up.
No, I just want to point out here, I don't agree with that. I'm not, my position is not to demonize you or to demonize any Muslim. That's not my position. I was just saying, I just found it interesting that he had this view over here and then this view over here. That's all I said. I'm not saying I agree. I'm not saying I agree with the Islamic phobic end of it. I don't. I just want you to know that is my position.
Okay. So what is your question about the hadith?
So can we go to Sahih Muslim, book 41, hadith 6981?
You can read it if you want. I don't have Sahih Muslim.
Okay,
Muslim, what is the hadith?
Sorry, it's Sahih Muslim, book 41.
41.
And then it's hadith 6981.
6981.
Maybe if we can get it up.
Yeah, sure. So it says, you and the Jews would fight against one another until a stone would say, Muslim, here is a Jew behind me, come and kill him. So what's the issue? What's the issue with that?
Well, how do you understand that? Because I'm just trying to say, obviously, I can only read things literally, so I don't understand. You have to explain to me the context.
It's about the apocalypse. It's about the apocalypse. The Prophet, peace be upon him, he said at the end of days, there's going to be a major war between Muslims and Jews. That's it. Just like in the book of Revelation, it says that the Jews are the synagogue of Satan, and he's going to make them worship the Christian church, but like literally bow down.
And half of them will be killed. That's one of the reasons why Protestants, they are actually wanting to take the Jews back to Jerusalem so they can slaughter half of them. Yeah.
So, but why are they so when I read that, I just found it a bit confusing. Why are they hiding from them? And then why are they,
in war, people hide.
Pursuit.
In war, people hide. But do you think so? Have you?
No, I understand. I understand. No, I understand. I'm saying if someone's hiding, it means that they've retreated. Why are you chasing?
There's still no. You can hide in battle and wait for your opponent to reappear and go and slaughter them. Hiding is just a normal part of battle. If you've read Sun Tzu, okay, or if you've watched a movie or something.
Okay.
So in the Hadith literature and in the Quran, it's very clear: non-combatants are always off limits. Always. Okay, so the Quran says, وَقَاتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ الَّذِينَ يُقَاتِلُونَكُمْ وَلَا تَعْتَدُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُحِبُّ الْمُعْتَدِينَ. Fight in the cause of Allah those who fight you, and do not be the first to establish hostilities. Indeed, Allah does not love the transgressors. In the Hadith literature, in the same Hadith corpus, in Muslim and Abi Dawood and Ibn Majah, the Prophet, peace be upon him, he says, do not unalive small children, do not unalive the women, do not unalive the elderly, or the handicapped, or the monks, nor drive out the bees from their hives, nor burn down the trees or the agriculture. Okay, so those are non-combatants. Okay, and again, moral arguments. I find it very, very funny, considering the God of the Old Testament, who you think is Jesus, commanded the slaughtering of innocent children, women, keeping the virgins for yourselves, destroying animals, burning down entire villages for things that their forefathers did.
I understand, but I'm limiting it to the historical Jesus, the historical example of the.
Was he not historically God?
I'm not talking. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a moral and ethical example. That's all I'm talking about.
So Jesus was bloodthirsty at one point, and then he.
No, you didn't hear what I said. You didn't hear what I said.
No, I didn't hear what you said.
The in history example of a person in the form of a person, not whatever happened before. I'm just saying as a person, that example, the historical.
But did that person? He was the one that commanded the slaughtering of the Amalekites.
No, that's not my argument. My argument is
I'm not saying if that's your argument or not. I'm saying was that Jesus who?
No, we just want a straightforward answer. Yeah. Do you think Jesus commanded that?
Everything in the Old Testament was commanded by God. Yes.
Okay, so therefore, by default, your belief is that Jesus was.
No, that's not my belief.
Your belief.
No. You didn't hear what I said. What I said was yes, he commanded that in the Old Testament, but I'm talking about his historical example in history as a person.
Bro, you're not letting me finish. I know.
So Adam, just to kind of cut this conversation short, it's analogous to compare the historically with Jesus, because he was never in that position to be a political leader.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot make a historical claim or historical position based even trying to make a moral argument about it and using history is very, very it's very, very it's stretching it, because for one, Jesus was not a political leader. So there are several things that he couldn't have done. He couldn't have ordered because he was never in that position of authority. That's one. And two, you raised up the hadith to talk about a morality argument. And you're using our morality, and the hadith is using history, but that's also based on our beliefs, theology. All Islam is trying to do is keep that criteria consistent with your end because you raised it. And yes, you say that in the Old Testament, the Old Testament, you do believe that things in the Old Testament are historical, and you also believe in the theological position that the one Jesus in the New Testament is the same God in the Old Testament. So the point that Wissam is trying to bring up is very, very consistent with the argument that you're trying to raise. So, and keeping it with the New Testament would not be best because Jesus was never a political leader. So if we're keeping it in terms of politics, let's keep it with the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand.
It
No.
seems like you're trying to whitewash Jesus.
No, I'm referring
to whitewash Jesus.
But in the Old Testament, Jesus wasn't a man, right? This is the point. I'm referring to the example of him as a man. That's all I'm talking about. That's just my example. On top of that, there are instances where Jesus, for example, rebukes violence, right? He the consensus in regards to Jesus is that he was a pacifist. Okay, that's the consensus in regards to him. But that's a different example. That's besides the point. Can we go to?
Okay, just one second. What will he do when he comes back, Adam? Can you tell me? As a man?
No, that's not as a man. That's as a divine judge. That's a different example.
Okay, so he was violent before, and only for 33 years of his life he was a pacifist.
No.
When he comes back, he'll be violent again.
No. What 1 year, bro? 33. According to the infancy gospel of Thomas, he was unaliving his schoolmates all the time.
There's a difference. There's a difference. There's a difference between being wrathful as a judge, since you are the judge, right? And a historical example in terms of how you are to be. That's a completely different thing. God can take out his wrath on anyone. He's entitled to do that. We don't deem that as violent.
So if Jesus were to be wrathful on earth, you can say the same thing. You can just say he's God. He can do whatever he wants.
No, but that wasn't his purpose on earth. His purpose was not on earth to do that. That was a different purpose.
Okay, so
but he will come back to earth and do exactly
as a divine judge. Okay, but that's just an example.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You're comparing a man to God. Just to get the record straight.
No, what I'm talking about is the historical example of the man himself when he was.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But
how about this? Since you're only comparing one aspect, 1 year of a divine being's entire reign that we know of, compare that 1 year to 13 years of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Mecca.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out stuff. That's all.
How about that? If you're going to be very selective about which part of Jesus you're going to accept as, then Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam for 13 years was preaching peacefully in Mecca, endured 1,000 times more than Jesus did, taught way more better things than Jesus did. So there we go. He's superior.
No,
if you're just going to focus on 1 year.
No. I'm not focusing on that because his entire life goes into Medina and Mecca. That's a completely different thing.
Okay, and Jesus' entire existence goes from the.
I know, but I'm looking at yeah, but his historical example in history.
So you're being biased. So God did not exist historically, Adam?
That's not what I said. I said Jesus as a man.
Why does it have? But Jesus is not. But to you, Jesus is not just a man. The same Jesus was commanding slaughtering the Amalekites. Why are you being selective and saying, well, only as a man for 1 year, when it's the same divine person who was doing things historically just 1,000 years ago?
But the context is different. If you're God and you're taking out your wrath on people, you're entitled to do that.
Oh, well, yeah. If you're a statesman and you're leading armies, of course the context is different than some Jew.
Yeah, look, that's fine. Look, we'll just have to agree to disagree. Can we go to the next verse, please?
He actually did have his disciples go fetch swords, right? So he actually did want to do
and what happened when Peter used this word?
That's because he outnumbered. He was outnumbered.
The point.
If you live by the sword, you'll die by the sword.
That's only in Matthew.
The point is, if you want to use history to talk about and compare a political battle with
Yeah.
someone who was never in political power to begin with.
Yeah.
So it's no point. It's like me saying, well, I'm better than I'm better than Moses because I never declared war on anybody. No, because if you, I'm not in that kind of power.
You are.
There's never a statement.
Ali, with all due respect, you can spend your entire life on this earth. I know you. You are better than the biblical Moses. You are better than the biblical David. Without a shadow of a doubt, you will never reach like even the slightest bit of the things that they did. You're better than the biblical Solomon. Like you would be a much better messenger than those individuals.
And the biblical Jesus.
But
right?
the biblical Jesus committed the worst sin a messenger could ever commit, Adam. And I would like to have your opinion on this. In Mark chapter 4, he explicitly tells the disciples that he gives them secret information about the parables, and he speaks to people on the outside only in parables so that they don't turn and be forgiven. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ in 23 years never, ever rejected the message from somebody and told them, I don't want you to repent. The biblical Jesus, according to Mark chapter 4, did that. So how do you explain that ethically?
No, that's look. There's a
Bring
difference.
up Mark chapter 4, verse 10. Okay.
There's a difference. Yeah, but there's a difference between, like, if you tell someone something, right, and you know that they're going to listen to what you say. There's a difference between not telling someone that you know that's not going to listen. That's a completely different thing. It doesn't matter.
He says no. He says the opposite. He says, I know they might listen. That's why I speak to them like this. Because if I didn't, they might turn and be forgiven. He's saying it's possible. Read it.
Yeah.
This is Marcion. This is Marcion's text that still is in Mark. You're reading the text of a heretic in your gospel because he hated Jews so much. He only wanted those select.
What does this have to do with the Quran and the Hadith?
That is the worst. I don't care if my prophet kills people during battle. I don't care if my prophet prophesies things about the second coming. I don't care who he marries. If he's telling you, if he's saying I'm a messenger from God, and that same person is saying I'm speaking to them in an ambiguous way so that they don't repent, that he's damning people to hell and willingly, that is disqualifier. As the messenger, you're supposed to give everybody the message in the exact same way so that on the day of resurrection, they have no excuse. This guy, that's not Jesus. There's no way that's Jesus. And by the way, there's no way that even Matthew doesn't think that that's Jesus. Matthew changes the entire text to make it look like a citation from Isaiah. Yeah. It says when he was alone, secret company with the 12 and the others around him, asked him about the parables. He told them the secret of the kingdom of God has been given to you. But to those on the outside, everything is in parables, which, by the way, John has no parables. John is just he's all by himself. So that they may be ever seeing but never perceiving, and ever hearing but never understanding. Otherwise, they might turn and be forgiven.
I just have a simple question
how
for
do you explain
Adam.
that?
Can you please explain that?
Yeah, but it's within the context of the parable itself. But that's besides the point.
Show me, explain it to me. Give me the context and explain to me how that rescues Jesus from saying, I'm speaking to them in parables for this reason.
Yeah, it's so this is verse 10. So we have to look at the entire chapter.
Read the whole chapter. It's 9 verses.
Yeah, and then after that, can we go to Sahih al-Bukhari 6?
No. With all due respect, I have to go. My wife was just talking to me about, like, if you can't explain this, there's no reason to go anywhere else.
Yeah, the parable of the sower, exactly. So what's the parable of the sower?
Yeah,
how do you explain it?
Tell me, please.
No, how do you understand it? How do you understand
it? I have no understanding of it. Please explain it to me.
Okay, you're not being genuine.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. I have no understanding. It's been a while since I looked at it.
Look. I don't know. I don't know about Ali. I don't know. Please explain.
So the parable.
So this is obviously going to explain why he says that I don't want people to repent. But go ahead.
No, the parable of the sower is that seed is sowed in different places, right? And based upon the foundation of that seed, it decides whether one comes to faith or not, right? Yeah. And it names a number of different circumstances. That's all there is to it.
Okay, how does that explain? How does that explain away Jesus saying that I speak in these parables so that they don't turn and repent?
It's because they don't.
This particular part.
Yeah.
But it's the same. It's in line with the quotation where he says they see but they do not. They hear, but they do not.
That's a completely different quotation in Matthew.
No, I understand. Yeah, but you can't. No, but Matthew's taken in the context of the whole book. It's not. You don't separate it out.
Which book? Which book? What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying if you're talking about Matthew, or you're talking about Mark, or you're talking about John, you have to look at the entire context of the whole book. You don't just narrow it to one book.
What book? The Bible?
No, I'm talking about if you're looking at a gospel, you don't just isolate one verse and then.
I'm not isolating. That's why I'm asking you to provide context. Here, it's an explicit statement that the disciples asked him about the parable. They didn't understand, and so he's telling them why he gave the parable in the first place. I'm just reading plain English. He told them the secret of the kingdom of God has been given to you. Then you can see he's giving them the understanding of the parable in verse 13. He's actually explaining it to them. Says he told them the secret of the kingdom of God has been given to you, but to those on the outside, everything is said in parables. Okay.
Yes.
So that they may be ever seeing, but so he does it on purpose so that they can't see, and ever hearing but never understanding. They'll hear it, but they don't know what it means. Otherwise, meaning if I spoke to them like I'm speaking to you, they might turn and be forgiven. That's Jesus saying, I'm speaking to them in a certain way because I don't want them to turn and be forgiven.
No, it's based on their relationship with him. It's different. That's what the whole parable is about. It talks about the nature of the seed and its foundation. And pending the foundation will decide whether someone comes to faith. That's it.
Okay, but he's saying if he didn't speak to them in parables, like he's doing right now with the disciples, they might turn and be forgiven. So the opposite of that is he's doing it so they don't turn and be forgiven. So he doesn't want people to repent.
That's not what it is.
That's exactly what it is. You've provided context that doesn't do anything for the passage.
If you want, go look at a critical commentary on it. Look at a great critical commentary, right? That's the view. It has to do with the nature.
Swear to God that you've read a critical commentary on this.
I have critical commentaries on this.
You've read a critical commentary on this.
Yes, I have critical commentaries on this.
I know you have critical commentary. Have you read the critical commentary on this?
Yes, I have.
Okay, which one? Let me see if you can pull it. I'll pull it up. Which one have you read? You don't have to get it.
Okay.
You don't have to get it. I'm saying, what did the critical commentary say about this passage?
Well, if I don't get it, I can't have it in front of me, but I'll have to look it up.
But then you'll. I'm asking you if you've read it in the past.
No, I have, because I have it there, because it's part of my studies.
Okay.
1 second now. I just have to go to the database if I can't get the book from the shelf.
Because it's clear to us, even when you take into consideration the meaning of the parable, is that this is a separate conversation with the disciples. And he says that I speak to them in a certain way so that they don't turn and be forgiven. That's a dereliction of his duties as a messenger.
Yeah, it's the Greek commentary by R.T. France. I just need to find the quotation from it. 1 second.
I'm telling you, even Matthew disagrees with you. Matthew changed the entire statement.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That it has to, 1 second. Let me just check this. But the commentary is, just for those who want to check, it's by R.T. France. It's the new Greek commentary on it. It's the most critical commentary on Mark. So you can check it yourself. I don't have it here in front of me because you wouldn't let me get it.
It's okay. No, it's not. I wouldn't let you. I'm saying just if you remember it off the top.
But that's what I remember from the commentary. When he was talking about the Greek language and he was going into the exegesis of it, he was mentioning something in relation to the fact that it has to do with the foundation of the seed and how that decides in terms of based on their relationship, with Jesus, whether they come to faith or not. It's something like that. It's in the context. You can check it.
That has nothing to do. Jesus tells you explicitly
why. I'm just saying that's what he says on that particular chapter in the commentary. That's all I'm saying.
I know, but just because a commentary exists that says something doesn't mean that it's proper or that it's logical. Yeah.
But that Greek commentary is the one that's used in academia for those who are studying Mark. That's one of the most credible ones that's given.
I know, but that doesn't mean that. Okay, there's commentaries by Augustine, there's commentaries by Jerome that say all types of outlandish things.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying within modern scholarship for theology, that's the commentary that's provided if you're doing Mark.
That doesn't mean that what they're saying is sensible. Because the text is very clear.
I understand that. But within academia, all I'm saying is they view it as credible and they view his viewpoints on this issue as credible. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. But do you have his commentary pulled up?
No, because I can't. I don't have a database of it here. I thought I did.
Okay, that's fine.
But it's in. But I'm giving it for people to check. It's RT France, the New Greek.
So another appeal to authority. Adam. Another appeal to authority.
Yeah, that's fine. I go with what the sources say. Okay, can we go to Sayyid al-Bukhari 6922?
Honestly, I have to go because my wife's gonna kill me. But like,
Right.
if you can't explain this in any rational way, where it actually deals
I gave
with,
you RT France's
you
interpretation.
just gave me his name.
I know.
And something very vague about foundation. You didn't give me anything.
You can check it. It's in the book. I read it because it's part of my research.
I'm not, bro. If you can't find it, I'm not gonna go and hunt for it. But if there's something that you know that is like a good response, then you can please share it with me. But as far as I know,
it can be checked. That's all I'm saying. You can go and check it. I've given you the source. You can go and check it.
Yeah, I'm good.
I have it. It's been given for my. It's been subscribed.
It's not my book. It's not my book. It's your book. You're the one who's supposed to be substantiating these things.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying it was given to me as part of my research. It was the book that I was told to get for it because it's the most credible critical commentary on art. That's all I'm saying.
So far, you have not been able to give me an answer on it. You're just telling me to go look up this commentary and then I'll find it.
No, you asked me off memory what he said. I don't have it right in front of me.
I asked you for your explanation first. Yeah. And you appealed to the parable. The parable did nothing to rescue the context or to rescue the actual passage because it's explicit. It says, I speak to them like this in parables so that that is the intent behind it, so that they will be ever seeing but never perceiving, ever hearing but never understanding. Otherwise they might turn and be forgiven. Initially, you said that Jesus is speaking like this because people are not going to understand anyway.
Yeah,
but that's the opposite of what he's saying. He's saying, if I did speak to them the way I'm speaking to you, they might turn. He's saying it's a possibility. It's not that that they will never understand anyway. So you're actually going against the text in the most explicit way. And I can't for the life of me understand. And Matthew understood this as a problem, so he changed around the wording of Jesus' statements and made it exactly to what you're saying right now.
Yeah.
That they will never understand anyway, and he made it into like a prophecy about from Isaiah.
No, I know.
As it stands in Mark,
I know. This is on Matthew. I know.
Yeah, the synoptic problem is another issue that we haven't even touched on. But yeah, to be honest, like I said, if that is for me the biggest sin a messenger can ever commit, and everything can be justified. But if you believe in a loving God who wants everybody to be saved, and you have his messenger saying, "Oh, I'm speaking to them ambiguously in parables. Otherwise, if I didn't, they might turn and be forgiven." I say, "Hey, I wear a seatbelt. Otherwise, if I crash, I might die." Oh, I look both ways. Otherwise, I might get run over by a car. That means I'm doing that for that reason. I'm speaking to them in parables. Otherwise, these Jews, they might turn and be forgiven.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's not the meaning of it. That's not the meaning of it. But anyway,
you haven't given me the proper understanding of it.
I gave you the source. You can go and check it. I gave you the source. I gave you the academic credible source on it. That's the most credible one on it, by the way. Yeah. So if you were to go and you were to do a thesis or a dissertation or a PhD on Mark, that's the one they would give you. That's the comment.
I'd look at it. So
I've provided you with the source. You can go and check it, and then whatever.
Yeah, providing me with a commentary is not an answer, or the name of a commentary.
It's a critical Greek commentary.
Okay. If it's a
really different thing, it's not just a commentary. That's a different thing.
You can go grab it. How about this? Before I go grab it.
It's gonna. It took me about 10 minutes to find it. Unless you want to wait around 10 to 15 minutes.
I'll wait 10 minutes. It should be sectioned in chapters. Commentaries are like that. You just go to Mark.
No, I'm saying it's going to take me 10 to 15 minutes to find the book itself because I have to find the other one because I have piles and piles of books there.
You just got up to go get it. It's 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I was going to look at it 5 minutes ago, but then you told me to come back. But if you only have to just go,
it's going to take you 10 minutes to find your book.
It took me almost 10 minutes to find the other one. That's what I'm saying because I can show you my room. I have pile and pile of books that I've been given from the university. So I have to go through everything to find it.
10 minutes? It doesn't even take me 10 minutes to find a book in like the library, bro. Like that's crazy.
No, you didn't hear what I said. I have piles and piles on the ground of
the library.
There. No, I understand, but I would have to
walk up flights of steps, and I got to talk.
No, I understand. All I'm saying is I would have to go through and find it. That's all. If you want to wait,
he can find it later, inshallah, and we'll
fine.
No, I'm just saying. I don't know. The reason I'm saying that I don't want to keep you because you're going to be waiting 20 to 30 minutes for me to find it and then to go to the section and then for us to go through it. If you have to go, I don't want to do that to you. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that's fine.
No problem. All right.
But okay, it was nice. This was a nice conversation. Inshallah, we can build on it in the future. I wish we could have gotten to more of the bones, the meat and potatoes rather than the bones. But seems
It's
like
okay, Chella.
yeah,
I think it'll be beneficial for the viewers for sure, and Adam, we all learn from these interactions. Yeah, things could get heated up. It's a passionate topic, it's close to our heart. We understand where you're coming from. You have to understand where we're coming from. There's no ill intent, and we want the best for you, brother. You're a brother in humanity. You're a cousin in
Yep.
faith. So at the end of the day, we can shake hands, and inshallah, we can say, we agree or disagree, and that's totally okay.
Yeah, absolutely. We can agree to disagree. That's
what advice would you give me, Adam, before I leave?
what advice would I give you?
Yeah, after this interaction, like, is there anything I should read, or anything I should look at, or?
I would
Or
say, there's a number of books that I think that are very good. There's one by Patrick Whitsworth called Defining God. It's very, very good. It goes into the doctrines of the early church and the development of those doctrines, historically speaking. And it goes into all the early church fathers that you mentioned. It's a very good source. There's another one by Boulevant. It's called Introduction to the Trinity. It's another academic source on the Trinity that's given, within academia. It's not like your pastor source on the Trinity. This is an actual academic one.
I have a few books like that.
Again, but that also goes into the historical understanding of the Trinity from the early church up until the Council of Nicaea. And then, the sources that I mentioned in regards to the crucifixion, I appeal to the authority in that sense. That's my view. Those are good sources. And you know what? If maybe next time we have a discussion, if you want to look into those sources and put together a case, and if you feel strongly enough about it, I would just recommend to you, this would be my recommendation to you, is to overturn it, because maybe you're right, and maybe it can be overturned. You have to build up a strong enough case. That no one has done that yet, by the way, because that's still know that's still the current position.
Okay, so most historians, if they're not like selling books or anything like that, and I've spoken to them, you should look at my interview with David Litwa. They'll tell you it's probabilistic. The crucifixion and everything else from that time period is probabilistic. It can't be proven for a fact. As far as me overturning the consensus, there's like no, I don't know if there's any chance of doing that, because my the second part of my thesis requires supernatural intervention. Actually, Jesus ascending, which we both agree with. But as far as me proving that it could have been somebody else on the cross, I guarantee you, if I have a dialogue with any sensible historian, they'll tell me the same thing. They'll tell me it's possible, but it's more likely that he was a Jew who's good. It's possible. Okay, so that's what the Quran is saying. The Quran is saying any evidence that you have, which is the crux and the fulcrum of your religion, that he was crucified and raised on the third day. All the evidence that you have, whether it's the Gospels or these so-called secular sources, they're all dubious. That is a mighty claim, by the way. They have no certain knowledge of it. They're only following conjecture. That's been proven beyond the shadow of a doubt. It's conjecture whether the Gospels were written by their supposed eyewitness eponymous authors. It's conjecture whether they're in their present pristine form. It's conjecture whether the early church even believed in this concept or not, because all of the documents of the early church are late and they're divergent as well. It's consensus whether the historical aspects that are involved with the crucifixion, like a custom of the Jews to release a prisoner every Passover, or Pontius Pilate turning over insurrectionist and crucifying Jesus, or the things that get him to the crucifixion, like whether he's cleansing the temple in the beginning of his ministry or at the end of his ministry, etc. All of these things have vast problems. But what we say is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not leave us in the dark to just say JB Lightfoot, Bart Ehrman, not you. I'm like people in general who just believe the consensus.
Yeah.
I used to be like that too. Wallahi, I used to think exactly like you.
But you understand. No. But you do understand that I'm actually in academia, and I'm saying that's why I have to go.
I can't tell, Adam. Wallahi, I can't tell. In this conversation, I can't tell because all you said is trust this person or that person.
No. What I'm saying is I'm doing my master's currently in theology, so I have to go by the sources that they give me. I can't sit there and suggest. That's why.
Which institution?
It's in Mary I in Ireland.
Is it like a Christian Catholic thing?
No, it's just a regular university. So like you have the University of Cambridge, it would be our version of that. Or sorry, in England they have like the University of Cambridge, it would be our version of that.
Okay. So I mean, man, maybe I should do my PhD then. So,
You know what I'm saying? But that was the point I was making earlier.
Yeah.
Like, if you feel strongly enough about it, go ahead and do that. Do a PhD. See if
maybe
you know.
I should, bro. Maybe that's what I'm getting from this. But as far as I'm concerned, the issue is, do you have evidence for this supposed thing happening? And again, like I said, God did not leave us in the dark. So we believe that instead of relying on person A, B, and C, God tells us exactly what happened. So maybe in our next conversation, we can talk about why we believe the Quran is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But as far as the claim that there is nothing certain, that's been established today. That's absolutely been established today. Because I gave you sources from contemporaneous with those same sources that you quote that say Jesus was crucified, that he wasn't crucified. And the only answer I've gotten is they're Gnostics. That is, no one would ever accept that as a historical criteria. But because they have a certain philosophy, that means that what they purport about historical events must be false. But but by the way, they're not even all Gnostics. Some of them we don't even know who they are. We don't know who.
Oh, I understand. I know.
Corinthians was addressing. We don't know who Magnesians was addressing. The Valentinians had widely divergent groups of between one another. But yeah, I encourage you to look into the evidences that they utilize. Maybe peer into the other side. Like I have a book by Marcus Vincent. It's called Marcion and the Dating of the Synoptic Gospels. In fact, where is it? Right here. David Litwa. For somebody like me, and not to tout my own horn, who toot my own horn, like who pretty much doesn't need this, because I've read every single fragment of the early church and cross-referenced them. I know the manuscript. This is not good. But for somebody who doesn't know the reasoning behind dating the Gospels to the 2nd century, this is like $15, I think. It's like 90 pages by David Litwa, one of the students of Harry Gamble, the great Harry Gamble. You should read it. It's called Late Revelations. Revelations. Rediscovering the Gospels in the 2nd century by David Litwa. Okay? So definitely try to get this book and read through it, and you'll see that a lot of it is just based on one supposition after another. But the actual evidence that we have is that they're very late. So with that, I'm gonna sign off before I get decapitated and crucified by my own family.
Jazakallah khair, Akhi, for hopping on. This was very beneficial, inshallah, for all of us.
The audience can decide.
And hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned something new as well with our dear friend.
لا شيء ما عملت شيء. يلا
السلام عليكم.
السلام
عليكم. You too, brother.
All
right. All right.
So you have to drop me, I think. How do I leave?
Oh, okay. Here. There you go. You're kicked out.
You know,
anyways,
yes. I want to kick him out. Bring him back in and let him kick him back out.
He's gone. All right. So what is the next hadith, Adam?
Sahih al-Bukhari 6922.
Bukhari 6922. Let's see. 2222. Okay. So it says some atheists were brought to Ali and burnt them. The news of this event reached Ibn Abbas, who said, "If I had been in his place, I would not have burnt them, as Allah's Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam forbade it, saying, 'Do not punish anybody with Allah's punishment fire.' I would have killed them according to the statement of Allah's Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Whoever changed his Islamic religion, then kill him." Right. So what's the contention here?
Can we have it in front of us just to make it a little easier?
Yeah. Sure.
So. Now, as I've said before, like when I'm reading these, I don't understand as much as you do from the Islamic standpoint, right? You understand the context of this. I don't. So this is where you have to explain it to me, because if you look at that and someone reads that literally, obviously it's going to raise some issues, right? If you just read it as it is, right? So you can probably see what my issues already are with it.
Okay. So what is your issue? The fact that Ali Raziyallahu anhu, he killed or executed the atheists, or the second part where it talks about somebody actually leaving the religion and then executing them? Which one specifically do you want me to?
I think it's more so the second one seems to be a bit odd, where it says whoever changed his Islamic religion, then kill him. So what would your justification for that be?
Okay, so first of all, what is your understanding? It's a long discussion, but I'll try to wrap it up. I'll try to summarize it, right?
Yeah.
So what is your understanding about the apostasy law in Islam?
That's where I would need you to explain it to me.
Okay. So Ali, you want to take this or you want me to take it?
You got this. I'm doing something right now.
Okay. So basically, look, in the second chapter of the Quran, it clearly says, I'm pretty sure you have heard of the verse that actually says there is no compulsion in religion, right? That's prior to accepting Islam. There's no obligation on you to accept a religion, right?
Yes.
Once you enter the Islam, right, then yes, you will be held accountable, right? However, there's a big caveat there, right? If let's say I'm living in an Islamic state, that's not, by the way, in an Islamic country. These days, you don't have a single, including Saudi Arabia, none of them have the Islamic Sharia, right?
Yes.
So when you actually, because Islam is it's a state, it's a law that the state adapts. It's not just a religion. Okay. So it could be viewed when you actually go against a state, as in, like, you can't be a fascist and live in the United States. You can't live in most European countries or in the West. I can't even propagate over here. For instance, living in Brazil, I can't propagate communism over here. I will go to jail, right? That's part of the law. Same thing with the Islamic State. If you actually tend to go against the Islamic State, in other words, if you're propagating other religion, or if you actually go against a state and say, I don't want to give charity, zakat, right? I'm an apostate, and you try to advertise that, the state views that as you're breaking the law, right? Then you're rebelling against a state, right? Like the example that I gave you can't be a fascist, you can't propagate communism. Even here in Brazil, by the way, even I can't publicly speak against the LGBTQ, right? Literally, if, like, I can go to jail for it, right? So I have to abide by the laws over there. Now, it's a law only in an Islamic state, as I said. The leader applies it, not just by random people. Then they can, pick you up on the street and they can, execute you. That's vigilantism is not condoned by Islam at all. Okay, you're punished only if you're vocal about it and you propagate it publicly, right? Because this person that left Islam is now inciting, right, or has a potential to incite others to do the same. As I said, tomorrow they could say, hey, I don't want to pay taxes, which is the Islamic zakat for the zakat for Muslims, and it will be another tax for the dhimmis, right? Which is less, by the way, less, and it's only once a year. It's like equivalent to 1 dinar according to scholars, right? A lot less than, as a Muslim, I would have to pay.
Yep.
Right? Or they could say, hey, I don't like the, I'm almost done, Akhi, my apologies. Or they could say, I don't like the no drinking rule. I don't like the no gambling rule, right? I want to open up a bar. Anything that you go and do against a state, in this case, it will be basically, rebelling against the state. Go ahead, Akhi.
No, I was just gonna add real quick. If you're talking about the zakat and jizya, so those non-Muslims who are eating that they're paying jizya, it's less than what Muslims have to pay with the zakat, and it's not even every non-Muslim. It's only military men who are able to be in the military. So if women, non-Muslim women, they don't have to pay. Elderly, they don't have to pay. Even of course kids, stuff like that. So it's only men of military age that have to pay and it's significantly
The sick,
less
the
than
jobless, the paralyzed, none of them,
Yeah.
even the clergies, they don't have to pay. Like I, as a Muslim, all of us, we have to pay, right? But they don't have to pay. Women, for instance, they don't have to pay. So, for instance, if me and my woman, we would have to pay. But if you're living in an Islamic state, you wouldn't have to pay. I mean, you would have to pay, right? But your woman wouldn't have to pay if you have a wife or if you have a mother, etc. Right? Also, just one more thing I would like to add in there, that also you're not punished right away, right? There's a trial that takes place, and the accused person has 3 days to repent, right? If he wants to persist with his apostasy, a group of scholars, they're brought to the person, right? And whatever questions he has, he's given a chance to, have clarifications, right? And by the way, the person can lie, right? And he can say, okay, I believe, and he doesn't have to necessarily believe in his heart, and he can go to his home and he can be a Hindu, he can be a, atheist, whatever, Christian, whatever, right? Because we know that at the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, there were munafiqs, which are like the hypocrites, Arabic term for hypocrites. He had a list of them, but he did not execute them, right? Because they professed that they were Muslims, but he knew that they were hypocrites, and in their hearts they did not believe, or they did not practice Islam, right? So as I said, it's like, it's you basically rebelling against state,
Mhm.
right? That's how it's viewed.
Yes.
And just real quick, also, one of the examples that I like to use with the apostasy is if we take it medically. So, of course, Adam, you're aware of when doctors figure out and doctors say you have cancer, right? Let's say there's a cancerous cell, or there's this cell is cancerous, right?
Mhm.
Now, what do doctors want to do? What do they say? They say they want to catch it as early as possible, and that's one. And two, what do they try to find out? They try to find out if it's malignant or if it's benign, meaning if it's threatening or if it's non-threatening whatsoever. That's two. And if they find out it's threatening, it's malignant, what's the first thing they try to do? They try to see if they can remove it as soon as possible, because a cancer, if something is cancerous to the body, you have to remove it. Otherwise, it's going to start spreading elsewhere to the point where it kills you, or it goes up and it becomes terminal.
Mhm.
Someone in a Muslim state, someone who is literally going, and it's not as if, oh well, we don't allow disbelievers. No, because if we didn't allow disbelievers, there would be no such thing as a jizya at all. So someone who is deliberately leaving Islam and is becoming a cancer to the whole society, meaning he's going out of his way. Because as a Muslim, even in a Muslim state, I cannot go into someone's home to watch and see what they're doing. Anything that you do in the comfort of your own home, it's between you and God. That's why even such things like as homosexuality, as whatever it is you want to do in the comfort of your own home, that is between you and God, basically. But if you go out and try to and publicly, deliberately try to tell people, hey, leave Islam, leave Islam, leave Islam, leave Islam, now you have a problem. And on top of that, remember, even remember what I said. They go out and publicly try to do this. The one thing that most people don't talk about is that these people can leave. The same way how in this country, what do they say? If you don't like it so much, you can just leave the country. If you don't, if you
Exactly.
want to talk, if like in Brazil, if I want to talk about if I prefer a communist country in Brazil, and I don't like the fact that I can't talk about it, what can I do? I can move. I can quietly, simply, without disturbing the peace, pack my bags and leave Brazil and go somewhere that best suits me.
Mhm.
They don't, in this case, they didn't make that option. What does that mean? That means their intention is not to practice whatever they want to practice. Their intention is to literally cause people to go astray. And that's the issue. And even
Okay.
then, what happens? They get spoken to. They get, hey, what is it that confuses you about Islam? What's going on? And like Fawad said, they could lie. They could say, you know what? Okay, I get it. And then what? They can leave. They can even choose to leave. Say, you know what? I don't like Islam. I'm just gonna go. That's fine. But they deliberately do not do that. And they say, you know what? I want to go out of my way to cause this problems with people. And that's when you say this person is a cancer.
Mhm.
It's like someone that goes to your church who left Christianity, but still goes to your church to deliberately cause havoc. Whenever you have a church service, they say he comes and disrupts everything. He's like, no, la 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 la, I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Hey, you Christianity is a. What do you guys do? You tell him leave, just get out of here. But he says no. I don't want to leave. I'm not leaving. You have to force me out. What do you guys do? You guys call the cops, and they forcefully remove him. So it matters, and this is what we're talking about in a mindset and intention. And this is why, even medically, the best once you spot a cancer to society, once you spot a cancer in the body, and you realize it's malignant, you have to remove it.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, my point of contention obviously would be that, like you brought up the church example. I'd actually be interested to see if there's, because I think you mentioned, Fawad, that there's a trial that has to take place. Is there a hadith and a Quran for them?
Plenty.
Secondly, I just want to say that with the apostasy thing, even if they were, as you said, Ali, in the church constantly doing that, and we had to remove them, there would be no threat of killing them. That's not a philosophy under which we operate.
Well, not recently, no, but historically, yes, because there's a reason why. Because if we look at in history how Europe was from England to the Holy Roman Empire. Well, the Holy Roman Empire is the best example of that. So you really can't be. Well, I don't think we needed to get to the Spanish Inquisition, the Crusades. We don't really need to get to that. But historically, you cannot be of a certain faith and think you're just going to be going off scot-free. And that's not even talking about Christianity versus other religions. Even look at England during the reign of Queen Mary the First of England, or as they call her, Bloody Mary. What did she do? As a Catholic, she burned Protestants at the stake.
Yeah. No,
just to be Protestant. So historically, that has been the case.
I understand, but my point is that, well, Jesus didn't condone that, one. And secondly, what I would say is that when it comes to that sort of thing, I just don't agree with it. It's as simple as that. I would not do that.
No, Adam, you don't have to agree with it. But 1 second. My apologies. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Because I want him to realize that he's comparing apples with oranges, right? Forget Christianity, because the Christian history is one of the most brutal, and I have actually documentation I can prove. Right?
That's not Christian history.
It is Christian history for you.
No, it's not,
because you guys distance themselves. 1 second, Adam. Right? You guys distance yourself from your history, where we don't. We actually look at it, because literally I've heard Christians saying, oh, this person does something wrong, so it's not a Christian, right? By that definition, nobody on the planet would have ever been a Christian, right? Because there's no such thing as a perfect saint that I will find anywhere. When we look at what you guys actually claim, that's not what you guys preached throughout history. Be it the Catholic Church, right? Because remember, before a couple of centuries ago, it was all one church, right? So the point that I'm trying to make, Adam, is that if you're comparing, because you and I were sitting in 2024, right? These things, they seem too extreme to us because we're used to a secular democratic society, right? But what you have to realize, Islam, when adopted by a state or a country, it is a state policy, right? Whereas if you're comparing it with a secular democratic country like Brazil, England, Ireland, United States, etc., right? What is their state policy? Can you go against a state policy and get away with it?
No, of course not.
Exactly. What do you think is the punishment for what's the word? When you betray your own government? Oh God, I have a
treason.
Treason. What do you think is the punishment for treason in the U.S.?
It's very severe.
Right.
Yeah.
Death, right? Most countries, they have it, right? I mean, if you betray your country, like most countries, till this day, it's death, right? Now, religion isn't a state policy for most democratic countries these days. You can propagate your own religion. The state is not concerned about that. But the moment you go against a state policy, you're on trial. And in extreme cases, you could even be put to death, right? Yes. That is the case. Same thing with the Islamic State. You can do whatever you want as long as it doesn't go against the state policy, right? So again, you have to, because you're comparing a theocracy with a democracy, right? Where it's two different things.
Yes.
So you have to look at it as a state policy. And as like the brother said, if you apostatize, you are given a chance, you can move out. Because the country is then telling you, hey, stay at home, do whatever you want. We're not concerned with you, right? But the moment you come out on street and you say, hey, I'm a kafir, then, like you would have to be dumb enough to, first of all, do that, right? And we have examples from the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, where an apostate came to him, right? And kept telling him again and again that I've apostatized. And the Prophet, peace upon him, ignored him until then he eventually told him to move out. right? Because that was a state policy at that time. So he gave him a chance. He could have told the companions, grab him right now. He has apostatized, kill him, right? But no, he didn't do that. So we have
You
such
know,
examples.
Adam, this person rose a good example up on the chat. Have you ever heard of the Rosenbergs?
The Rosenbergs? No, I haven't heard of that.
So the Rosenbergs were a couple. They were married, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. So you notice how I don't know how much you know about history, but after World War II, at that time the only country that had atomic weapons was the United States, right? And then a couple of years later, the Soviet Union developed their own atomic weaponry, right? One of the biggest reasons for that is because there were actually treason was going on. There were Americans selling top secret information to the Soviets, and one of those people was Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. They sold atomic secrets to the Soviet Union that led them to develop their own atomic weaponry, which literally kickstarted or um, um, what was the main catalyst for the Cold War. Now, Julius and Ethel Rosenbergs were, because of the treason, they were executed because of what they did, selling top secrets. And this has been something. And then, of course, not only were they executed, but this led to the Red Scare in the United States, where everyone was thinking, "Are you a communist? Are you a communist? Are you a communist?" And when I say at that time in the 50s, things were going hectic, meaning everyone was being blacklisted. People were being watched by the FBI. And when I say they were looking for any reason, seeing what they're doing, this is what we're talking about as far as being a cancer to society. And this has been, and if even if there were Americans at that time that were communists, what they could have done is, if they really liked communism so bad, they could have went to the Soviet Union. That is fine. And how do we know that it's something that was plausible? Simple. In the 1930s, during the Great Depression, you had a whole bunch of Americans moving to the Soviet Union looking for jobs. So it would have been possible. So, and this is the example that we're talking about when we talk about each country, each nation has their own laws that they enact. Now, if someone does not like it, whether it's religious laws, whether it's political laws, if someone does not like religious law, like for example, the smallest country in the world is the Vatican City, right? Now, me as a Muslim, if you want to ask me, if you want to ask me if I can there are laws there that they enact that would go against me as a Muslim. That's why you don't see me going there. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it's strictly for the Catholics. I'm not. I have to double check with that. So each country, whether or not they want to run their laws by their religion, that's completely up to them. But that's something that is, you can't say it's something morally or immoral when it comes to certain things like that, because again, that's how they run. And even with the caveats, if we compare it to every other religion, and I'm including Christianity, the fairness and the justness of the apostasy laws in Islam, I would say is top top tier, and I will actually say it's the best compared to everything else, religiously or non-religiously.
Yeah, so my response to that would be just dealing with the historical stuff. I mean, like, obviously I live in Ireland, so Ireland was under, British rule for 800 years, right? So, like, I'm not going to get into the effect that evangelicalism had within Ireland, but it was very, very severe, right? So I do understand what that kind of oppression looks like. But my point was that's not based upon the teachings of Christ. They're not founded in those teachings, because in his teachings, for example, he rebukes violence. That's why the consensus outside of Christianity is that he was a pacifist. That's all I'm saying. So if you're living the life of someone who's an aggressor or a tyrant and not a pacifist, yet you're claiming to follow this person who said don't do these things, then you're not following him. That's the point that I was making.
Okay. So
But
Okay, I think the biggest issue. So I think the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I wasn't exactly finished. I'm just saying that.
No, it's my apologies.
I'm just saying that that's my basis, and as a consequence of that being my basis, I just don't agree with murdering someone for apostasy. That's just my position.
that's fine. But you see, okay. So let me ask you this. Generally speaking, do you think violence is bad in every single context?
Yeah, I know. I know where this is going. You're going to talk about self-defense.
Not necessarily self-defense. Sometimes you actually have to be an aggressor to.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely. No, look, I would say in an ideal world, there would be no violence. In an ideal world, right?
That's utopia, right? And
yeah, exactly.
yeah, but we're talking about this particular world. So do you think violence is wrong in every single context?
Well, I would distinguish between self-defense and violence. So,
but either way, you're resorting to violence, right?
It's different in terms of how you're exerting it. I mean, there's a difference. Like self-defense isn't necessarily regarded in the same sense as someone who's a violent aggressor. Those are two different things.
Okay, so let's say if I know that a person will for sure attack me, or let's say a military, they are attacking me.
Yes.
I find out the news, right? Am I supposed to sit on my hands, wait for them to come and kill all the, children, women, rape women, take captives, and only then I'm supposed to raise up a sword? Or I can actually go and, or let's say if I see injustice happening on the street, I see it has nothing to do with me. Two people, it's not self-defense. Two people are fighting, right? I can see one person is, I don't know, a little child, let's say, right? And the other person is just beating him. Am I, like, if I resort to violence, is that bad? Because that's not self-defense. I'm not defending myself.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I understand.
So what do you think?
Yeah, so in that case, obviously you're resorting to defending the other person. It was interesting that you said that, because I don't know if you're aware, but there's an apocryphal Jewish text about a particular village that knew they were about to be invaded, but they didn't retaliate. They just sat there and they let happen what was going to happen. It's in one of the apocryphal texts in Jewish literature. I've forgotten which one it was, but I do remember it, because there is this concept, obviously, that Jesus teaches about turn the other cheek, right? And in terms of interpreting what exactly that means in the context of when you're met with violence or whatever you're met with, how do you respond in that moment? So like these are different categories in and of themselves. Like there's a difference between self-defense, there's a difference between stepping in and defending someone else, and then there's a difference between justifying attacking someone. So for example, if we talk about expansionist warfare, if you're trying to expand your kingdom and then you go into a village and you subjugate them for the sake of it, building your kingdom or whatever, is that justifiable? Well, some people would say within certain contexts it is, because you're spreading the faith or you're spreading whatever it is that you're doing. They use that as a justification. But I obviously wouldn't view that as justifiable. I don't say that the means, justify the ends in those cases. So like there's different categories to this.
Do you think your ancestors would have actually accepted, or most countries they would have accepted? Because I come from Pakistan, and I know for a fact that almost all the Christians that accepted Christianity over there, that was during the reign of the Britishers over there.
Yeah.
Right. So do you think that without expansionist wars, Christianity would have gotten as far as it did?
That's an interesting question, because in the early church, for example, as you know, they were under, until the time of Constantine, they were under severe persecution, right? So they didn't have the advantage of being able to go around and expand, yet somehow they were still expanding. So it is possible that even amidst severe, circumstances where, you're not doing those things and you're limited to that situation, that you can still expand, because they were expanding until the time of Constantine, in spite of the fact that they were being persecuted left, right, and center for, spreading their faith. But they were doing it in a militant way. They were doing it in a non-violent way. So there are historical cases where that does happen.
No, but my question was different, Adam. I'm saying, would Christianity have spread as far as it did if it were not for those expansionist wars?
I don't know. That's a hypothetical. I mean, I would say maybe not.
I don't think that's a hypothetical. That's like we actually have.
I know, but I'm saying, but my point is that there has been, for example, missionary work that has been done that has spread the faith through nonviolence.
Of course. I'm not saying that there were never missionaries or people didn't accept Christianity.
Even those sorry, I was gonna say, even those missionary works, if you look at the early stages of the missionary work, they did not come with straight nonviolence. They actually came with an army. So when the Roman Empire were and subsequent European countries like France, like England, like Spain, like Portugal, when they were especially going to African countries and going to South American countries, even the North American continent, in the beginning stages, they were not going. The missionaries were not going just hey, coming with nonviolence. They came along with the conquistadors. They came along with those army. They made sure so as far as coming as a nonviolent way, the only point they started getting quote unquote nonviolent, well, that was few and far between, because for one, if you come into realistically, if you go into a whole tribe of people, the first thing they did, and this has actually been their especially in the in the earlier stages, they said this is one, they come with this idea of patronization, of saying it's our responsibility to civilize primitive people, whether it's the tribes in South America, or the tribes in African countries. So they came there with, oh, I know what's best for you. Two, either you follow us in this kind of way, or this happens to you.
Mhm.
So, and then we'd actually have to ask the question: how many, if they really had the freedom of choice, how many would have, if they weren't being threatened by the conquistadors, the military that was there, how many of them would have willingly joined? Would there have been some that would have joined? Sure, that's a definite possibility. But what is asking is, realistically, how much, how quote unquote Christian would the world be without this expansionist warfare, without, because the fact that Christianity, even like as you were talking about, Adam, how in the early stages in the Roman Empire it was spreading. However, it was still not necessarily being, it was still not spreading to the point where it became quote unquote a political threat.
Mhm.
So, and then until the time of Constantine. So, of course, when Constantine, quote unquote, became emperor, what happened? You had the greatest superpower, the world superpower at that time, even later on to Theodosius, because I believe Theodosius, it became, the canonization. Oh, this is actually the Christian that we see today. You had the world's biggest empire, the greatest empire that we still have their knowledge, we still have their teachings to this day. Now they have a religion, and they're spreading they're spreading that faith, they're spreading that religion across everywhere. That's why they're able to have ecumenical councils. Ecumenical, if I could just look up what the word ecumenical, because I don't want to get it completely wrong. So ecumenical means worldwide, or in general. They're able to have a worldwide, someone from Egypt coming to someone from Rome, coming to someone from Antioch, coming to some, because why? That's where the Roman Empire was. It was so spread out. You were able to have worldwide councils and meetings that could affect everyone. Because why? Because you're the leading superpower. And once you find that belief, you're able to subjugate, you're able to not necessarily forcefully, you're able to exact your influence across everywhere else, because you're the one that's in power.
Mhm.
So
There was,
even so, what?
sorry, there was, I mean, there was ecumenical councils before the Council of Nicaea, like even before Constantine established Christianity within Rome. So one example is the Council of Antioch in 267 AD, which was before Constantine. So that took place even
So
amidst very bad persecution. Now at that point it wasn't as severe, but they were still being persecuted. But it wasn't
so
until, as you said, Constantine comes along and he
mhm.
established Christianity within Rome that it becomes much easier to spread the faith. But what I was saying was that I just found it quite miraculous that, particularly in the 1st and 2nd century, that amidst what was effectively very aggressive persecution for anyone who was publicly declaring to be a Christian, that they survived. I mean, and not that did they survive, but they were spreading. And that in and of itself seems quite miraculous. But anyway,
I,
that's a separate discussion.
but
well,
just a
yeah,
caveat. I don't think you would actually consider them Christians. They would be heretics in your
yeah,
opinion,
that's exactly,
right?
because
Yeah.
the kind of beliefs that, because don't forget the kind of beliefs that was going around, because people still had their Hellenistic thinking, people still had the quote unquote their Platonists, their Stoic philosophy, their ideas. So now ask yourself, was it what you said it was spreading in the Roman Empire around that time? Was it spreading in the way that you believe it to be today? Or was it spreading because people took that information and converted it into an idea that best fits themselves? Meaning, if I'm someone who's coming from a Greek understanding, if I'm coming from all my Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, Mars type of mindset, God can impregnate man, and all of a sudden I hear this information. Would it be easier for me to accept that information as is, or would it be easier for me to take that information and convert it into a lifestyle that I'm already used to? And we can see part of the reason why it's definitely easier, and we can see examples of that. Christmas did not come out of it. They took a Roman holiday like Saturnalia and they converted it into Christmas. So we already have evidence of this idea of Christianity, or the faith of Jesus being converted, being conformed into the likeness or into the comfortability of the Romans, of the Greco-Roman world, because it made them more comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I know, but my point is that that form of spreading, when you talk about crusades and stuff that took place later on, that just doesn't represent what Jesus taught in terms of how he preached his message. But anyway, that's a different thing. And that's kind of that's more so my basis for it. It's just that I don't agree. Obviously, I would anyone who spreads through violence, even if they're a so-called self-professing Christian, I condemn that. I don't believe you should be spreading your faith through violence.
If that's the case,
so
if that's the case, then I think one of the biggest mistakes that both you and I are making is that we're looking at Jesus as if his entire life was only in the New Testament, or because you do take him to be God, and we cannot exclude everything that occurred in the Old Testament, because you as a Christian, you take the Old and the New Testament. So and we're talking about history, because the Jews and Christians believe these things to be historical. So, and if we see a command given in the Old Testament from God, well, that is whether the Jesus in the Old Testament, in the New Testament, is the same as God in the Old Testament. So so I think saying because in the New Testament he was not coming, because according to you, coming down as man, he was not in political power. He had no authority to raise up an army to spread, because he was not that kind of political atmosphere. He wasn't. Now we could ask ourselves what he would have done if he was, but that's a hypothetical. If we go to what ifs, we'll be here all day. However, if we look at the events that occurred in the Old Testament,
it's not hypothetical, Achi. We know that whenever the time came to protect himself, he told his disciples, sell your cloaks and purchase swords, right? And that was just a little bit of power that he had. When he comes back, when he will be actually exercising his judgment, he will be in authority. So he will be violent. And in the Old Testament, he was violent
in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
So these are things that in the Old Testament that he commands, because you did believe that Jews were God's chosen people. So the things that the Jews did, saying that they're getting that command from God, such as such as what to do with disbelievers that live, because in the Torah it talks about what to do with disbelievers, that to literally just kill them. So, and going to people's lands and slaying. So the historical events that you believe in the Old Testament, these are commands given to them, but which you believe is from God. I don't think we could necessarily just exclude that as if as if we're just brushing that aside, because especially if we're keeping consistent here, talking about as far as apostasy laws. Well, let's compare apostasy laws from because personally we don't mind it. Let's compare the Muslim apostasy law versus the Christian apostasy laws that occurred in the Old Testament, because the Old Testament is where the laws actually occur. The laws actually occurred from, that was given to the Jews by God. So let's compare them.
No, you're missing something here that's very important, right? The earliest followers of Jesus from the 1st and 2nd century were basing their lifestyle off the things Jesus had taught them, right? So, for example, in that early period, you don't have any extensive evidence of the earliest Christians going around violently subjugating people, right? Because that's not how he taught them to spread the message. It wasn't until, as you said, the Council of Nicaea much later on, and Constantine comes into power, that there's a more violent spreading of the faith that takes place. By the way, being dictated by Constantine in many respects, because of the nature of his rulership, because he was a very, very violent ruler. What I'm saying is that the earliest Jesus, who were basing their lifestyle off the things Jesus had taught them, weren't going around violently subjugating people.
I would actually disagree with that, with all due respect, Adam. And I'll tell you why.
Real quick,
can we agree? Can we agree that the consensus? Can we agree that the consensus with regards to Jesus outside of Christianity is that he was pretty much a pacifist? Can we at least agree on that?
So again, you're comparing apples with oranges.
I'm asking you.
I'll tell you why. Yeah, but go ahead.
I'm asking you. Could they? You mentioned based on the you're talking about based on what the first followers did based on the life of Jesus. Based on the life of Jesus, who was not a political leader, who never led an army, who was never a political statesman, and of course with them, I'm asking you. You're saying that they never did it. Okay, cool. I'm asking you, could they? Did they have the power to do it?
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, when they do it, they get rebuked for it in Scripture.
No, I'm saying no. Wait. The first Christians they did not have the power to do so. They didn't, because just not long after that, the year 70 AD came, and we all know what happened in the year 70, and the diaspora came where they burned down the temple. So for the longest time, you talk about the first generation, or the first 100, within the first 100, 200 years, they had no power. They had no power to raise up. So we're talking about the things that they couldn't do. So it's like someone saying, "Oh, the only reason why you didn't do something is because you couldn't do it." So yeah. I think raising up a point on something that I couldn't do, even if I wanted to, does not necessarily mean that it's something that's kind of in this case irrelevant, because they couldn't do it.
False equivalence.
And of course,
look,
yeah, it's
like, my apologies. I'm interrupting you, right? I mean,
no, go.
The worst person that we can think of, right, on top of our heads, Hitler, right? Mm-hmm. Would he have killed so many Jews if he were never given that authority? Probably not. There's a good possibility he would not have killed a single person, yes. Right? But that's what we're telling you. That's what we're telling you. Look, Jesus was not married. He had no family. He had no children. He was not a statesman whom I can derive my teachings from as to how I can run a community or a state, right? Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, he got, he was all of these things. Yes. He got rid of idolatry, right? Jesus came to a nation, right? They rebuked him. They crucified him. And we know this for a fact. We know this for a fact that prophets in the Old Testament, whenever they were given authority, right, they exercised violence. And that violence is condoned in the Old Testament, not as a bad thing the way you're portraying it, right? Mm-hmm. Because that will be like you being a Marcionite. Because Marcionites, they thought the Old Testament God was a different God. It was an evil God, and it should not even be part of the Bible anymore.
Some of the Gnostics did that as well.
Right? Yeah. Exactly. So the point is, as a Christian, then you can't sit over here and say no. Because pacifism, first of all, it's just not analogous. It's like false equivalence. Like, you should be comparing, for instance, Moses to Prophet Muhammad. If you really want to compare Prophet Muhammad to Jesus, you know what would be the best comparison? Compare the first decade of his life when he lived in Mecca to the time of Jesus. He did not exercise any violence. How many people do you think he killed in his entire lifetime? Take a guess. Yes. Take a guess. Ballpark number. Throw something in you.
I wouldn't know, but I know he killed. I know he killed people. I wouldn't know the exact number.
One person. In his entire life.
If you have someone punished to death, that means you're involved in their death, right? It doesn't mean it's not
as a statesman. So basically, what you're telling me, if somebody actually deserves to die, if they broke the law, and the law is that you have to actually execute them.
Yeah, but I don't
consider. No. I just have a simple question. My apologies, Adam. Right? if I am the president of a country, right, and obviously I would have to uphold the Constitution, right? So,
Yes.
If according to the Constitution, according to the law, you would have to kill somebody, we know even the most secular democratic countries, not like long ago, until long ago, they had death penalties, right?
Mhm.
So if the death penalty is exercised, would you say, oh, this president killed that particular person?
So if the president issues that person needs to be executed.
No, he has to just abide by the Constitution, right? Because he became the president of that particular country, right? Assalamu alaikum, Brother Basad. How are you doing?
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
Walaikum assalam wa
Right?
rahmatullah. Yeah, sure.
So-
So, Fahad bhai, continue.
Yes,
You're
yes. So would you actually say that this president is a murderer?
It's different. It's a different example.
Why is that different?
Because in that case, he's not ordering for that person to be killed. With Muhammad, it seems like there were cases where he did order for people to be killed. That's a false equivalence.
No, it's not a false equivalence. Because
let's
he
think of it this
actually,
way, right?
I'll tell you.
Think of it this way, right? If I say, okay, think of it this way, right? If my hands are forced and it's part of the Constitution that someone's killed and I don't want them to be killed, but I can't do anything about it because the Constitution says so, how is that the same as someone over here having the power and authority saying that person there, execute them because they did X, Y, Z? Those are false.
I'll tell you why.
So it's
No,
it's the
not.
same.
Go ahead.
It's the
Go
same
ahead.
because we have the presupposition that Muhammad, peace be upon him, is actually enacting based on his own will and accordance, when that's not the case. Because even just ask ourselves, well, where did he say? Where did he claim to be given these rules, regulations, and laws from? God. So that's like how in the Old Testament, how God told the Jews to go and from Jericho to the Midianites. Well, if God commanded it, you would not call Moses a murderer. No, because you believe he's getting that command from God. So Moses, in this case, according to what the text says, is not going based upon his own whim. He's not going based upon his own desires. No, God gave him a command to go and take Jericho, to go and slay the Amalekites. So that's a command from God. So him doing it would not be a case of injustice in that, because why? He's going accordance with what he believes God has given him. The same thing goes with the narrative, even just being being fair, because I know you don't believe in it, but going with the narrative of Islam, we don't believe that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, even when he was a statesman, we believe he got his laws and commands from God. So if he's being given a command, he himself is the biggest follower of that command, because why? He is the prophet. He is the example. And even so, as a statesman, it still needs to be pointed out that to compare someone who was a politician, to compare someone who was a military, who had to be a military leader because he had to be, to someone who was never put in that position in the first place, is something that I would really say is analogous. And just like Fawad said, everyone in the Bible who was a prophet and who was also a military leader, they went to battle, they killed people, they did activities that you are looking at Islam and saying this is morally not correct, but you find the same case in the Old Testament. And these people are people that you believe were inspired by God to do so. How is this any different than in the Muslim case?
That's completely different.
No, I'll tell you why that's not different. So let's put things in perspective. Like I want to ask you a simple question. Imagine a prophet of God, right? So Samuel, Moses, whomever, right? They get instructed by God, which they did, right? That go attack these people, kill them. Would you consider that prophet to be a murderer? If he is indeed a true prophet.
If he's carrying out what God called him to do, that's different. No, I would consider that to be the wrath of God. That's
there
different.
You go. Okay, perfect. So that's the exact same thing. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Faisal. How are you doing?
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
Good, alhamdulillah. So
Well,
that's the exact same
now that the brothers
in
are
this
here, I
case.
can take a break a little bit.
That's
Yeah,
the exact. There's a lot
Ali,
of
I'm
noise, background noise.
just sorry. I just want to let you know I'm outside right now,
Okay.
and I just want to jump on, but I won't be able to do the admin stuff, which Ali thinks that all of a sudden I'm able to do. Right. How are you doing, Adam?
I'm doing good.
Oh crap! I got work to do.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So for us, it's the exact same thing. I don't see even like a little bit difference between the two examples. In
Yeah.
this case, he did not do anything on his own. It was God that instructed, because if he wanted to do it, do you know that his companions, they even revolted against him for the first decade? That why are you not allowing us to go and pick up weapons and defend ourselves? Do you actually know this? Did you know this?
Oh yeah, I hadn't heard that. No.
Okay, so his companions for
Welcome.
almost a Wa alaikum assalam. So for almost 10 to 12 years, they had been trying, right? They wanted to defend themselves, but the Prophet, peace upon him, since he was not instructed by God, right? He did not even leave his home. Most of the companions, they had moved to Abyssinia, or some parts of Medina, but most of them to Abyssinia. But since he was not instructed by God to move yet, he had to stay until the very end, when the kuffar, when the Quraysh, they tried to scheme a plan to kill him. And then overnight, then he left, right? But the fact is, if he wanted to resort to violence, he would have done that from day one, right? But he only resorted to every single battle with the instructions of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's the only time that he did, right?
Okay.
And that's the point that I was trying to make, that it's similar to how Moses would have been instructed, Samuel, or any Joshua, or any of the other prophets.
No, I understand. I know, but I'm talking about the example of Jesus. That's what my concern is with.
No, but again, you're comparing.
Can I finish my point?
Sure. Go ahead.
Sure.
So, like, you talked about how, for example, Allah instructed him to do these things. Okay. So in Joseph Goodall's book, he has a book called To Every Muslim an Answer. And on page 74, he talks about how Muhammad had this guy called Kab ibn al-Ashraf assassinated for writing a satirical poem about him. What's the context there? Like, did Allah order him to do that? Or
look, we will explain all of that, but Adam, we have to establish a principle first. Because
no, the reason I brought that up is because Jesus says, for example, in Matthew chapter 12, anyone who insults my name, right, or blasphemes my name will be forgiven, right? Whereas here you have, it seems, a Jewish poet writes a satirical poem about him, and his immediate response is to have him executed or to have him assassinated. I can't reconcile.
So Adam, I don't think the conversation is being sincere at this point anymore. Because we just established a principle not long ago. We established a principle that
I just
comparing
want to-
Jesus to Muhammad. Go ahead, brother Basalit.
Yeah, brother Fawad. Yeah, Adam, this is Basalit. I just want to intervene for a short point, that when you said that Kaf, I don't know what name you pronounce, but
Kab
it might
ibn
be
al-Ashraf. I can type it in the text.
Kab ibn Ashraf. You're talking about Kab ibn Ashraf, yes. He was not assassinated just because of a few poetry lines or something like that. There is a huge details about that in the book of Sirah, the biography of Prophet Muhammad, that how he was a traitor, how he how do you say, Prophet Fawad? The one who does the treason, against against the pact they did with Jews, and there's so much details about that. Like, but again, we will be indulging in a different topic if we discuss that. So I just want you.
Well, that's not the way he frames it in the book. The way he frames it in the book is it's presented to Muhammad, and he uses a source that's given. It's presented to him that this guy has done this thing, and then his immediate response.
One second,
whatever is presented in the book is in a summarized information. Like, okay, Ka'b ibn Ashraf used to do the poetry, and he was put in the front of Muhammad, and he executed that. This is not the story. This is not this. This is the summary of this. There might be a summary of this story, but the story is what the story is in details. Brother Ali wanted to add some point. Yeah.
So I just wanted to say, Adam, when you read that, did you actually go and research the actual hadith, or did you actually go and
source? It's mentioned in the Sirah.
Did you actually go and research that yourself, or did you just go based upon that book that you're reading by this guy?
No, so I looked at three sources. So I looked at the book itself. I have it here. I just need to get it.
because I think for the Quran, I think for the future, let's actually, because he's still sticking to, let's actually start going with the idea, the whole concept of Jesus from his paradigm that he was God, because he's limiting him to just him as a human. We need to go with, because we need to go with the idea of looking at Jesus in his paradigm, which is that he is God. So
Because
let's start looking at it from that frame.
1 second, now I'm just getting it here. So what I did was I looked at what was said in the book, and then the book gives a source for that. Then I went to the source that the book gives for that, and then I went to another source. I went to the Muslim source.
But Adam, what I'm asking is, did you actually go and look at it from the Muslim perspective?
right.
Yeah, that was what I tried to do, because I tried to go back, because I was looking for the actual original source that it came from. I didn't just read the thing and accept it. I always wanted to accept the original source. So I went to the bibliography. I tried to find the source that was claiming, and then I tried to go back as far as I could for it.
So
Adam, what seerah book, what biography book of Prophet Muhammad Sallam do you have? How do you double check the information? Like you read a historical reference from certain book, and then how do you verify it? Like, do you have any book? There's a famous one called The Seal Nectar.
Yeah, I have. So I have 2 books by these were mentioned earlier. I have 2 books by Karen Armstrong. I also have a book by Martin Lings. It's called
Okay, Muhammad.
I think it's just called Muhammad. Yeah.
Right. I do have that one too.
And I have another one there as well. I have a few. I have like 4 or 5 biographies.
So did you try telling the information, like what is actually written over there, the context of the information, or you just relied on the certain passages you read on that book about
No. What I said was, whenever I read these passages, I try and go back to the original, because they always give a source. So when you write a book, you'll put in a footnote. Oh, it's this source. Right. So I always try to go back as far as I can to find the actual original, because that's what I'm interested in.
Did you read the whole story about the Ka'b ibn Ashraf?
That's what I was looking for. So he summarizes it in the book, and then it goes back to another book, and then he went back to something else. But I couldn't find the original because I was looking for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's why when we're telling you what the full story is, we're giving you the context of how this happened, right? Plus, here's the deal: if this is your method of comparing Isa alayhi salam, or Jesus peace be upon him, and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you're actually comparing apples and oranges. This is not even a fair contest here. The Prophet peace be upon him was in a position of power. He was the leader of a nation. He was the government. He was representing the government of that time, and Jesus never represented anyone in that capacity. So it's a comparison between apples and oranges here, right? You would not go on and blame. Are you American, by the way, Adam?
No, I'm from Ireland.
You're from Ireland. Sorry, I forgot that. But
everyone keeps saying
so let's say you meet a random American who lived in the 40s, right? Who was alive in the 40s. You're never going to blame them personally for the nuclear attack on Japan, or are you?
No, of course not.
Of course not, right? So how are you basically making a comparison there? Because Jesus is he's never in power. He's never in that position.
Yes.
Right? Never in that authoritative position on this earth.
Okay.
Where he can make a judgment like that.
Mm-hmm. I'll explain.
So it's not even a contest here.
Well, it is in the sense that, okay, so again, I'll give you the position, and then you can tell me if I'm wrong. I'll just quickly try and establish what the.
Okay, go ahead.
So, if I'm not mistaken, your view, right, is that the prophet that comes after surpasses the prophet that came before, right?
No, we don't think that he surpasses per se, but so the law that he's given can supersede the law that was given before, right?
Okay. Yeah, so my point is that you have, for example, verses in the Quran which talk about Muhammad as like the ideal man in some sense, that he's the highest moral, ethical example, whatever.
Yes.
Right? That's the thing I'm addressing. So when I look at what came before him in the form of Jesus, since Jesus was the closest so-called prophet to him, if you want to call him that, then I'm comparing the stuff that they condoned versus the stuff that they didn't condone. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Adam, give me an example of Jesus on how you are supposed to rule in the Jesus way, in what Jesus taught you how to rule. Give me an example.
So Jesus' message was to rule by love. That's what he said. Love others as I have loved.
That's not a message. That's not an example. All right.
Is that realistic?
That's a principle. That's a principle. Every individual that you would meet would say, rule by the law. That there's nothing of significance in what you're putting forth. Look, there's nothing significant in what you're putting forth. When you're going through a practical scenario, that's where things you have to apply the law.
Yes.
Do you have an example of the application of the law by Jesus in a position of power that you can take as an example of how you need to set up your government?
No. What I'm saying is that Jesus sums up the law as being a law of love. Does he not? What's the two commandments?
Look. No. This is all smoke and mirror. Nothing. There's nothing of substance there, Adam. There's nothing of substance here.
I'm not looking. Yeah, I know that. I understand, but I'm not looking to rule. That's not my perspective. I don't want to be a
look, Adam. Again, this is just one of the example. Okay, you're talking about examples. You're comparing the two of them as an example to follow. All right, that of moral character. How would you ascertain that one is better than the other? You have no example from Jesus on how to rule. You have an example from the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ on how to rule. Just to put things in context, in the whole
right.
Just Adam, what?
That doesn't just because someone has given an example of how to rule doesn't mean their example is right. We have to test
it. It is right. Let me put it. Fawad, let me put things in context here. Let me put things in context here. So number one, in his whole lifetime, the whole time that he was here, all of the battles. Can you tell me how many people were killed in total?
I know.
Can you give me a rough estimate?
Farah just mentioned it a moment ago.
How many?
As in, how many did Muhammad kill?
How many got killed throughout all of the wars that he went through?
All of the wars in total.
In the 23 years, actually not the 23 years, the last 8 or 9 years during which he had he and his followers were on military campaign. How many people were killed?
By him or by him and his followers?
By him and his followers. How many people?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
There's a count done for all of it. Yeah. Only it's around 1,000 people in total. Around 1,000 people in total out of all of Arabia. Okay, he had the opportunity to execute all of his enemies. How many did he execute? Just a few handful people that you can count on your hand. He conquered Makkah. Give me an example of that. The conquest of Makkah. Give me a parallel of that. Right. Here's the deal. If you wanna nitpick on something, you can pick on anything and everything of every individual. The best of men, you can turn into the worst of men by just nitpicking on their examples. And that's the problem that you're having. You're so hell bent on trying to disprove this idea, right?
No, I'm just
that
saying
or prove that Jesus was better.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think there's a very wonderful point you made that when Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, when he conquered Makkah, no bloodshed was done, as in battling or waging the war on mushrikeen or on polytheists at the time. And this is a very wonderful point I think, because Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was given the power, and the damage was that was done, the death toll was only 1,000 people, and not 1,000 of the non-Muslim, but also the both parties.
No, but Salat, this is during the conquest of Makkah. Maybe there were like a few dozen people who were killed.
Yeah, there were.
Those were people who took up arms against the Muslims. All right.
Retaliated, yeah.
And certain people were specifically executed because of what they'd done previously. And even among the people against whom the execution order was given, some of them came and they requested they accepted Islam, or they requested for peace, and they were given peace. right? So this whole notion of him being a warlord and war hungry and bloodthirsty and all of that, this just goes down the drain. All right.
No,
And this,
Faisal, if we can,
Ali,
if we could just,
Ali, I just have to go in about 5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead,
I'm just gonna finish up this thought. So this is just one of the examples. Take him as a husband. Do you have an example of Jesus as a husband? No. Take him as a father. Do you have an example of Jesus as a father? No. These are things that are relevant to your life. Do you know how to eat, how to sleep, how to do these things, right? No, you don't have any of those examples from Jesus. What are you talking about morals when you don't even have those examples? The practical examples of what we're looking for, right? If you don't have them, there's nothing that you can actually compare. And that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, I understand. But there is, for example, I don't want to get into the whole situation with marriage, but there is like a philosophy that exists that it's better not to marry in the sense of your total devotion to God and that you're not, sidetracked by anything but your devotion to God. There is a philosophy.
If everybody started following that philosophy, Adam.
Guys, Ikhwan, we're all speaking too loud. Okay, we're all speaking too loud. Let's calm down a little bit.
I'm just
sorry
saying,
about this. I have a lot of background noise at the same time, but I'll just say this: that if everyone was to follow that philosophy that you're talking about, Adam, there won't be any kids. That will be the end of the human race. So it's a nonsense philosophy. So stop bringing up something which results in the end of the human race. That's not a good philosophy. It's evil by its nature. This very notion that don't marry. Now what are you trying to do? If all the good people stop marrying,
you didn't hear what I said. What I said was it's an idea that you have total devotion to God, that you dedicate every second and every moment of your life to God, meaning that's the reason why you don't marry. That's
Adam, that's exactly what I'm saying is the problem. That's not how people should be living.
Wait,
all right?
what?
That's the problem. Anyway, Akhwan, I have to jump off. I have to head out.
Wonderful points, mashallah.
All right. Assalamu alaikum.
So, by the way, Adam, you know that not procreating is against the Tanakh, right? This is totally anti-Jewish. They actually frown upon this idea because the Old Testament clearly, in one of the mitzvahs, if I'm not mistaken, it actually, it does say to procreate.
No, it says in Genesis. I know that. Yeah.
So what Paul teaches, by the way, that's not Jesus teaching. That's Paul teaching, right?
No, Jesus
never. I don't think Jesus mentioned in the context that you're putting. But again, let me establish sort of build upon the point that Faisal mentioned, right? The fact is that when I look at Jesus, he is not a person that I can relate to.
He is for me.
In nothing, zero, zilch. For me personally, I don't know about the other brothers. I'll tell you, right? Look, when I look at the equality that Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, he brought among the tribes, different races, right? His last sermon, read his last sermon, where he specifically says that no Arab will be given precedence over a non-Arab, no black over white, or no white over black, a black person, right? When I compare that to Jesus, where he's comparing a Canaanite woman, a Gentile woman to a dog, right? And then when I read the entire Old Testament, right? And then even the words of Jesus, because you keep dissing on like Marcionites do with on the Old Testament. So let's talk about the New Testament, no problem. I see Jesus, as a hypocrite, telling the Pharisees, to uphold the law, right? And telling them specifically to kill any kids that actually, little children, I can't even imagine, if they disrespect me, I would never want to kill them. Yes, I will punish them, but he literally tells them, yes, you're supposed to kill them. This is your Jesus, New Testament Jesus.
No,
he doesn't about the Old Testament.
No, he doesn't.
He does say that.
Yes, no, he doesn't. What does he say in Matthew chapter 18?
What does he say? In what context is he saying that any child or children should be put to death if they dishonor parents? Yes or no? Does he say that? Yes or no?
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't say that.
He doesn't say children. No, okay. He doesn't. In Matthew chapter 18, what does he say about children?
No. I'm asking you, if I have a child, they dishonor me. According to Jesus, are they supposed to be put to death? Yes or no?
No, he says according to the law. That's different.
There you go. And what did he criticize the Pharisees for?
That's not his point. His point is that
Adam, please.
His point
The
is that
tone.
they go by the letter of the law, whereas his understanding of the law is the spirit of the law, and that's what he's trying to show them.
No, that's you putting your own words in there. I can
No,
specifically show you where he criticizes the Pharisees for not upholding the law, not in spirit, but in practicality. He gives them examples. In Matthew, we can go over there, no problem. Right? He criticizes them. And then on top of that, when there is time to exercise the law, he does not. He doesn't do it himself. We gave you so many examples. But of course, you as a Christian would sit over there. You would justify your dogma, which
I'm
is
saying
your
that's
right.
what the
No
technical
problem.
commentary says.
Right?
I have it there on Matthew. I can show
So-
you.
For heaven's
Guys,
sakes, Adam.
Fuad,
Ali,
it's starting
I'm
to.
almost done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. It's okay, Akhi. No problem. Just.
That's a Greek critical commentary on Matthew.
Let me deal with it the way I want. So, no. That's forget about commentaries. For heaven's sakes, I'm looking at the text.
Do you think they agree with what you said?
Every single thing. They don't have to agree with zilch. I don't care about these BS commentaries by fallible men. Okay? What I look
Yes, though they're regarded as credible
Guys,
commentary.
so
just please. I'm almost done. You guys go ahead after that. Then
all right, no problem.
We'll take off. What I see is Jesus, right? He comparing to a Canaanite woman to a dog. I don't care if all the commentaries on the planet you give me in front of me and say he said otherwise, I would toss them all aside. Out the window for me, Adam.
That's because you have to.
Okay? Because I'm reading the text for what it is, right? That when he actually treated her like a dog, okay, literally comparing her to a dog, went inside and his disciples had to come and get him. Only then he came out. In no context on the planet, let alone a prophet of God, a normal human being, if he ever calls another human being a dog based on their race specifically, that is a scum of the planet for me.
Yeah,
for me personally, I'm saying.
He doesn't use the term dog in the Greek. That's besides the point.
Okay. Yeah. All the translations,
Yeah.
all the translations on the planet
matter.
are incorrect. But Adam is correct. Anyways,
it's not. No, that's what the commentary. That's what the commentary says. But anyway, that's fine.
Yeah. Of
So
course,
Adam, if we could just take a step back, because let's let's reset some things, okay? There's two things that you said earlier. I think that's the meat and potatoes of the topic of the conversation. Because earlier you were asked the question about how would a government, if I'm establishing a government, because countries like like the country you're in, like in Ireland, like America, like a whole lot of countries, they say separate church and state, but you can't do that because someone who's in office, their way of life is going to be ran by their religion. So the person who's president, the leader, who's a political leader, he's going to go on based upon and run his country, whether he's a king, president, prime minister, premier, Kaiser, whatever. He's going to run his government based upon the teachings that he follows. So they asked you, how would a Christian run his government? And then you said by love. Did I misrepresent you?
No. I was just talking about how I engage with people in my life. That's all I was talking about.
No. But the question is, how would you run your government? How would you run if you were the leader of a country, how would Christian presidents, what example do they have to run their government?
Yeah, it would be, that's a question I'd have to think about, and I'd have to put together to you how I would do it. But I'm not a leader.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying, what does the Bible say?
Well, as I said, it would be done with freedom of religion, freedom of all that kind of stuff. Treating people equally, treating people equality, equity, all that kind of stuff.
So if the government has an army, would that go against the Bible?
Why would they have an army?
Why wouldn't they? They're a government, and that's the thing. Because, and you know what? Let's give it as a mean example, okay? Now, if we look at even a couple, a marriage, because I don't know if you're married yet, if you have someone special in your life, but if we look at something as small as a family, now you as the father, you as a man, what is your responsibility? Protect and to provide, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of the things about a man is our potential for danger. Because even as a woman, what do women, but by nature typically go for? They go for a man that could defend them. So as a man, you know how we men, we walk around. The reason why we men don't mess with other men is because we were saying, oh, wait a minute, he can beat me up. Or wait a minute, I don't want to mess with this guy. He's ready. He has a gun registered. That's why people learn how to shoot guns and get registered, because why? Protection. Now, when you have a family, how would you protect them? Do you need to protect them?
Would
Well,
love.
in an ideal world, you hope you wouldn't like.
I think giving
but-
the
But
human
but
status is
but in the but in this world, we're not. But understand that we're not going. Talking about idealism is not practical. So anybody who says, if you were talking about God here, God, yes, it's one thing to talk about idealism, but it's a whole other thing to prepare and preach and guide with reality, with how reality is, because that's how the world is going to be. So reality, how would you need to protect your family?
Yeah, of course.
So would it be wrong for you to get registered, to learn how to shoot a gun and learn how to fight?
No, not necessarily. No.
It would not be realistic. It would not be good for a family. So how would your woman think she's protected?
No, I'm saying it would be.
Okay, cool. So that's the whole point. In order to protect the peace, so peace has to be protected. And in order to protect peace and tranquility, you have to be willing to defend it against those who want to disrupt it. The same way how every country, every nation or country in history that does not have an army, you've never heard of it. Why? Because they've been conquered by those. Even you could have the most peaceful nation ever, they're gone. Why? Because those chaotic nations came and said, hey, they don't have an army, there are no threat to me whatsoever. I can just come and rule over them and do whatever I want. So if for any nation to be ran, an army, a deterrent is necessary. Something is necessary that alerts another country and say, you know what, we can't mess with them. We want chaos, but we can't mess with them. And even yeah, that's why even the police force exists. That's why laws exist as a deterrent. So you saying that you don't know if that Christian country, or if that president is willing through a Christian mindset, through Christian guidance, you're saying that an army would not be necessary, or an arm that is you not being delusional, because you're not going with what the reality is. For me to have an ideal Christian country, I have to be willing to protect it.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying.
See, and this is why I'm asking you, what framework of running a government, of ruling a country, of protecting the citizens of this country, what framework does the Bible preach?
Yeah, no, that's a separate question, because obviously I'm limiting it to the example of Jesus. I'm
expanding it to all of the Bible, from Genesis to Revelation. Give me an example of how a government is supposed to be, whether it's through Jesus. Because the problem is, if you don't know through Jesus, that's the biggest problem. Meaning your biggest example as a king. Let's say we want to come and set up our own country as a whole. Well, again, what's the point of setting a peaceful country if it's not going to last? If someone can just come and take it over.
I understand, but you're coming from the presupposition that Muhammad's example is the best example. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
No, I did not.
We're not doing that.
One second, Fawad. So, Adam, and out of everything I just said, what did I mention Muhammad?
No, I'm just saying that this is coming from that presupposition, this whole understanding.
No, from me, no, the conversation you're having with me, I'm asking you a question, and that question did not have Islam or Muhammad in it.
I understand.
Please stick to the question I'm asking you. I'm asking you strictly from the Bible, okay?
I understand, but the basis of this question is upon this ideal Muslim state, because that's the ideal example of what a state should look like, since Muhammad.
I'll tell you the basis of my question. The basis of my question is we're talking about guidance, and you're using the guidance of Jesus, and that's exactly the guidance I'm talking about. I did not I did not go to Muhammad. And even when I'm asking you this question, I did not even mention Islam.
No, I understand.
So please, so no, and so I did not have any presuppositions here. If I did, I would let you know. I would tell you about about Muhammad. No, I did not. I'm asking you, where does the Bible preach, even through Jesus, that on how to run a government? Because a government, politics is reality. Because we're living, and this is something that the Bible preaches, that there are people out there who are non-believers. There are ways to deal with them. They're a threat to
Yes.
you, meaning they'll come and try to destruct you. They'll come and try to lead you away from God.
Yes.
What protection does the Bible give, both physically, spiritually, emotionally, and mentally? So on all four ways, what protection does the Bible give from those people who want to cause harm to the believers, whether
Yes.
it's physically or spiritually?
That's a good question. Yeah. So one of the things Matthew addresses in Matthew is severe persecution post the time of Jesus, right? And he talks about how fear of God produces fearlessness of men, right? And it's the idea being that it doesn't matter what they do to you, you know, ultimately, because of the life that you've lived a life devoted to God, that you will end up in heaven, right? Because God will take the righteous to him. So that would be the kind of understanding, at least from Matthew's understanding, that sorry, go ahead.
So it doesn't matter. So what I'm hearing is it does not matter what they do to you. So meaning they can do whatever they want to you.
Yes, that's
So,
Matthew's understanding.
And that right there, even speaking as a whole, I'm not speaking. Understand this. I'm not speaking as I'm speaking in reality of even ruling a nation, or even ruling a community. If it's saying it does not matter what they do, as if you can't defend yourself, as if you can't fight to protect what's yours. That right there, my man, is unjust. Because for me, Adam, if I come to you, and I would never do this, but if I come to you and slap you in the face, what would you do?
Turn the other cheek.
What if I take a gun and point it at you?
I mean, there's nothing I can do. I mean, like,
okay, you know what? Okay, let's remove that. Let's say I continue to slap you in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Are you just gonna let me slap you in the face the entire time?
No, I would tell you to stop.
But what if I don't?
Well, I would just move away from you. I'm not going
What if I can? No, but the thing is, at that point in time, I'm continuously slapping you. Yeah. At that point in time, I'm beyond reason. Meaning, even if you move away, I'm still gonna be after you.
I doubt. Are you fast? Because I would.
Well, I'm a football player, so yeah, I'm fast.
I'm a football player as well. I'm very fast.
But Adam,
yeah.
with all due respect, you realize like what he's like, you know, without nitpicking, you realize what he's trying to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's establishing a principle that how ridiculous this idea is. Yes, you know, saying turning the other cheek, but in what context, right? Mm-hmm. If you say, look, if I did something bad to you, right, and we take it in the context, okay, forgive me, right? Mm-hmm. It's good. But if you try to apply that as a general principle to life overall, it doesn't work, right? Mm-hmm. Because I could actually be taking advantage of you and I could be an oppressor, right? In that case, you would have to protect yourself. And the turning the other cheek wouldn't work.
And
if a
man
comes to my house.
Yeah, but the problem is you have historical examples.
So Adam, 1 second. And I do apologize for interrupting for a while. I really do. I just wanted to I just wanted to mention this point. Adam, going by what you're saying, then what God commanded the Israelites to do against the Amalekites, that'd be unjust to you, because they should have just turned the other cheek when Moses was leading them out of Egypt in the Exodus, and they attacked them, and then 400 years later, God says, "Go exact your revenge on them." When we're talking about God, you believe that's Jesus saying, "Go exact your revenge on them," then that right there is going against what you're saying now, meaning that's unjust. They should have just, guys, they attacked us 400 years ago when we're out of Egypt. So it's cool. Nope. And the funny thing is,
gave you his answer. The other thing as well. I just
the funny thing is, 1 second, guys. Let this finish real quick. And the funny thing is, notice Why did it take them 400 years to exact their revenge? Why? Because at that time, they didn't have the power to fight back. So 400 years later, now they had the power to fight back. And what did God say? Well, in your case, what did Jesus say? He said, "Oh, now based on what based on what their forefathers did to your forefathers 400 years ago, now go exact your revenge." If using what you're talking about, Adam, using that same criteria of just turning the other cheek, then when God told him to go back and attack them and kill them,
Yes.
that right there is unjust. He should have never done that.
Well, that's the wrath of God. That's different. And something I want to point out, because you keep making a theological error. You keep saying Jesus in the Old Testament. Jesus has not eternally existed. When we talk about the Trinity, the second person.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. Wait, what?
Let me finish. In the Trinity, within Trinitarian doctrine, the second person of the Trinity, the Son, has eternally existed. Jesus of Nazareth is as a consequence of the hypostatic union when God becomes incarnate through the person of the Son. So when you keep saying Jesus in the Old Testament, there was no Jesus in the Old Testament. There was the eternal Son who was eternal alongside the Father. But Jesus,
the person of Jesus,
is the eternal Son, is the eternal Son the same as Jesus, or are they different?
No, Achi, it's okay. We can give him that. Instead of Jesus, he wants us to call him Son. Okay, so Son, the Son of God, he condoned the killing of millions of people, right? Thousands of people, right? That like look, all you did did you fix the problem? No. It's just, exactly
Semantics.
who you're referring to. It's just semantics. It's silly.
No, because Jesus Nazareth is referring to the historical reality of Jesus in the flesh. Yeah. That's a different historical reality.
That's okay, but you're being pedantic. And I'm very disappointed.
That's the correct theological language to use. If you use the language,
that's fine. Theology. That's fine. But you know very well, when we say Jesus, you know what we mean.
Yeah, of course.
You want to be technical about it. You want us to use the word Son. Okay, Son. Did you fix the issue? No. Or you waved it away, just like how the Marcionites did. That's exactly what Christians do. With all due respect, I'm so disappointed with the conversation with you today, Adam. And I sincerely say that, brother to brother, right? I don't mean any ill intent by it. I don't know about the other brothers. Look, I enjoy these dialogues, right? But just I'm looking at the overall conversation, like the cognitive dissonance, the special pleading, left and right, constantly appealing to authorities. Mm-hmm. Look, brother, with these types of conversations, you have to have an open mind, right? You have to leave your baggage away. You have to try to understand the other perspective, right? Because it seems like, and this is where these types of conversations, they most times, I'm not saying all the time, right? They go nowhere, right? Because to be honest with you, it's discouraging. Because you see, like we pose an example, the same example of Moses that you believe in, right? You just hand waved it away. But then when Muhammad, peace upon him, he does it with the authority of God, then you're like, no, but you're presupposing this and that. See the conditions that you bring up, right? Obviously, we have to establish, because if he's the false prophet of God, na'udhu billah, right? Everything that he did, you can say, those are wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm even willing to grant you even the good things that he did, even those would be wrong. I'm even willing to grant you that, right? But if he's a true prophet of God, then everything that he did is with the authority of God, just as you believe about Moses. But the fact that you just hand waved all that away about the Old Testament, that shows a lack of sincerity, with all due respect, right? But let's try to wrap it up. And we'll give you the last word, right? But just in general, you asked about comparison, right?
Yes.
So Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? He brought equality among different tribes, races, as I mentioned. I don't see Jesus doing that. Okay, clearly I see the complete opposite. And the Old Testament God as well, Son, Holy Spirit, and the Father, they did not do that, right? He brought women's rights, where according to one of the closest companions of his, right, he said that before the advent of Islam, we gave zero rights to women, right? I don't see Jesus doing that, especially if he's the one that revealed to Paul how women need to be quiet and be submissive. And he links this specifically to the sin of Eve. I see Christianity degrading women, not uplifting them. Okay. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he brought abolition of infanticide. Okay, the Arabs, they used to commonly kill their daughters. The moment they would discover that it's a daughter, right, they would bury them alive. Islam completely stopped those things, right? He brought monotheism to a society that was riddled with idolatry, right? I see Christianity muddying the water and becoming the reason for polytheism, right? This is exactly what the Jewish rabbis, classical rabbis, till this day, starting from the very beginning, they say that about Christianity. They literally call Christians polytheists for that same reason, right? Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he brought justice and fairness. He established a state with justice, right? That became the epitome for not just his time, but till this day. So much so that at the Harvard Law gate, you can see a quotation from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, not from Jesus, but from the Prophet. Okay, that is in the United States, in one
It's
of
from
the biggest universities, right? He brought, he taught us how to perform charity and social welfare. He freed slaves, right? Slavery would not have been abolished. You guys talk about abolishing slavery in the West. What, like up until 70 years ago, slavery was still part of the Western culture. 80 years ago, it was still part of this culture. Islam, alhamdulillah, abolished chattel slavery. I'm talking about chattel slavery, right? 1400 years ago. I don't see Christianity doing that, right? I see these types of examples in Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the honesty and integrity that he had by his most fierce enemies. Even they used to refer to him as trustworthy and truthful, so much so that during battles, right, they even testified to this fact, right, that you are an honest and truthful person. They never accused of being a dishonest person. We gave you a clear-cut example of Jesus saying otherwise. And there are so many other occasions where he actually did lie. We can show you, but you will then, of course, appeal to authority. So I'm not going to do that, right? He advocated for forgiveness and mercy. And he led by example, not just by saying do it, but he did it himself. He forgave the very person that was the reason of killing his dearest uncle. And the way, if you actually read the Sirah, you will actually see how they killed the kuffar. They actually killed, or that particular person killed his uncle, right, in the most brutal manner, right? But when time came, he forgave that woman, the very woman that tried to poison him on another occasion. The companions wanted to kill her, and he said no, let her go, right? So many examples. With 10,000 army, he came and he took over Mecca, right? And why did he take over? It is because they broke the treaty. Eventually, right, when he took over, he forgave all of them. Okay? He was a statesman. He was a complete example. I can relate to him as a human being. I cannot relate to Jesus Christ as a human being. Maybe when he comes back, when he lives, has kids, etc., etc. But for me, Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he's a complete man. When it comes to looking at an ideal person, right? I don't need anybody else. With Jesus, I can't relate. But if the other brothers, they want to add something, I may have to get going in a little bit. But I'll give you the last word. So I want to be respectful enough to listen to what you have to say in response, inshallah.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised. You mentioned some of the great points, and Brother Faisal as well. I was just pondering upon the conversation, and I was seeing that how, because Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is painted as a warlord, then he is a false messenger or false prophet. When we find the same examples, worse example in the Old Testament, but they are testified as true prophets. So this is a little bit hypocrisy I saw from Christian background. I'm sorry, but I'm being really honest. And then we have another scenario where Prophet Muhammad had dealings with the Jews of his time, even though the Jews rejected him in Medina, in Yathrib, formerly known as Yathrib. The Jews rejected him as a true prophet, yet he had negotiation with them through the pact, and he accepted them. Now, when Jesus is gonna come back, or if you dislike the word Jesus here, so I'm gonna say when Son is gonna come back, and if Jews are gonna disagree with him, then you do know better what your Bible said, that what Jesus is gonna do, or what the Son is gonna do to those Jews who's gonna reject him. So yeah, this is one of the points I wanted to add. I'll give a chance to Brother Ali if he wants to add something. Then we'll go to Brother Adam to have his conclusion, inshallah.
If I could add, because I
Um,
haven't much
yeah,
Oh
throughout this
yes,
yeah,
conversation.
DeAndre with us.
DeAndre can take my turn. I've been speaking for a while, so DeAndre can go.
So, Adam, I missed on a lot of the conversation because I was supposed to be there when my alarm went off. So I slept like an hour. I was like an hour and a half later, something like that. But
He
I
ditched
came back
us.
to the yeah, I came to the conversation, right? And maybe we can continue this because it's gonna take the conversation on a like maybe we continue this next time. But you did say, and I advise you to go do research on this, right? You did say that the term in Matthew 15:26 is not actually dogs. That's wrong. The term kunadius or kunarion is defined as a little dog or house dog. So biologically, it is referring to canine animals. And nextly,
No, I have the concordance here. That's not true. I have the Greek concordance here.
huh? What? Read it.
Yeah, the Greek concordance says puppy.
Is that not a
Okay,
dog?
so he called her a puppy.
Yeah, there's a historical reasoning for that. You're actually right, Farad. There's a historical
No.
reasoning for that, which is that
What?
term was used as a slander, and he softens the term to take that
So what
dimension out.
Yeah, the Greek
कुत्ते की
the
बच्ची is
Greek
much
the
much
Greek
worse than कुत्ती.
the Greek concordance
Exactly.
the Greek concordance
What
is literally saying either a little. Actually, both of you guys are actually correct. The Greek concordance, Strong's concordance, says it's a little dog or a house dog.
Yeah.
No,
So,
but I just my apologies, Yahi. I just want to make a point, right?
okay.
What would be referred to as the daughter of a dog in English?
What?
And I'll leave it at that. What
So-
would be referred to as a female dog that is the daughter of, a dog? Normally, what would you refer to that as?
What would I refer to the female of a what?
A female dog. First of all, what would you refer to as a female dog? What was
I'll
the
give it-
woman? What was she? Was she a grown-up woman? Or was she a little girl?
Oh, if I was to call a person that.
What
I
would you call her?
I wouldn't call a person that.
Adam,
Yeah, but
I will-
Jesus did. We're talking about Jesus, right?
I
No,
will,
that's not the term that's
I will
used.
give you a hint. It's called kutia.
Yeah, but that's not the term that's used.
Anyways, go ahead. Continue with the conversation. My apologies.
Yeah, so just wanted to make a very quick point. So the word kunarion or kunarius says it's a house dog or it's a dog, it's a puppy in general, which is still a dog biologically. Nextly, even if I was to concede, right, because the word does mean house dog, if I was to concede that to you, and I'm conceding that, I'm granting you that, this is
Concordance says you're not conceding anything.
irrelevant. This is irrelevant because I have established the metaphor that Christ uses in light of the verses earlier where he says he was only sent for the Israelites is on basis of the race of the Gentile. So regardless of whether he calls her a puppy or not, she is still inherently inferior to Jews who are children, as the dogs are they are subhuman in comparison to children. So they will be delayed in receiving sustenance. So in that.
But DeAndre? By the way, Adam, we actually had a Christian on our live stream. He actually accepted that he is a dog for being a Gentile.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why you say that.
He
Hey,
literally accepted.
DeAndre, yeah. DeAndre, just to let you know, your connection kind of failed. Whenever you come back, you can continue what you're saying. So, yeah.
Okay, he's gone. But anyways, brother Adam, you can continue. Inshallah, we'll
Hello?
give you the last word because I don't know what's going on with brother DeAndre's connection.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he got cut, did he?
He cut out. But anyways, you can take the last word, inshallah, and then we can wrap it up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I've laid out my position that I'm not behind violence in any sense. I'm a pacifist, so I don't agree with any person who exerts violence in that sense. So for me, the problem is I find that example very problematic, and then I find the thing with the apostasy law as well as executing people. Certain people who wrote a poem. I have other stuff that I'd like us, at maybe a later point to get to that I find also problematic in his example. It's a number of stuff from both the Hadith as well as other biographies that have been written by, and they were written by Muslim authors. So, that's kind of where I'm at, because I just contrast the two examples, and one is significantly, infinitely more appealing to me, and that's what my basis is.
Good. Sounds good. But anyways, we laid out everything that we had, and people can then decide for themselves, and you can decide for your own, right? Mm-hmm. But I mean, as we mentioned, all those things that you mentioned, none of those actually are a litmus test for a prophet to be true, even according to your own Bible, right? If he was violent as a statesman, that does not rule him out from, from him to be a true prophet of God, right?
No, that wasn't my claim. My claim was not that he wasn't a prophet. That's not my claim. Okay. My claim.
So then all those things are irrelevant, because if you really want to be a pacifist, Adam, then I think you should accept Buddhism.
No, I understand that. I'm just talking about the moral and ethical example. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about judging his prophet.
But you're talking about subjective morality.
If you want to talk about his prophethood, we can get into the prophecy in Surah Al-Rum and look at that and see if that was historically accurate. But that's a completely different.
Oh yeah, it was. We can actually give you sources for that. That's no problem. And then we would love
I have sources.
Look at the prophecies, the failed prophecies of the Old Testament, the Son, Father, and Holy Spirit, and as well as then we would love to
and the New
take
Testament.
a look at and the New Testament, the failed prophecy that he actually said himself that he would show up to those Jews when he never did, right? Then we can look at that as well, because by that means the fact that he got crucified, that would also rule him out to be a false prophet, because that's exactly why Jews killed him, because they did not believe that the Messiah would actually die without liberating them. But anyways, and he, by the way, he didn't do a single thing that the Messiah was supposed to do. Right, he did not bring the honor back to the Jews. He did not liberate them. He
wasn't a king. Even though the Quran.
No. So stop. No. I said from the Jewish perspective.
According to
I've said this repeatedly. These are all the criteria. This criteria, all of the list of criteria, is from the Bible. The Islam never puts a single condition for a Messiah to be, fulfilling all of these criteria, that he has to be from the line of David, that he has to liberate the Jews, none of that. But according to the Old Testament, Jesus, about 10 different reasons, I can give you strong reasons.
That
you sit down with the Jews.
I can give strong reasons against.
That you can sit down with the Jews, right? And they will even tell you, they literally will give you even longer than that. And we've gone through it on so many presentations. Jesus
that's based on their interpretation.
No. That exactly how it is actually said. The very fact that you believe that he actually had to die for the sin and he was the final sacrifice, that gets debunked.
That's what it says in the Old Testament. It says in the Old Testament.
No, it doesn't. That's your interpretation. Ezekiel 45. No, absolutely not. So the Jews are looking at it. They think that the Messiah was supposed to be a God-man that had to die for the sins of the world.
It says that in the Old Testament. It says that in the Old Testament. We can go through that. We'll take a longer discussion.
So what are you going to show me? Isaiah 53?
No, Isaiah not just 53? Isaiah 53. There's a number of
one. Okay, give me your best. Give me your best.
I'm not giving you my there's a number we'd have to go through. They're all my best.
One. Adam, can you name one?
Zechariah chapter 12. There's a number
we can go through. We can break that down the next time.
Yeah.
No problem. By the way, explicitly we actually see completely against. Look, the idea that God-man had to be the last
Ezekiel 16,
perfect lamb, right? Okay. Read Ezekiel 45 before you hop on, please, and tell me who this prince character is in there. Since you love to appeal to commentaries, we will discuss commentaries on that. That why Prince is the Messiah there. When he comes back, he will actually sacrifice for his own sins and for the community. And sacrifices will continue after the establishment of the third temple. This is
you appeal to comments if you like rabbinic commentary.
Yeah. I mean, see, it's just double standards. As I said, personally for me, I'm super disappointed with the conversation. It just, because the first two conversations that I had with you, I think we were going in a direction. It's not necessarily just, it's look, if you accept Islam, you don't accept Islam. It has nothing to do with myself. It's your personal salvation.
Let's do it evidence, which there is.
But yeah. But it's just the fact that the way you handled, and I would encourage you to please watch this, because look, I learn from all of these conversations that I have, these
Yeah.
interfaith dialogues, and the brothers critique me, I critique myself, we critique each other, right?
Yeah.
But what we would encourage you to do, like when you had the conversation, the 2-hour conversation with Wissam, please watch, right? That
He didn't
how many
provide one
times
bit
you
of
had to
evidence,
appeal
one
to
source.
authorities. No, but you had to constantly appeal to authorities.
Yeah,
and
that's
he was actually giving you, he was actually being consistent with his criteria. You are not. Right?
not according to
All you were
scholars,
doing is
he's
just,
consistent.
yeah, but scholars
They would
have,
disagree
have
with
the
him. He would
scholars,
get
yeah.
slated in scholarship if he proposed, if he put forward that idea.
No, Adam, you are appealing
It's the
to a
majority.
supernaturalistic event to scholars. That's an impossible. That's like we would submit. We would say you won over there. That's no problem, because if you were to actually appeal to the splitting of the sea by Moses to scholars, no scholar on the planet actually says that happened. But you do that because of your dogma, because of your religious belief. Joshua stopping the sun. Tell me one scholar on the entire planet, on the entire face of the earth, that actually says that actually happened. Tell me one.
I understand.
See, that's where your double standards occur, right? Because if we're talking about a supernaturalistic event occurring, you can't appeal to scholars from 2024 and say, show me where Bart Ehrman says that, Jesus was raised up to heaven. Come on, dude. Are you kidding?
Show us where Bart Ehrman agrees that Jesus walked on water. Show us where Bart Ehrman agrees that
Bart Ehrman that he was raised from the dead.
That he raised the dead.
Yeah.
Show us where Bart Ehrman agrees to that, but you believe in that. So Adam, you need to start realizing that you need to understand the nuance between where your dogma, where you're talking about your dogma versus where you're talking about history. And I think you're mixing up the two. And when it's convenient for you, you throw history under the bus. When it's convenient for you, you basically just
he appeals to it.
Yeah, you appeal to your dogma, right? So that's fine. But as long as you're admitting to that no, it's not about historical. For me, it's my dogma. I'm going to believe in that. I don't care about the historical. We're fine with it. But if you're going to come to us with a standard and we're giving you evidence using that standard, right, then it's not fair when you turn around and say, no, this is what the dogma says, so I'm not going to believe in that. I don't care what history is. And
what you're doing with Surah Al-Nisa verse 157.
So how are we doing that?
What I'm saying is, okay, let me give you an example. If Surah Al-Nisa verse 157 said he was crucified, you'd be going straight to the scholars and be like, look, see, they all agree with us. Therefore,
look,
it's only
what we're saying.
It says otherwise that you have to come up with.
Forget the hypotheticals. The understanding of the language is different. No. Interpretation language is different. What we're saying is you want evidence from the scholars and historians for a supernatural event, right? That is ludicrous beyond words, my friend. Come on, like
the majority position. Take it up with them. It's the majority position.
Adam, does the majority agree to the resurrection of Jesus?
Nobody agrees to the. Nobody agrees.
Yeah.
So
tell me all the scholars. Adam, every one of the scholars, one of the scholars that you quote about the death of Jesus Christ, that he was crucified, do they all also agree unanimously to this idea of the resurrection of Jesus, peace be upon him?
Okay. All right. To answer that question, the consistent position is they don't believe in a literal resurrection, but they do believe that the earliest followers of Jesus perceived to have seen him risen. But they just don't believe.
So you're basically.
That's where you're. One second. The guys there before Western brought it up. This idea.
Adam.
That's where you got it.
That position is worse for you because now you're putting your trust in that event, in all of the teachings, on deluded individuals, on people who have no understanding of reality, and you're saying my salvation depends on their testimony. This is a worse position for you.
There is a testimony. That's my point. It's not like they have zero testimony. There is a testimony for it.
Are you going to accept the testimony? Look, Adam. Here's the deal. If someone was so deluded that they were seeing things, they were hallucinating, all right? Are you going to accept their testimony? Come on, Adam. No. None of those people were writing down. No. Adam, I'm not assuming. I'm going by what you said. You don't realize what you're saying, and I'm putting it forth for you and making you realize that this is the implications of what you said.
No, it's what I'm saying is they don't fully understand what they're saying when they say that, because it doesn't make sense to say.
Who doesn't understand what they're saying?
So when Bart Ehrman says, for example, there was a whole host of Jesus's followers who perceived to have seen Jesus risen, but he wasn't literally risen. His statement makes zero sense. It's a contradictory statement. So then he just delineates to this idea that there was this group psychosis. Like there's holes in his argument.
That's the point, Adam. That's our point. Do you understand it? You're proving our point.
Yeah. See, like Adam, we discussed this, right? It was supposed to be closing statements, but we'll try to wrap it up here, right? Just if you remember, and that's exactly what we were saying in the last conversation that we had with you. Just constant special pleading, my friend, right? We gave you examples of Romulus, Caesars, all of that. They have and by the way, scholars, they actually do admit, they do say the exact same thing that they say about Jesus, right? They say that, yes, there was an empty tomb that took place. There were witnesses for the resurrection, right? All of that. Even your own church father, Justin Martyr, even admits to it, that it's nothing different than what you guys believe, where blah, blah person saw this happening to Romulus, to Caesars, and he even names all of these demigods, right? So you're just special pleading saying, no, mine is true, but theirs is not. Right there, you don't want to appeal to scholars, because those same scholars, like I actually specifically, if you remember, I told you, read the book by what was that scholar that I named you?
Daniel Wallace?
No. Richard C. Miller, right? Where he lists during the time of antiquities over 70 examples that are very similar to Jesus, and overall hundreds of similar cases during antiquities, right? Robin Walsh, Dennis McDonald's. Look at all of their, like they compare, Jesus to, a lot of these mythological characters. And these are, by the way, a lot of historians even actually say that he probably never existed, right? But there you would not appeal to them. Then you're like, no, I want to go with the majority scholars, but I want to cherry pick, nitpick, and I want to cherry pick. Okay, when it talks about resurrection, about a Jewish man dying 2,000 years ago, yes, I will appeal to them. But everything else they're saying, I will disregard that.
But you do the same thing. You cherry pick their research as well. Dude, they say Jesus is crucified. You don't agree with it.
No.
You're doing the same
absolutely. Look, not one.
They're right about the other things, but they're not right about the crucifixion.
No. Absolutely not. For me, the way I see it, if every single scholar on the planet and historian, they're in front of me and they say it happened, I would ask them for evidence. If they don't have a primary source material, I don't even have to be theistic about it and say my Islam says otherwise, or if my God tells me no. I would ask them, what is your evidence? Person A, no primary source material. Person B, no primary source material. Person C, get all of you out of here. That's what I would say, right? Because if there's no there's no witnesses, there are no private journals, there's no primary source material, just simply put, I would just toss it out the window. That's it, khalas, for me. But you have to do that, because trust me, I know this for a fact, that you as a Christian, even all the scholars, if they had said otherwise, you would still actually try to appeal to those 10% or 1% scholars that might say, and you would say, there you go, No. But you and I, like, let's not kid ourselves, Adam, right? Let's be sincere, let's be honest.
But you would do the same thing if the verse was different from the Quran. If it was the opposite.
I give you. Adam, you're conflating, right? What I'm saying is, you and I, we both know, right, that I believe in Islam not because of scholars, right? I have my own reasonings. You believe in Christianity not because of scholars. It's because of your dogma and your own reasons, right? You could have your own visions or whatever, right? But if you are consistent with the criteria that you're using, right? But we're even questioning the criteria that you're using. I'm questioning that. You have no primary source material, then how can you actually believe these guys, right? And then if you're believing them, then
all the sources of their works.
No, but any of them, do any of them actually claim that he actually did all the miracles? Yes or no?
No.
Exactly. So then why don't you appeal to them over there?
Because they don't believe in the supernatural. It's a completely different understanding.
That's the point.
That's the point.
I understand your point. I understand your point, but I'm just saying that the consistent testimony in regards to the crucifixion is that it happened. It's not that it didn't happen.
Adam,
Think of
Fawad,
this
let me point something
time
out.
of
Adam,
Jesus,
Okay,
up until the time of Muhammad, how many people believed he wasn't crucified? versus
Adam,
how many people believed he
Adam,
was? I mean, come on.
Adam, this is what we mean by cognitive dissonance. All right. When it comes to them, you're willing to accept the idea that they don't believe in the supernatural. That's why you're going to take the evidence that is being presented by them with a grain of salt. We're telling you exactly the same thing. We're telling you the Quran has a supernatural cause behind it. And instead of us, look, Adam, listen to the whole thing, right? When we are having this conversation, all of a sudden, your question is, why is the Quran saying the opposite of what's written in the Bible? Why do I need to present to you evidence from people when God has himself given witness to an event? Do you understand? This is the cognitive dissonance that we're talking about. In one case, you're not allowing one evidence, okay, because it's supposed to be supernatural. In another case, you're accepting an evidence and disallowing certain people's witness to the contrary because they don't believe in the supernatural. We want you to be consistent. That's it.
No,
and
I
if
am.
you want to have that conversation about whether or not the Quran has a supernatural authorship, supernatural origin, we can have that conversation, right? When we've established that, this becomes a moot point. Whether or not Jesus, peace be upon him, was crucified or not. Because the Quran says, if we've established that it comes from God, it does not matter what the rest of humankind has written down in history. Right? God has said so. That's how it is. But that's the point we have to establish. And I hope we can actually have that discussion, right? Because that's a more meaningful discussion, because that's the main point that we disagree on. This whole idea about the crucifixion, right? We can continue to disagree on it. If you're looking at naturalistic causes, okay, you're asking for natural evidence. You're asking for non-supernatural, non-metaphysical evidence. And really, there's only so much that is out there. Okay, and all the evidence that is there, the Quran is perfectly describing the evidence that is there. That these people, if you look at their testimonies, there's testimony from people who say he was crucified, and there's testimony from people who say he was not crucified. The fact that over time in history, one party won over the other, and that's what they put in the book, and the other books that you have that speak to the contrary are taken as Gnostic gospels. As apocryphal, right? As not the have been refuted, have been cast away, right? That doesn't take away from the fact that there is an alternative version of history about Jesus, peace be upon him, and his crucifixion.
Yeah, I just, my point is, I don't believe there's enough evidence for that alternative view. The majority of evidence points.
It doesn't matter. The point is there is evidence.
But just in terms of addressing the points when looking at their research. So, like, for example, those critical scholars, they do acknowledge that the followers of Jesus were seeing so-called miraculous things, but they say he didn't do anything miraculous. So it doesn't make sense. There's constant holes in their research that's contradictory to the things that they're saying. Same with Ehrman. It's like, oh, there was a whole host of the followers of Jesus who believed.
That's exactly what we're trying to tell you.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm saying it still doesn't change the fact that he's like the other stuff, like the crucifixion and all. Like, you can't, like, in your case, you have to throw everything under the bus that he says.
Oh, we throw everything under the bus. That's fine. I mean, all of these people, these are human beings. What's the value of their witness against the witness from God?
Well, the evidence points that he was crucified.
I don't care. Like, what evidence can they bring forth? All the evidence that you're bringing forth is stories written by human being. You did not witness the event, Adam. You did not witness the event. If you're a first, if you can give me a first-person account by you, I'm not talking about somebody's first-person written account even. Like, you don't even have that. I'm talking about you. Can you for certain tell me, I was standing there, Faisal, and I am telling you that Jesus was crucified. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Are you able to say that?
Well, that's what the Gospels claim to
No,
be.
are you able to say
I
that?
am saying no. I was not there. No.
No, that's the point. So this is all we're looking at are testimonies.
I
We need
understand,
to
but
realize this.
yeah, but when we're trying to read history, we have to look at the evidence for any one historical.
History is BS.
We can't.
History is BS. Right in front of our eyes, BS is being written as history. Right, right in front of our eyes, people are saying that a certain part of the world, nobody had claim to that land. Right in front of our eyes, a certain part of the world, people are claiming nobody had claim to that land. A certain group of people are saying we came here and this was a land without people and a people without land, right? And we're coming here when there were people living there. And this narrative is being accepted by a lot of people. Because you're Irish, you probably know this better than a lot of other people, of what's happening in the rest of the world, how blind they are. This would be part of history. These people are accepting that for the last 75 years, this is the truth. This is how history is written. It's being proven in front of your eyes. What are you talking about, Adam?
No, I'm just saying in terms of understanding any one historical past event, we look at the evidence. That's all I'm saying.
That's what I'm telling you, that history is written by people, my friend. What are you talking about? Are you saying that didn't happen before? That the Jews didn't boast that they killed the Messiah?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
All
I asked for when we had that discussion earlier with, I think his name was Sam. All I asked for was that sort of evidence from the 1st and 2nd century. I asked the same for chapter 6.
But that's exactly why we brought up the miracles of Joshua and Moses, right?
Yeah.
If you would just accept that because your Bible says so, right? And if I were to even ask you as an atheist, Adam, fine, I'm willing to believe. Can you please give me a historical document or any historical account that actually happens outside of the Bible, right? Or any religious text? You would say, no, that's ludicrous. You're asking me for a supernatural event, to find that in historical books. That's not possible. It's a false dichotomy, right? That's the point that we're trying to make. And you don't apply those same standards to Christianity when we actually tell you to crucifixion that give us primary source material. Like, fine, I will deal with you like an atheist, not as a Muslim, right? I will deal with you like an atheist. That, hey, a man dying is nothing special about it. So many men died back then. Okay. What makes it special is the fact that he resurrected and did all those miracles. Can you provide that? You would say, no, I can't. So there you go. The conversation will be done and over with right there. That's a point that we're trying to make. Okay. But anyways, Adam, it was a pleasure having you on. Between all these heated and passionate discussions, at the end of the day, we can walk away, shake hands, and say, like in Islam we say, or in the Quran actually tells us to say, "Lakum dinukum waliyadin," to you be your religion, to us be our religion, right? Our message is to give you the message. Our responsibility is to give you the message, right? Yeah, to give you the message. The rest is up to you, right? The proof is in front of you. We encourage you to watch the entire conversation again, right? And inshallah, reach your own conclusion. And may Allah guide you. We can just pray for you, and you can pray for us, and that's all. All right, brother. All right, man. Good. Thanks.
Overall, it was really nice of you to join us again, and we can continue this discussion. There's a lot of
Adam,
topics that
I
we can
say
talk
this
about.
again and again. Thank you so much. Like yes, we can get heated up. Even Brother Ali here to calm me down. They always calm me down, Adam. So never mind me. I'm one of those annoying friends that you will have. I always, without getting drunk or whatever, because that's haram. We don't do that. I'll be just yelling and just, so I get passionate, but no ill intent. And we've said that even behind your back, right? We've said this even amongst ourselves, that you actually are a true gentleman. Okay, and we applaud you for that. All right, I appreciate that, brother.
I just want to say as well that I do really appreciate the time to talk, and what my perspective is. I've laid it out, and I hope I've done so in as respectful a way as I could. Because as an academic, I have to look at sources. It's just as simple as that. I know there, like when you brought up textual variants, all that stuff. I know all that stuff. I've encountered it within academia. So people have to come to their own conclusions when they're met with all these different sources. So that's just my approach. I look at all the evidence and then I come to my own conclusion based on the evidence. So that's how I settle things, and that's kind of what dictates my research. But if you have any good book that's written on, let's just say, like defending this idea of a non-crucifixion, then let me know, and I'll look at it and I'll go through it. Because that is, the thing is, and I was trying to stress this earlier, that's a very sore point for a lot of people. Because, and the reason it is because before I was a Christian, I wasn't always a Christian. One of the things I looked at was whether the crucifixion happened or not, right? And when I looked at it, everyone was saying yes. All the historians were saying yes. All the scholars were saying yes. And then they gave, all the evidence for why it happened. So once you see that, it's like, well, that's the position, right? That's the orthodox position in regards to, and then you have so many well-known, renowned scholars who are saying, for me, it's a certain fact that it happened, basically. Stuff like that. So when you're encountering that, you obviously come to a conclusion based on the evidence that you're given. So that's that's basically what I want to say. And maybe think about it in terms of, I don't know. You see, I was thinking of, and I know you guys don't like, obviously you said that Shabar Ali's theology is not in line with your theology. That's fine. That's totally fine. I just felt that when he came to that conclusion, that was the most rational conclusion to come to, because it almost seemed like he caved to the evidence and he just incorporated it into his theology in some sense. Because it's like, well, why would you come to the conclusion that he was on the cross, but he didn't die on the cross? And it wasn't just.
There are plenty of heretics. They believe all kinds of things about. They're modalists, right? Can I appeal to them and say your theology is incorrect?
No, because they're a minority. They're not even. They're a minority.
Minority. That's perfect. So is Shabir a minority or not?
But he's a prominent.
Just one person. But doesn't matter. He can be the most prominent scholar on the planet. He's just one person. Is he not a minority versus 2 billion Muslims?
So do you guys not regard him as a Muslim then?
Oh no, we do regard
him. No.
So
then ask me.
Yes.
I would say anybody, including Shabir Ali. That actually says a clear-cut verse that actually belongs in the Quran, and they go against the Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, right? Mm-hmm. Which are the first 3 generations of Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, right? And specifically, then there are some rulings in the Quran. It actually says to do that. Because the Quran itself, it's not my judgment on him. The Quran itself actually says that even if a Muslim is not a Muslim if we deny even a single letter of the Quran, right? Mm-hmm. He actually claims there are so many examples. I've said that. I don't, since he has said this publicly, I don't have a problem denouncing him publicly to be a heretic, a kafir. Mm-hmm. Why? That's not my judgment. Yes. That is the Quran's judgment. Since he's out there in public spewing this garbage, I would say as a Muslim, no, he's a heretic. Okay. I will say to his face, he's a heretic.
And do the majority of Muslims regard him as a heretic?
Look, here's the thing.
The majority of Muslims regard him as a heretic.
Adam, here's how I see it.
Majority of the Orthodox, yes, they do.
And Fawad, let me just make a clarification. The way I see it is that I cannot judge the actual iman of any individual, but what they say, I can judge their statements as being correct or incorrect in light of the Quran and Sunnah. All right? Mm-hmm. That's how we see it. If somebody is coming to us and telling us that they believe in the Quran, they believe in the Sunnah, and they're not ascribing to a specific sect that we know are heretical, right?
Yes.
Then we accept their Quran, they accept their iman on the basis of what they say. All right. However, we can disagree with them on a statement or on a position that they're taking, because that can be incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that's really how we take it. With Shabir Ali, he's a scholar of the Bible. He's not a scholar of the Quran. He's not. He's not one of our scholars.
That you pointed out.
Yeah,
he's not an Islamic scholar.
He's not an Islamic scholar. That's an important understanding that people have to take, because and he does debates. In debates, people can sometimes say a lot of things, which may not fully reflect, or they might not have the time to elaborate enough, right? But at the same time, it's something that he said, so we have to judge him on what he said. So if he said something wrong, we're going to say this was incorrect from him, and we can disagree with it, because in light of the Quran and Sunnah, we're going back to the evidence, the book and the sayings of the Prophet, right? This is what the position should be. If he's going against that, we can disagree with him, and we can actually establish a position and determine what is correct. Okay,
Yes.
so we Muslims go back to the Quran and Sunnah. That's our source.
Okay.
Yeah, but Jazakallah khair, Akhi, for pointing that out. That Shabir Ali, he means nothing in terms of the academia of scholarship of Islam.
But see,
No, he's not a scholar. He's not an alim.
But it says he has a. Well, I don't know if this is true. This could be wrong. This is just some random website. But it says his PhD thesis was on the exegesis of the Quran. But I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, but that's a PhD. PhD is nothing.
Yeah.
To be honest, Adam, anyone who has a PhD in Islamic studies or anything related to that, we don't consider them scholars.
You know, there have been imams, like about 500 years ago or something. There was a very famous scholar, right? And same thing, by the way, with Jews. But like with Jews, you know that you cannot be a heretic unless you are a rabbi. Did you know this in the Orthodoxy? Yeah. So when it comes to we have had some examples in the past. There have been very well-known imams, right, scholars that have actually been heretics, right? So it doesn't matter even if he were a scholar, but that's a side point we wanted to point out, that he's not an Islamic scholar. He's a scholar of
Islamic studies in the
Islamic
Western
studies.
academia.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And
we make a distinction on this.
Yeah, exactly.
So here's the deal, Adam. The way we see it, anyone who's going through Western academia and studying Islam, they're by default accepting a very heretical position about the Quran and Sunnah and the Islamic theology, because you have to accept the idea that there has to be naturalistic reasons behind this, and you have to undermine your theology, the actual theology. That's not how Muslims operate, right? Muslim scholars, they go through a lifetime of study before they are given the authority to give Islamic rulings, or their statements become authoritative, right? It's called an ijaza, right? You're spending 20 plus years. People as young as 30 or 20 can get it, but these people know the Quran by heart as a start. Okay, they know a hadith, they're muhaddis, they know the hadith, they know thousands and thousands of hadith by heart, and they know who said it when. They know all about the ilm of ilm rijal. They understand that. They understand what other scholars of Islam, like you would understand legal rulings, right? And other things, that other scholars of Islam, what are their interpretations? And then when they're in a position that they can give a ruling and they can understand what different people's interpretations were, and they can relate to that and explain it in the presence of their teachers, their scholars, then the teacher gives them an ijaza to go ahead and give rulings that are authoritative.
Even then they can be wrong.
And even then they can be wrong.
Yeah, the ijma, they can overrule them and say, no, you're wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Right? So to come to us with a PhD of Islamic studies or whatever it is, that's like nonsensical, because we're talking about someone who's spending 20 plus years in the apprenticeship of Islamic scholar, right? Has all of this knowledge with them, and you're comparing that to a person who's just written one thesis.
No, it's a PhD thesis. It's a little different.
PhD thesis. It's just one thesis
means
at the end
nothing.
Of the day, right?
Means
it
nothing.
Means nothing.
Well, within academia, a PhD is the highest form of research.
And that's what we're telling. That's not even a standard for us.
I'm gonna show something funny to you guys related to that. Yeah, that's on the screen. Here we go, Adam. This is what we are trying to explain you. So yeah, this is how.
I don't understand it.
Whatever,
You have to explain it.
whatever
Explain it to
Brother Faisal is gonna. I think if
Do,
those who have watched Olympics this year, or at least familiar with this guy on the right, knows what I'm talking about.
do you
Adam,
know the
do you know
guy in
this?
Turkey? He
What's that?
Do you know
the
about
guy
that
from
guy?
Turkey, he's not even wearing any assistive devices, right? And he was, I think he got the silver medal, right? The team won the
Yeah,
silver medal or
the
something.
second position, yes.
Yeah. And the guy on the left is someone who's using assistive devices and all of the equipment. And then at the end of the day, he lost. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. But this is just sort of a like a microcosm of the issue. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, Adam, to become someone who's considered an alim or a scholar in Islam, right? The criteria is extremely high. You start studying at a very, very young age. You start studying as a child, and you go through a lifetime of education, right? It's a completely different paradigm under which we produce scholars, right? And under which the Western academic culture produces PhDs. Right? We don't put the PhDs on their level. The PhDs are only as good to become their students. That's it. Right. So a lot of the time, these people come to us with some idiots like what do you call him? The Jawad. What's his name? The
Yeah.
Jawad
I've
guy
heard.
and
Brother
there's
Salat, what's his name?
Jawad Sheikh. No,
Which
Jawad
one?
I
Hashmi.
forgot his name.
Jawad Hashmi. That
Javed Ahmed Ghamdi?
no, not Gandhi. The
No,
Javed.
no, he's not. I know who you're talking about. But
Yeah, I know he had a debate with brother Daniel as well, right? Our the people, like everyone who's in polemics, in Islamic polemics, right? Muslim polemics, we are not even students of knowledge in the real sense, right? We don't even consider ourselves at that level, right? So who did we lose? Oh, brother DeAndre. So for us, we're not even some of our people who are not even considered students of knowledge can actually debate these people and put them in their place, because they come up with the weirdest standards, just like what you were talking about, Bart Ehrman and all of these other scholars. You're saying, oh, these people don't even believe in God. Why am I supposed to take what they're saying as authoritative? Right? You're denying half of their work because of that.
No, I was only, like I mentioned at the very start, I don't know if you saw it, the reason I bring up Bart Ehrman is because there are a lot of Muslims that like rely on him.
No. We don't rely on him at all. We're
No,
just
I'm saying
telling
I've
you
met
that
a lot of Muslims too.
a person like Bart Ehrman, who's looking at the evidence, is coming to a conclusion which is different from you. So why are you saying that's the only conclusion that can be there?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that you guys rely on him. I'm just saying there are a lot of Muslims who he's kind of like their poster boy when they're, evangelizing to Christians, that they use of like, oh, textual variants, oh this, oh that.
There are a lot of people.
But he has his expertise in the field, and what he's saying, it does make sense. The the fact that he's saying that these books are not reliable, and we've demonstrated that's not just Bart Ehrman. Wissam listed so many scholars. I've listed so many scholars to you. So they all share that across the board. And that's why you failed to bring a single critical scholar that actually goes against our position. That actually is testament to the fact that Mr. Ehrman is 100% correct in that regard. So any Muslim that actually, put Bart Ehrman as a poster and they use him as a poster boy, they're doing 100% correct. And I would condone that. Right?
Why? Because it's true. He doesn't believe the Quran is true. So
no, he doesn't have
a scholar of the Quran. He doesn't even know about the Quran.
He himself admitted when asked, he said, I know nothing about the Quran.
Yeah.
He actually said, but the field that he's an expert in, if he's saying something about that particular field, I have to listen to him. That doesn't mean that if I fight with my wife, I'm going to ask for his advice, or I'm going to seek, counsel from him about that as well. That's silly. So what we're saying is when Muslims actually appeal to him, they appeal to him for what he is authoritative about in that particular field, critical scholarship. He's your top guy, right?
A critical analysis of the historical.
And we're appealing to his work. And we're appealing to his work. We're not appealing to him as an individual. We're appealing to his work. He's shown through his work that this is the conclusion that you arrive at when you're analyzing these, right? So he's the one who's made it very mainstream that you don't have a manuscript. You don't have an extant manuscript from the 1st century. 2nd century, you probably have a tiny piece of paper. Scraps, right?
Yeah,
3rd, 4th, 5th, and you keep going. When do you get the first full manuscript of the Bible?
Yeah,
right.
4th century.
And that
400
do you
years
disagree?
after
Do you disagree with the conclusion that he draws from that statement? This whole statement.
What, that the first complete manuscript is from the 4th century?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, I agree with that.
Exactly, that's the point. That's we're agreeing on what we're agreeing on about Bart Ehrman. We're not agreeing on everything that he says.
On everything, yeah, exactly. Because when he talks exhaustively, for example, about the crucifixion, that it actually happened, then obviously you're not going to take that view on it, even though he's an expert in that area. But anyway, that's besides the point.
He's expert in what? He's not an expert on the reality of that situation. He doesn't know if it actually happened or not. He's very careful with his words. He's very careful with his words, right?
I gave quotations from him. He said it was for him an absolute fact that it happened. Now, to be fair,
but Adam, we discussed this, right?
Yeah.
If I tell you, look, this measuring stick, it is faulty, and then I use that same measuring stick to measure something, would you take me serious?
Yeah, and obviously not. But you're assuming that the measuring stick is faulty in this case. That's based on.
I'm not assuming. He's saying that. I'm not saying
the
that.
methodology that we disagreed about at the start of the debate that we had, that's the methodology they're all using. So they're all, and your guy even said it, they're all wrong for how they're doing it. Again, you have to go to them and overturn that if you want that to be overturned. That's the majority position. Yeah. That's the majority methodology they use.
We're not going to get anywhere. Like we've already had this discussion. So
Adam, anything else that you want to say on this? Not on this piece, but on our discussion.
Adam,
and do you have any idea about what you want to talk about in a future stream, if and when we can do this?
I just wanted to go through and just understand better some of the Hadith and the Quran, because I'd rather hear it from you. Because when Fawad gave me the response for, I can't remember what it was, for something, it clarified it for me. Like, he gave a different position and it clarified it because he understood. Like, I'm assuming you understand the Arabic, right?
I don't. I like a little bit. I'm not.
No, but I'm just saying that here because you obviously understand the context behind these Hadith better than I do. So I'm stuck, obviously, having to read them literally. And you even agreed with me that some of them, when you read them literally, they don't read like in English very well. Without
you have.
Adam, are you reading the hadith through the online platform?
Yes.
I'm looking at.
Sunnah.com?
I don't have a physical copy of Sahih al-Bukhari or Sahih.
You're reading it through Sunnah.com, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, the translation is really Google Translate.
Very bad.
Label. Yeah, very
so horrible.
So, yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah.
Or is it? Wait. Okay. I don't even know.
And Adam, here's the thing: if you have a specific hadith, send a list to Fawad, and we can actually go through it.
Oh yeah.
What we'll probably be able to do, Fawad, and maybe I can also do it on my end, is probably go to someone locally, understand them, and then we can come back
absolutely.
And give him
a
better,
most of
clear piece. But I want to say something here, Adam. I think the bigger piece which we should be discussing is the concept of God, right? Because there's really a lot of a lot that we can gain by having a discussion just on that concept, because we disagree on that at a very significant level, right? And we want to understand fully, because whenever you talk to a Christian, it's not as straightforward as, okay, what do you believe in? You're a Christian. You have to ask for the question to understand what God are they talking about? Is it a Trinity, a unity? Is it modalism? That, and to basically pin to it and then have a discussion.
Because I can tell you, like, that would be a good discussion, because I can tell you about, for example, what I believed before I became a Christian, because I had a deist view of God.
Okay, so why don't we do this? The next time you come on, let's take some time. Give us an idea about where or how you arrived at the concept of God that you currently believe in. Give us some of that history. We'll hear that out, and then we can start having a discussion a bit more in depth about where we differ, right? And what position should we take, right? And then we can basically, because that I think would be a much more meaningful and fruitful discussion than just going back and forth on matters of law or moral standards when we don't even agree that where's the moral authority, where's the law giving authority for those moral standards, right? We have to agree to that authority first, and then we can start talking about these other matters.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
All right, Adam, it was a pleasure having you on. The last thoughts or the final comments, they elongated a little bit, but I enjoyed the conversation. I'm pretty sure for all of the brothers here on the panel enjoyed it. All right, Adam.
All right, thank you.
All right, brother. All right,
thank you so much, guys. Take care.
All right, you too. All right, take care.
Do you want to I know, Fawad, you're heading out, but I think Ali, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so
of course he's here.
He's got nothing to do.
If Ali is staying, I'm staying, man.
Nah, I actually got things to do.
Oh, come on, Ali.
Nah,
so I got
some stuff that I gotta do.
Akhwan, just a quick word. I was gonna say, do we put the link up and ask people to just have like one question each, 5 minutes or something, or just thoughts on the discussion so far? Because I think Bassam gave a lot of information here, right? But I don't want to have this drag on. Let's just say 20 minutes or max half an hour, and then we put a stop to it. All right. I'll keep an eye on the
time. I'll hold you guys to that. 30 minutes, that's fine.
That's fine. 30-minute max, okay.
All right.
So do you want to put the link up, Fawad?
Sure.
Brother Fawad, while you guys do that, because I had to get ready because it's my little cousin's birthday. We're going out as a family.
Oh, that's
my
man, DeAndre. How old is your little cousin?
She's turning 7.
Okay, and is it a first cousin, second cousin, or 15th cousin, or what?
So it's like it's my aunt's sister's daughter.
Your aunt's sister's daughter. Your aunt, as in your aunt through marriage.
No, not through marriage. So my mom, my aunt, as in through marriage. So my aunt married my mom's brother, and her sister had a daughter, who is my cousin.
Okay.
Yeah. So I had a quick question though before I leave, Brother Fawad. You mentioned, and I completely forgot about this, right? Last week or like some time ago, you mentioned that the brother wanted to talk about sort of Tobah verse 30, right? And you said that there's Jewish sources that you can show that's like is in line with that view. Do you mind actually sending me the sources? Because I have no idea what you're talking about.
No.
When Brother DeAndre,
I do mind
all the time. He's asking for sources.
He's stealing all my sources.
Like, okay.
Inshallah, I'll send it to you. Inshallah.
Yeah, but Brother DeAndre, I'm still trying to figure out how that's a cousin, because she's not related to you.
I don't know. Okay,
but distant cousin.
You just call her cousin.
Yeah. All right, so brothers and sisters, if anybody wants to hop on and ask a question, it has to be very brief, within 5 minutes. So we'll just, give max 5 minutes to each person.
Okay, is it up? The link's up?
Yeah, it's pinned. If anybody has any questions, they can hop on.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that was a bit disappointing. Like certain things I was really disappointed with, because I was expecting more from him, you know. But in a way, look, at the end of the day, we're doing these streams not just for Adam, you know. May Allah guide him, you know, but it is for other sincere people that are watching this and they can learn from it, right? All the information that Brother Wassam puts out, or a little bit of information that each one of us we have, right? Or the back and forth interactions, you guys can learn from it, and we learn as well as we go, right? But we clearly saw like his cognitive dissonance, his double standards, you know, a constant appeal to authority. I don't know, Faisal, if you actually watched the first 2 hours with Wassam.
I didn't get to watch the whole of it, but I did see where Wassam was going through statement after statement from church fathers, from historical accounts, and all of these, right? And he was unable to process it at all. Was
Yeah,
and that, like, it is pretty telling for it. And it's not that he's trying to be dishonest. Even the honest people among the Christians have to resort to this type of end up in this situation where they cannot process the information because of it attacks, or it makes their whole identity crumble. And
yeah.
it's
That's why I always say they are honest to their religion, their dogma, but they're not being honest to the conversation.
yeah, they're
That's what
not.
I say. That's how I
Yeah,
put it.
they're not accepting the truth for what it is, and they cannot
Yeah,
do that because of the fact that it puts them in a position where they're no longer able to make sense of their whole lives. they For them, it's like it's like going to somebody and telling them your whole life was a lie. That's
yeah,
really what it is. This is so it is a tough position to be in. And from our point of view, we have to accept that at times it takes a while to for this to seep through, and people to understand, okay, this is what's happening.
yeah. And just like when he was
Oh,
comparing Jesus, peace be upon
Paperboy
him.
was here, right? Where did he go?
Yeah, I don't know where he
I was
disappeared. He was
hoping he would
yapping about in the
jump
comment
on.
section, him and that other Chris guy, you know. And so where did they go? When the link is posted up, then they disappear. So anyways, but that's the point. We're like, and alhamdulillah, like subhanallah, guys, look at this, like how beautiful the Quran. I mean, it affirms their conjecture every single day in front of our eyes,
Yeah,
right? Ask them if they're not even being consistent with the own methodology that they put out. We are not even giving them our criteria. We say, what is the criteria that you're using? Even that is questionable, and then they're not even consistent with that. You know, cherry pick wherever, he goes in your favor, okay, quote that scholar. Whenever he goes against your favor, or against you, then um, you're like, no, I'm going to go with the other guy, I'm going to go with my dogma. You know?
yeah,
So it's
exactly.
just silly. It's really silly. And the points that he was attacking, I mean, this whole pacifism movement, I mean, this la la land and this utopia, I mean, that's not the reality. We all know sometimes you have to pick up arms, you have to resort to violence. And that's where I cornered him so many times. I asked him, I said, do you think Christianity would have spread as much as it did without violence? Do you think violence is bad under every in every context, right? And so he was just switching back and forth, back and forth. At the end of the day, there isn't a Christian on the face of this earth, right? An honest Christian, a normal human being living in a normal society, not some hippie or something, right? That you would walk up to and you would say, you know what? Um, I'm going to do whatever I want to you, and they're gonna be like, sure, yeah, sir, go ahead,
Look,
go rape my women, do whatever you want, rob
yeah,
everything that I've got.
exactly.
Like, come on,
And
it's
for what? Here's the
nonsense.
thing. Like, he was bringing up the idea of comparing the morality that the Prophet, peace be upon him, taught versus the morality what Jesus, peace be upon him, taught, right? According to his scriptures. Now, number one, you don't have any example of Jesus, peace be upon him, that you can actually go to, right? If you're talking about principles, we have the same principles. The like a Muslim is one from whose hand and tongue other Muslims are safe, right? And these type of things are already there. Uh, so so just talking in principle doesn't help. You have to go to specific examples, all right? And then when we point out to him that, number one, there's no examples that you can actually fall back to
One,
on the most important things in life. I know
one
research is
second,
there.
Akhi. Yeah, research. Yeah.
You can do
Sure.
that.
Research,
Right?
please turn on your camera for verification. Go ahead, Akhi. My apologies.
Yeah. So yeah. So when you get down to it, there are no examples on the most important life questions. How are you supposed to be a father? How are you supposed to be a brother? How are you supposed to be a son? How are you supposed to be
A husband, yeah,
a
anything.
husband, right? These Every human being needs that example. And if your response to that is don't marry and just pray to God, that's the most nonsensical
which
way of life.
which by the
If you
way,
do
which
that,
by the way goes against the mitzvah. So if Jesus actually did that, he would be actually going against the
yeah,
Old Testament,
okay,
right?
for what? Let's
Yeah,
like let's give in that it goes against the mitzvah or whatever. Like, what is the kind of society you're
yeah,
asking us to build, where people are being told, no, just worship God, forget about this? What are you asking us to build?
yeah.
There
Just
will be
a
no
whole bunch of
children. There,
hippies.
there's
Yeah,
going to be no one. Men
yeah.
need, we know this, all of the people here are men. We need that to stay sane. A guy
It's
who's not
like
having that,
those you
it's like
must have
hunger.
witnessed
For
it.
if you're trying to understand this, it's like you're craving for chocolate, right?
Yeah,
If you don't get
exactly.
chocolate, you're not happy. Like for men,
Yeah,
it's that kind of thing. So you're denying the humanity of people by setting up an example of a society that is impossible. You're not giving a society that is divine. This is the very example of a satanic society,
yeah.
right?
And
Anyways, we've
the
got
funny thing is,
research on stage.
Yeah.
so the funny thing is, that's when my conversation with him, I think, reached a limit when he started saying that, this idea of pacifism, because I would argue that pacifism is actually unjust. It's unjust and delusional, because
Exactly.
if you make that statement, because how on earth am I gonna want peace? If I want peace, I have to put the mechanisms in place to preserve that peace. It makes no.
Exactly.
It's the same way how even our biological nature. That's why God made men um more, for the most part, stronger, being able
Yeah,
to protect ourselves from one another. And I kid you not, even for looking at it from a woman's perspective, a woman's biggest defense is a man. Because if a woman's walking with her husband, imagine if men didn't. Imagine if this idea, oh, if this nature that we men have when we because we size each other up as men. We look at each other, we say, "Can I beat him up in a fight?" If we were to fight, we do that as men. This it's just because that's who we are.
Like
And why is that?
kids, Ali,
It's a
kids do that.
deterrent.
guys, we will
Exactly.
continue this
Yeah.
conversation, but we have research
Research.
since
Yeah.
we have yeah,
Okay, okay,
research.
okay.
Hi, brother, you're on stage.
Sorry,
Research, you're
research.
breaking
Can you
up.
hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can hear
now.
you now. So research, just so
Oh,
you know,
yes.
we don't have a lot of time. We're gonna be
Oh,
wrapping up
yes,
in about
correct.
20 minutes. All right.
Yes.
Did you watch the stream?
Yes, I actually watched the whole
Okay.
entire almost 6
Do you
hours.
have any observations or comments that you want to bring up, or
Or even
any
questions.
advice or
Yes,
questions for us? Yeah.
yes, there's only one I would say. It was just the one with let's say whenever he brings up like let's say scholars, is it because the scholars is in the 20 in our time? Is it that the reason why you guys don't take them serious, or is it that those scholars actually use sources from that are backdated for them to get their information? Let's say,
Scholars for
for,
what? Is scholars for Quran or is scholars for the
no,
Christian
like
position?
yeah, like for his position, because I noticed most of his positions, when he does name a scholar, I noticed that
For
it's
crucifixion,
like
right? Are you
yeah for
are
the
you
crucifixion. So I'm saying, is it that let's say Bart Ehrman is saying that he was crucified, yet he doesn't believe in religion. So now, let's say we can take the position like, hey, he doesn't believe religion, so that way, you can just throw out everything he has, or is it that you
No.
can still have a scholar saying something that agrees with you, but the rest that doesn't agree with you, you don't have to agree with him.
Okay, so
No.
research. I think we understand the question. I'm just going to repeat it, right?
Okay.
And Fawad or Ali, either one of you, if you can quickly respond to this. So, your question is, why are we disagreeing with him bringing up a scholar? When and basically, why do we say that that scholar, in a particular sense, cannot be accepted, but in another sense, he can be accepted, or what he's saying is being accepted, right?
Correct. One more thing, because I noticed that, let's say, if you guys ask him for a source and he gives you the source, but yet, you have to agree with him with his source and then decide to go to the next point. Because if you guys make it hard for him to not, use that source,
Okay,
then
so
it makes
so
it harder
this
for the
one,
conversation to
ask us
go
this
on.
question
Mhm.
later. Fawad, do
Okay.
you want to respond to that? His first question.
Sure, it's quite simple, right? We're going to keep
Mhm.
it brief. Like you saw the example that I gave him of the measuring stick, right?
Yes, correct.
That
With the measuring.
the measuring stick that he is using, Bart Ehrman, right? He himself
Mm-hmm.
questions the measuring stick and he says, "Look, this is faulty. It's all these issues. No primary source material, unknown authors, etc., etc." Then when he appeals to the same sources to justify that particular issue, that is nonsensical, right? Now, because he's then establishing a historical fact on something that he himself admitted is faulty, right? So the fact that we agree, and none of us ever brought Bart Ehrman to him, by the way,
No, I
in none
noticed
of our
only he did.
conversations, right?
Hmm.
He did. He kept repeating that again and again because he must have heard some Muslims actually appealing to him, which is fine because Bart Ehrman is a critical scholar, right? So, because if you really look at how critical scholars they actually establish that the New Testament authorship or its reliability is highly questionable, right? That's not just Bart Ehrman's position. That's like critical scholars across. Like you can barely probably even name like one or two. Like when we asked him, right? I asked him one. Normally I ask for two or three. I asked him name me one critical scholar in the last conversation that we had last week, right? He couldn't name a single critical scholar that actually says that the Bible authors are, could be attributed to their respective authors, right? So that's what I would say.
All
And
right.
as I said, like I don't have to appeal to Bart Ehrman for other issues because that's not his expertise, right? But what
No,
I appeal to him is on the critical scholarship issue. But go ahead, or the go
so
ahead,
I
go ahead.
mean,
Ali, make it
just to
make it
kind of
quick. Yeah.
guys, guys, come on. Anyways, so research, just in a
Yes.
nutshell, if you're in school, you have a teacher that has a doctorate, PhD in mathematics, right? In math. Would you ever go to that person and ask him a question about science?
About science?
Yeah,
No, because everyone has like, let's say in the West they have everyone that's specialized in one thing, but they can also
exactly.
have some knowledge of something else, but
They're not an authority
specialization
on it.
doesn't require it. Yes, correct.
Exactly. And even if someone has a degree in a science degree, you'd have to ask yourself in what kind of science, for example, or even technology. For me, for example, I do IT. IT is pretty broad. Is my specialty in every aspect of IT? No, my specialty is within a certain area. There are certain things that you'd be better off coming to me than some other person. However, if there's a certain subgroup or area of IT that I have not studied or nor am I an expert with, it would not benefit you to come to me because I'm not learned in that way than other people are. So focus on the specialties that what they focus on, and then for other things, look to those other people that have those specialties as well. You can't just because Ali does a specific type of IT, I
Assalamu
can
alaikum,
go
guys.
to
I'm
him about
back.
anything. No, wa alaikum salam. So, and this is what we were trying to bring to him, that, and that's why when Brother Faisal mentioned about Shabir Ali not being a scholar in the Quran, the Quran, that was a good move, because I think he didn't necessarily know that.
Yeah. Okay. Research. Thanks for jumping on. Right. I know there's a lot more. Come on our Friday stream, and we can have a much more detailed discussion. Even if you have other questions around about this, that will be fine. Thanks for jumping on. Paperboy, I'm bringing you up. You've already verified yourself. So, and at the same time, Brother Hassan, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Hassan. How you doing?
And
Assalamu
Paperboy,
alaikum.
welcome.
Hey guys. Yeah, I can't stay for too long. I mean, your stream's been quite long. But essentially, I just joined because I think the conversation about having an academic discussion stems very different areas. So, for example, when you mentioned to him about picking and choosing from the thing, what he was trying to say is that Bart Ehrman, for example, will say there was a crucifixion, but in terms of the resurrection, that he accepts that they saw Jesus, but he said, oh, it was a group hallucination or a group vision or whatever. Now, that is just his conclusion based on the evidence. So what Adam was trying to say is, you don't have to accept his conclusion, but he's drawing a conclusion based on the evidence. So for him, it's a case of, well, if we agree that the disciples saw Christ, my conclusion is that it must have happened, because let's, for argument's sake, say no one
Paperboy, you cut off there.
caused them to believe that either it was some sort of
Paperboy, you cut off
sorry,
there.
it's either some sort of hallucination or it was okay.
Paperboy, if you can wrap
So,
up your
so it's either
phrase your question within 1 or 2 sentences.
yeah. So essentially, okay. So all I'm trying to say is he doesn't have to agree with Bart Ehrman's conclusion, because when you're looking, would you agree that? So I'll phrase it as a question: would you agree that you don't have to agree with a scholar's conclusion, because scholars can disagree, but the main priority is to base it on evidence to come to a conclusion?
Totally agreed, Paperboy. Totally agreed with that.
Okay.
We don't have to.
So my question then would be
Bart Ehrman's conclusion, right? But we can basically, the evidence that he's looking at, if we can take a look at the evidence, we can arrive at a different conclusion, and that's basically what we're doing. Exactly.
Right.
Or
so my question would be
the
then,
bare minimum, an alternate conclusion, right? And the alternate conclusion being that he was not crucified or he was saved, right? But obviously we don't expect an atheist, like the brother pointed out over here, to say that, oh, okay, he was miraculously saved by God, right? So that's all we're saying. There are no primary source material. Okay, if you have any primary source material, please bring it up. I don't know about the brothers.
Fawad,
I'm willing to stay on here.
Let's not
you,
even
right?
let's not even go there. So Paperboy, just ask us your follow up, and then we'll see from there.
okay. So it was just about the statement where Adam was called out for being inconsistent. So the question would be, why do you feel he's been inconsistent, especially as we've agreed? And with the other point, I don't disagree that you could say someone else was on the cross. That's a possibility. But again, it comes down to what is more likely to have happened. I have no issue with that. But the thing is, when we come to a conclusion, we then look at what the evidence of that conclusion is based on, and we say something is stronger than the other.
Okay, so Paperboy, here's the deal. I'm actually going to put a scenario to you. You meet somebody. Give me someone you know. Let's say it's your brother, right? You meet your brother today, right? And 5 days later, you get the news that your brother passed away. All right. On the 6th day or on the 7th day, you go home and you actually meet your brother, and you're like, oh, what happened? I got this news and all of this. And he says, no, 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 look at me. He asks you, he hugs you, and he says, I'm real, I'm here, nothing's happened to me. Right? He gives you a hug and he does all of this to you. What is going to be your conclusion in that scenario? Just in this
Sorry,
scenario.
cut out a bit. So say the scenario again. It
Okay,
cut out a
very
bit.
quickly, you meet your brother, right? You get the news that your brother passed away. You go back home and you meet your brother.
I know.
Okay, your own brother. You meet him, and you're all
Hmm.
shocked because you got the news that he died. You thought he died and everything. You probably even saw somebody showing you a video of, oh, this is what happened to your brother. He got shot and he's passed away. But you, when
Hmm.
you meet him, you're all shocked. You're like, oh, what happened? I heard this about you. And he comes to you, he hugs you, and he says, no, 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 I'm okay, nothing happened to me. What is going to be your conclusion?
My conclusion that he's okay, but I would question what.
Are you going to conclude that he died and then he was resurrected, or are you going to conclude that what you heard about him being dead was untrue?
Well, did you say, because it cut out a bit? Did you say there was a video, or it was just based on hearsay?
I'm just saying somebody came to you and he gave you all the evidence that he's passed away. You heard it from 10 different people or whatever the case is, right? But then when you go home, what you see is your brother is there. You meet with him. He shows you that he's alive. He comforts you. He gives you a hug. Everything is happening. Nothing's wrong there. What are you going to conclude about the whole scenario?
Well, if the evidence was just people saying it, and then I saw him and he was okay, honestly, my first reaction would be, I heard you were dead, and I would question him about it, because I
Yeah.
would be in a state of panic. So I'd question about what I had heard to verify.
And are you going to conclude that your brother died and he resurrected, or are you going to conclude that it was a false or incorrect of people to tell you that he died? That was just people guessing, or they were just giving into rumors.
No, but so that's what I'm saying. I would question him, because if I saw him and I'd be like, "You alive?" and he'd be like, either, "What are you talking about?" and I'll say, "Yeah, but I heard so and so happened. I was really like worried, you know." So
Okay.
I wouldn't not bring up that topic and just see, "Oh, you're okay," you know. So then I would question why people would say such a thing. So I would draw out that from his explain. So if he said, "No, I've
Okay.
been here all the time,"
I'm being very specific. Would you
yeah.
come to a conclusion that your brother died and he was resurrected, or would you come to the conclusion that he never died and he was alive the whole time?
Well, if I saw him alive, then I wouldn't presume he had died, but
And
then I
then
would have to.
resurrected, right? You wouldn't presume that he died and resurrected, correct?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not a straightforward question, because I'm
No,
saying
it is a very straightforward question. It's about your
no,
brother.
yeah, but
What
I'm
would you
saying,
do?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. My first reaction would be to proclaim, "You're alive," and he would be like, "What are you talking about?" So through that process, I would extrapolate the truth. I wouldn't just see him, like, even if I assumed he didn't die, like, so if I saw him, I would assume he didn't die, but I would still, for the sense of satisfaction, proclaim what I had heard. So through that process, he would be like, "Those people are lying. Like, I don't know what.
Okay.
I'm okay."
So, Paperback, you realize that you actually have the same position about your brother, which the Quran is telling us about Jesus, peace be upon him, that he never died. They thought he died. They were all guessing. All right. He never died. The evidence is pointing towards it. If Bart Ehrman is coming to a conclusion that he definitely died, but then the rest of the people who actually knew him had this mass hallucination about him coming back to life, is that a feasible conclusion to come to? And that's what we're trying to tell you. for Christians, you need to go back and see whether you're special pleading about Jesus, whether you're coming to a conclusion that is not natural, and all of this. So this is really where it is. I know, Paperboy, we don't have a lot of time. We do want to wrap up. Okay.
Yeah.
And if you're free, feel free to jump on our Friday streams, or any other time that you see us online. We can have this conversation in much more depth, because this is what we're trying to point out, that
Okay.
all of the conclusion that these
Right.
scholars are making, it does not make sense, and we
So,
agree with your initial assessment about this, right?
so let me ask you a question. So they said, for example, the crucifixion, Jesus carried the cross and so forth. So would you say that someone else was carrying the cross when he dropped it? Because it's not just the crucifixion, it's the beating and everything that took place beforehand. So using...
Paperboy, here's the thing. The Quran only talks about the crucifixion itself.
Okay.
Right? That if that did not happen. Okay. It
Right.
talks about his death, that did not happen. Right. About carrying the cross, anything else, I don't have any evidence that I can point to from the Quranic sources about it. So I'm sort of indifferent about whether that happened or not. Okay. Whatever the
Okay.
details are, we can probably talk about it and discuss this in much more detail when we have the time.
Right.
All three of
Okay.
us brothers, actually 4 of us, have a commitment that we have to go
Okay. No
right?
problem.
All
That's
right.
fine. Then maybe I just take 10 seconds just to make a final statement, and
Sure.
maybe at some point. So, because that's why I'm saying what your statement about my brother was quite important. So, and I answered as honestly as possible. But then if, for example, when you watch the movies and you see someone shot, but maybe they didn't die. So in that same scenario, I would ask you, if you thought you saw your brother die, get shot, maybe he just turned around, but he didn't actually get hit, but you saw him later on, would you, in that circumstance, think the evidence suggested he had died, and maybe would you believe that he, had come back to life if you thought you saw him get shot?
No, I wouldn't believe that he came back to life. I would think that he survived the shooting. If he was shot, then he survived the shooting, or maybe he wasn't even shot. I thought it was him, but it was someone else. It can be any one of those possibilities. But the idea that he died because of a shooting and then came back to life, for me, that's an absurd conclusion to come to. It's unless there's some sort of clear evidence that happened, right? Then maybe I would believe it. Maybe the doctors come to me and say his heart stopped. He was dead for 3 days in the hospital, and we had presumed that he was dead, but he came back to life. Yeah, things like that may happen, right? But and I'm not discounting that fully, but there has to be some sort of very clear evidence about that. If I don't have a coroner's report that the coroner has basically concluded that this person died from a gunshot wound, right? He's called him dead, and then later on he actually comes back to life and whatever else. So that's a very rare and extraordinary situation that would need to happen, and I would need some really clear evidence for it. That's not there in the Bible. You don't have first person account of any of that happening. You just have rumors, and that's what we're trying to talk. And we can have this conversation on the time, Paperboy.
I'm only gonna take 30 seconds if you brothers allow me. Paperboy, basically what we're saying is this, right? When in the Old Testament, if you remember the story of Daniel, right? When he's put in the lion's den to be devoured, right? If someone is reading that particular account, right, and they haven't gotten to the conclusion of what happens later on, right? What would be the natural conclusion that they would come up with?
Sorry, say that again. The Daniel.
So Daniel going into a den, lion's den, as it mentions in the Old Testament, right? And let's say I only got to the part where it actually says that, okay, he was thrown into the lion's den, okay, and have not read the latter part. What would be the natural conclusion that you would reach?
That he would have died.
He would have died. Perfect, right? So why do you think that he was saved?
Because of the latter parts.
Perfect. And that's exactly, and it's a supernatural event, right? It is
Hmm.
because your book tells you that something supernatural happened, so you believe in it. You don't
Hmm.
try to find a naturalistic explanation that, wait, how could he have gotten away? Maybe, he could have found a key. One of the
Hmm.
guards may have slipped him one of the keys and he would have gotten away. And that's basically what you guys are doing, right? That's where we find cognitive dissonance, and we don't and that's what we're trying to point out to the brother, right? That you're asking for a naturalistic explanation from historians and so forth, right, for a supernatural event, right? We Muslims acknowledge that it was a supernatural event, just as it would have been a supernatural event at the time of Moses, peace upon him, splitting the sea. So it doesn't matter if no historians have ever recorded that, we would still affirm, you and I, you being a Christian, I being a Muslim, a Jew being a Jew, we would affirm that that happened because it's our books, they actually say that, right? But when you talk about just a naturalistic explanation, that we have to apply that across the board, then I'm going to question your witnesses, that I'm going to ask you for primary source material. I'm going to ask you, where's the dead body that I can examine it, or somebody that would have examined it, right? And you can't appeal to authority, or I mean, you can't appeal to your own text there. It has to be extra biblical sources, right? So, but where is the interview with the family members and whatnot, right? That's basically what we're saying. Hopefully, like, our position is clear. I'm pretty sure you want to discuss this further. So what you can do is you can email us, right? I'll put the email in the back chat, and we can have a detailed discussion on that, because I know you live in the UK, right? So it might be difficult for you to make it for our evening streams, right? So reach out to me and tell me a particular topic that you would like to discuss. If you want to discuss this particular topic, we can actually discuss that with you. We can arrange, whatever days that's suitable for both of us. Sound good?
Cool.
All right, brother. Take
Thank you
care.
so much, Paperboy.
Take care.
All right, no worries. Okay, bye bye.
Bye
Well,
All right.
bye. That was a good example that I gave, right?
Yeah, that's a good example.
Just
So,
kidding.
Brother Hassan, Assalamu alaikum. We'll give you the final word on today's stream. Were you able to watch the whole thing? And
But Brother Hassan.
yeah, Brother Hassan.
Yes, 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 I did. I may have missed 3 or 4 minutes in the middle, but other than that, I watched the whole stream. Um,
How could you?
I don't really have, huh?
How could you? How could you? How did you miss
How
The
those
could
three,
three or
four.
four
yeah,
minutes?
yeah. We're gonna
Well,
quiz you
I mean,
specifically on those
Like,
3 and 4 minutes. Well, oh, okay.
anyway,
Wait.
okay.
It's
Was
okay,
that while
Brother
Ali was
Hassan. I was
talking?
the one who overslept.
Was that when Ali was talking? Then it's totally fine.
Yeah, okay.
I'll say this: it was before DeAndre came on. Okay,
All right, all right,
I'll say that. But
all
yeah,
right.
but yeah, I watched the stream, and Alhamdulillah, it was a good one. I don't really have much to add, but an observation that I made about Adam. I found his demeanor today to be, I mean, other than the obvious, things that happened, the people he brought up. Other than that, since the beginning of the stream, I found his demeanor to be a bit different because I haven't just watched him on your streams. I've also watched him on Yemenite Front. And today, from the get go, he did not seem like the same kid coming in with a certain vigor and passion to defend religion. It was different today, from the get go, from the start. I can't
Okay.
put my finger on it, but I think today, for some reason, he just wasn't. Yeah, he just did not seem like he was hoping to have a discussion.
Yeah, I noticed that
To
too,
be
and I pointed that out to him. That I was a little bit disappointed, because it's okay if he had said, "Hey, I've not studied this," or, "Yeah, you guys make sense, but you know, we can agree, disagree, but just his entire demeanor. We do understand he has to be defensive because he's a Christian after all, right? And these conversations, these discussions could actually be a little heated up. But with the interfaith dialogues, I find it a little bit disappointing when people have that type of approach, because just so many fallacies. I can literally make a list of fallacies.
Let's just say let's just be honest. It's Wissam's fault. Let's be honest.
It was just, yeah, that's true.
My main thing.
Take me out and Wissam out of the entire conversation, and it will go very smooth for you guys with every single individual out there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My main issue, though, is that he was appealing to commentaries, right? He kept, like, when we're coming to Matthew 15:26 and all these other passages, he kept appealing to commentaries. But then, if I quote Rashi and his interpretation of Genesis 19:24 and calling these guys a heretic for believing that there's two gods in that verse, then he's not gonna like it. But the thing is, like, he appeals to and even like with the Old Testament, right? His argument is, oh well, we're comparing, Jesus's whatever his historical appearance. But you believe that, well, the Christian interpretation belief is that he has historically existed within the Tanakh as the angel of the Lord and as supposedly God himself throughout that Tanakh. So if you're, like Brother Max pointed out beautifully, that if you're selecting a particular part of Jesus you want to compare the Prophet ﷺ to, then I can do that too. I can select, hey, I want you to compare this Jesus and this gospel to the Prophet ﷺ in this account. No, that doesn't work. It's a fundamentally flawed comparison, as Brother Faisal also said, that you don't have an example from Jesus on how to be a father or a husband or a ruler or how to deal with wars. You don't have an example. You don't have somebody like Jesus might tell you do something, but to take advice from someone who has done what they tell you to do and has put it into practice, that's a whole different thing altogether. So it's a fundamentally flawed comparison, and it's so fallacious, to be honest.
I just for the viewers, like, just before we leave, like, yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, that's beautiful.
All right. We'll actually, Fawad, maybe we can put up a post and get people to vote on which one of these four we should be using for the religious roundtable.
All right, guys. So yeah, actually, we can put up a post. And just real quick, for those people that actually missed this part, look at this. This is the verse that I was pointing out. Okay, so then people, I'm putting this on the record, so then Christians don't accuse me of lying, right? So right here, this is Matthew 15:4-6. What does it say? For God said, "Honor your father and mother, and anyone who curses their father or mother is to be put to death." Okay, this is actually Jesus quoting. Right? So if he's saying God, he's obviously saying that I am saying, right? Well, or according to Adam, it'll be the son saying.
Yeah. And then what did Jesus call his mother later on in the Bible?
A woman.
Right.
Oh, woman.
Yeah,
but he would appeal to commentaries over there and say, no, the commentaries suggest that he was calling her a sweetheart. So,
okay, I would appeal to commentaries. I would show him D.A. Carson's commentary of the New Testament, where he says that this term, through thoroughly courteous, is not a term that is normal for someone to address a dearly beloved mother. Can I show him that? Can I show him Carson's commentary of the New Testament?
Yeah, but then then they could come back.
He won't like it.
He was God. He can say that. No problem. God can say that to his mother.
He won't like it. That's my whole point.
God has a mother. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, all good, Akhwan, but we should wrap up.
Oh yeah, because in a few hours we got that other stream coming
on.
up.
All right.
Wait, what
stream? I'll be out again. I'm just giving you a heads up.
What stream is coming up?
With Brother Asim.
All right, Brother Hassan. Assalamu alaikum.
All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, Ali,
you're back. Right.
We're wrapping up, Akhi. All right.
I was late to the party.
Anything you want to add, Akhwan? Or are we all good?
For me, nothing else. DeAndre, Ali, you guys want to add something?
Just make. Wait, did you end the thing or what?
No. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, no, I was just gonna say, like, interesting conversation overall, but I think, like, a lot of double standards, a lot of fallacious arguments, and yeah, I just may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide him and, all the non-Muslims to Islam. That's it.
Yeah,
Assalamu alaikum.
I agree. The current one sucks. That's because Ali chose that. All right. Wa alaikum assalam.
All
All
right,
right.
Afan.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And see you guys in a few hours.
What
inshallah.
time, Fawad, can you confirm that?
I think it's 9 p.m. EST. Yeah, 9 p.m. EST. Inshallah, we'll begin with Brother Asim.
Oh, okay.
Allah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Right? Yeah. Inshallah. Wa alaikum assalam.